on extract, transform, and load, which is ETL. Have you ever wondered how companies take vast amount of data from different sources and turn it into a meaningful insights? Well, that's where ETL comes in. In today's video, we'll break down ETL in a way that's easy to understand and show you why it's a critical process in the world of data engineering. Whether you're looking to upskill or enhance your data career, this video is for you. ETL is a fundamental concept for anyone working with data and its high demand across industries. Companies need to process and transform raw data into actionable insights, and ETL is the way to do it efficiently. But don't worry, this video isn't just for advanced data engineers. I'll guide you through the basic and key concepts in simple, easy to follow steps that anyone can understand. By the end, you'll have a strong grasp on what ETL is and why it's essential for data-driven organizations. In this session, we are going to break things down step by step. First, we'll discuss extract, what it means to pull data from various sources like databases, APIs, and even files, and why this step is so crucial in the ETL pipeline. Second, we'll move on to the transform. This is where the magic happens. We'll dive into how data is cleaned, filtered, and reshaped to make it usable. Third, we'll explore the load phase, how the transformed data is loaded into the storage system or data warehouse for easy access and analysis. We'll discuss popular storage systems like relational databases and cloud storage. Fourth, we'll take a look at some ETL tools like Apache, Nifi, Talent, and others that are used in the industry to streamline ETL processes, and how to choose the right tool based on the project needs. Finally, we'll wrap up by talking about the best practices for ETL, including tips on optimization performance, dealing with errors, and ensuring data integrity. Whether you're just starting in data engineering or looking to enhance your ETL skill, this video will provide you with the knowledge you need to understand and implement ETL process in real-world scenarios. So let's get started. If you're interested in becoming a professional in the world of data, you should definitely check out this Data Analyst Masters program. This course is specially designed to help you focus on Tableau, one of the most powerful tools for creating visual stories and interactive dashboards. Whether you're a beginner or looking to upgrade your skills, our syllabus covers everything you need. You'll start with the basics of Excel and SQL, move into Python and also R programming, and master advanced data visualization. The biggest advantage of this program is that it is not just about theory. You'll get hands-on experience by working on real-world projects like crime analytics and sales tracking. Plus, when you finish, you won't just have new skills. You will earn an industry-recognized master's certificate from Simplilearn and official certificate from Microsoft. This is your chance to join a field that is adding millions of new jobs. With our expert-led classes and career support, we will help you get noticed by top hiring companies and land your dream job. Hurry up and enroll now. The link is given in the description box below and in the pinned comments. Before we get started, here's a quick question for you to answer. What does the T in the ETL stand for? Is it transform, transfer, test, or track? Do let us know your answers in the comment section below.
Okay, so this is our very first session in which we are going to talk about extract, transform, and load. These three words might look like a very simple word like extracting data, transforming, and loading, but applying techniques like there are multiple techniques in extraction, there are multiple transformations, there are various destinations where you have to load the data. So these things are going to be really interesting. And in these upcoming sessions, we are going to talk about all these things, and most of the parts which are related to ETL and the important terminologies which are in the ETL, they will be clear by the end of our sessions. So before we begin to learn anything, the very first and the most important thing is that you should be aware about the purpose of it. What is the purpose? What is the place? If I'm working in a project, where does this ETL exactly fits in? So you should have clear idea around this particular part. So without wasting time, let's dive into the very first agenda of our today's session, and that is the purpose of ETL. So what I'm going to do, of course, these slides are here, but I'll be also using a whiteboard and I'll be demonstrating concepts. We'll dive deeper into those concepts with the help of these whiteboards. So this one's from the previous batch. Okay, so you must understand the purpose of ETL, the very important question, why is there an ETL in the picture? Now, before we dive into technical stuff, I would like to navigate to a website which we commonly surf. So, what normally we do is we go out on shopping on Amazon. So, everyone is going to have an experience to buy or purchase things online. Okay, you look at things over here. You see these things like it's recommending me something. Okay, you can buy these things, or these are the offers which are going on. Then I scroll down a bit and I'm able to see these things. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to search for laptop. Okay, I'll search for laptop. So it will just give me a list of these results. All right, now I walk through this and I visit the home page again. So if I visit the home page again, now it might show me something related to laptops. Okay, I guess I'm not logged in, or it will take some time to, uh, you see this personalized recommendation. So it can show me the personalized recommendation, whatever I was looking for. So everyone is going to have an experience around this, right? Whatever you search for, whatever you look into the I would say Amazon.in. Whatever you search for it, on the first page, you are going to get the similar recommendations. Okay. Now, imagine we are running Amazon. Okay, so it's our I would say it's our responsibility to run this particular company, and then we have to think about the sources from where data is getting generated. Okay, so there might be multiple sources, like a user is registering on our website. So username, password, email ID, the contact number, these things are going to be in the picture. Another thing, a seller who's interested in buying, in selling things on Amazon. Then the internal logs. Okay. So you might say what a log is. So whatever I'm doing on this website, let's say I see I'm hovering over this particular product. Let's say I'm hovering over this particular product. Okay. So these things are being recorded. Whatever activity you are performing on this particular site is being recorded, similar to the social media platforms. So you might have an experience around this if you consume short form content. So on Instagram, the kind of reels you stay upon, you get to see those reels or those kinds of reels often. Okay. So that is the kind of, I would say, processing which is going on behind the scenes. So everything what I'm doing here is going to be event. So I click on the search box, that is an event. I look for something, that is an event. Then on the search results, I click on a certain thing, that is an event. So basically, whatever generates information is an event, and data is built or data is created based on the sequence of events. There might be multiple sequences of these events. Okay, so these events are collected in the form of logs, like what's exactly going on our application, every detail. Okay, so the sequence of events is stored, or the sequence of event stored together, and we call it logs. If I click on a certain product, then you see this is like a product and all the product details. So this is also one kind of information, right? Because seller is responsible to sell products, or seller wants to sell the products. So products is also one area. Okay, if seller is going to upload some products, okay, these are the things which I'm going to sell on this particular e-commerce platform. Okay, apart from products, any other ideas? Okay, one is service. Of course, let's say if someone is purchasing warranty, extended warranty for a product, or you see the customer support team, which the Amazon has. Okay, it seems I'll be able to see it somewhere here, but that's fine. The customer support team, so we'll consider it under service. are also the I would say sources. So where data is getting generated. Let's say if I'm registering as a delivery partner, then that is like some data is getting generated over here, right? In our database, delivery and tracking also is going to generate data. Ads and marketing, that's absolutely great, definitely perfect. Ads, marketing campaigns, or the banners which you see. So advertise, then marketing, perfect. Okay, so the more we dive deeper, the more sources we are going to find. Okay, one of the sources, let's say the reviews which we see. Okay, payment partners, yeah, that's also one I would say source, like payment gateway or something like that. Okay, so I'll simply write it for like this: payments. Okay, and if you consider Amazon, then it's even more complex, like Prime membership and overall services which are being provided over there, like wish list and cart details, right? So everyone is having different items in the cart. So of course you have to maintain that data. So it is also going to generate the data, right? So if we dive deeper, you will get to see many sources for an e-commerce platform where data is actually getting generated. So user, and I would say one more thing, which is important, which is user reviews, ratings. Okay. And if we keep on deep diving onto this particular thing, you'll be able to see many sources. So I believe let's stop on these many sources where data is actually getting generated. So my question is, when the data is getting generated onto so many sources, what's exactly happening with that data? Or is it just getting generated and we are doing nothing with the help of it? So I'll be asking this question in, I would say, two forms. First is that if this data is getting generated, and if I analyze this data properly, I go for, let's say, data science or data analytics kind of workloads, and then I uh, work with the help of it. Okay, so I'm going for data analytics, I'm going for data science, I'm getting to see insights, and then I'm taking a certain decision on my website. Another thing is I'm letting the data generate as it is getting generated. I'm not analyzing it. I'm not running any data science activities on it. And because of course, if it's running, why bother it? Why bother about if it's running? If the business is going right. So if I ask you that out of these two options, which one you will choose? Will you go for analytics or will you not go for analytics? And see, based on the profit, based on what we are trying to achieve, if I give you two options like go with analytics or don't go with analytics, which one would you choose? So we are going to go with analytics, right? And while we are going with the analytics, we have to be careful about one thing, that these are so many sources. So do you believe that the places where these data, I would say, are hosted is the single source, is the single source, or there might be multiple source for different kind of data which is getting generated? Yes, there are going to be multiple sources for this data. Okay, and most commonly, there are places where we normally host the data. One which we are familiar with if you are a complete beginner. So you see something like this on your local file system, which looks like this. Yes, this is the place. Now, a terrible state, I would say, my system is experiencing. But yeah, this is how we are familiar with the data, right? This is where, so there are going to be multiple sources, and one which we are familiar with is a file system. But if you are going to store the user information or seller information in some sort of Excel files on your file system, it might not be a very good choice. Okay, so we are aware about this file system like Windows file system or Linux file system, or let's say there is another thing which is your traditional database management system, RDBMS, which is let's say MySQL. Now, this thing is really good for the structured data. Okay, let me tell you what a structured data is. So if a user registers on my website, so I'm taking in let's say username, password, email ID, contact number, and address. These five things. So are these five things compulsory for every user? Right? So the structure of every user is going to be same. If user is an entity, say if I am a user of this particular website and you guys are user of this particular website, so the attributes which we are going to fill in are going to be same, right? Username, password, email ID, contact number, address, right? So this is a structured data. So for a structured data, it's a really good choice to have this particular thing, which we call RDBMS, Relational Database Management System. One of the example is MySQL, but there are tons of RDBMS available like SQL Server, Oracle, PostgreSQL. So there are multiple RDBMSs available in the market. So we can say, okay, this user, seller, as well as this, let's say, delivery partners, products, these kinds of data can reside in RDBMS, and without any difficulty, I would say, this is going to effectively work. Okay, we'll be able to store data accordingly. So let's talk about file system. File system is good at hosting the, I would say, raw text files or Excel files, images, audio, video. Okay, this thing like normal file system is really good at it. So you can store, let's say, logs over there. Okay, whatever is getting generated on our website, you can save it onto file system. Another thing like let's say user reviews. So let us walk through some user reviews. If I visit this website and I get into this, let's say, ratings part, you see there are multiple reviews over here. And the structure of every review might be different because someone might post an image, okay, and someone might post a video. Someone might, I would say, just give you text. So this is not a fixed structure, right? This is not a fixed structure. It's not mandatory, right? Most of the things like image or the video part, or this person has gone with a single image. There might be some users or there might be some people who might have gone with multiple images, right? So the structure is not fixed when it comes to the customer reviews. Another thing is, let's say, product catalog information. Product catalog means like if I talk about a product, like this is a laptop. And if you look at the description of it, brand, manufacturer, series, then batteries, and after that, you see this maximum memory supported, the kind of RAM it has, the graphics card, and all these details. That's fine, really good. So a product has certain attributes like this particular laptop. But if I talk about a product which is, let's say, washing machine, are you expecting to see similar attributes for washing machine? Okay, let's look for it. If I say washing machine 10 kg, so if I visit the page where I'm looking for a washing machine, then I might not be able to see. I might not be able to see the same attributes. It is going to have a completely different attributes like its capacity, model, and all these things. So even if I want to store the products, I would say structured source like RDBMS is not a good idea. Okay, so product and product details, I would say. Product is one thing and product details is another thing. So if I'm storing product details, it is also not a very good idea because this schema is not fixed, but you can't save it onto file system because you want to regularly fetch it. So there is one more thing called NoSQL databases. So you might have heard about MongoDB. Okay. MongoDB or Cassandra or Edgebase, you might have heard about it, right? Perfect. Perfect. Great. So we have a NoSQL database, like the one of the most popular NoSQL database, which is MongoDB. Okay. So we might use this particular thing to store the products as well as the reviews as well, because reviews is a part which is also not following a fixed schema, a fixed structure, but we need to process it. Okay, so similar to that, different data might be residing onto different locations. Few things might be there onto a file system, few things might be there onto RDBMS, and few things might be there onto NoSQL. So are you able to see this, that the data is on a completely different locations? And I would like to have insights of this particular data. Like I would like to recommend users which are stored in RDBMS, some products which are in the NoSQL databases based on the logs and review processing. Okay, let me make it simple. If I visit the homepage of Amazon, if I visit the homepage of Amazon, so the homepage which I am going to see, is it going to be the same homepage which you will be able to see, or you'll be able to see a different page? Can you see this? Now it is recommending me laptops. So whatever you might have searched based on the previous history, so your homepage is going to look completely different than mine. We look for a different, we look for different things. So if Amazon or any e-commerce platform needs to recommend you something, it needs to process logs like the events which have happened, whatever you have searched previously, and based on the user reviews, like what kind of products you purchase. So you have to process these two things so that you can recommend this particular product, which you are going to recommend to a particular user. Can you see the data is let's say present on a different locations, but you need all this data if you want to go for analysis. Everyone agrees with it. We need all of it to go for a proper analysis. We need all of it. Now let me talk about one of the biggest challenge. When we talk about the challenge, and let's say I have opened up Amazon over here, in 1 second or in a minute or in 10 minutes, can you imagine the amount of orders and the amount of data which is getting generated onto Amazon? We are talking about an e-commerce platform. In the half hour worldwide, how many orders do you think Amazon might had to deal with? Or how many users, complaints, reviews, products, sellers, advertisers, marketing, recommendations? In this half hour, so many things have happened onto this particular platform. And it's not just me or it's not just you. Worldwide, millions of users are using this particular platform for online shopping. So the most important thing is, if the amount of this huge amount of data is getting generated, and that amount of data is again distributed across multiple locations like a file system or a RDBMS or a NoSQL database, I would like to go for analysis of this data. Why I want to go for analysis onto this data? Because I should be able to take decisions. I should be able to detect frauds, customer segmentation, like I can say, okay, these are high paying customers, these are low paying customers. Likewise, comparing the products, frequently bought together items, aggregated review summary, recommendations, ad targeting, these many things I have to perform. Do you think we can do it without considering all the data? We'll say, okay, I'll just go with this user, seller, and delivery. And then I'll come up with the fraud detection. It's not possible. You have to consider payments as well. You have to consider logs as well. You have to consider the users database as well. You have to consider the products database as well. If you want to go for a fraud detection, you have to cross check multiple things. After that, you will be able to detect a fraud. You might also need to, I guess, compare this thing to previous frauds which have occurred. And then this particular thing is raised as a flag. As you see, in our city, there are a few areas where they don't provide cash on delivery service. Because in the past, what has happened is people ordered product, they received it, and they didn't pay for it. So it was a bad experience. So and few similar events happened in that particular area. So Amazon said, okay, cash on delivery is not available for this particular area. Okay, so this kind of I would say things, these kinds of things happen. Okay, so I am just simply saying that I would like to go for all of it, like decision making, fraud detection, then customer segmentation, comparing products. Let's say if I click on any product, if I click on any product, I say laptop, and I search for it. I look for this particular laptop, and if I just scroll down a bit, I should be able to see this particular thing first. Frequently bought together items. Okay. So on Amazon or on any e-commerce platform, are we selling only these three items? No, we are selling so many items, multiple, I would say, in at least in thousands. That might be the variety of items which we are going to sell. So which items are frequently bought together? You need to process this particular thing based on the number of orders and the buying pattern of the users. And then you are going to place it here, because if you are going to buy this, you also buy this particular thing, you also buy this particular thing. Yes. And in order to do so, I need to process, multiple kinds of data. So this thing is called as, I would say, either it's called as recommendation or market basket analysis. Okay. So what are the frequently bought together items? Apart from that, if I just scroll down a bit and I look at this particular thing, comparison. Are we comparing random laptops? Are you able to see a laptop worth, let's say, uh, 1 lakh rupees, or let's say somewhere around $500? So this is like uh, it's around just 30,000 Indian rupees. So you see the similar things in the price range. It is not recommending me any gaming laptop over here, right? It is not giving me some fancy recommendations. So what I'm looking for, so similar, see what are its competitors and what are the I would say kind of products I should be able to see in the similar price range. So I'm able to see similar kind of things. Okay, so these products you are going to place it, not see, it's not happening without analytics. Okay. Apart from that, it has came up with a very interesting feature which says customer say. So it is aggregating all the reviews. So they are aggregating all the reviews and they are giving you a feedback, or I would say a summary of all the reviews in a single line, or I would say in a paragraph, not a line actually, but in a single paragraph. This is very helpful feature, right? Because normally what customers do is they used to scroll down, they used to walk through so many reviews. If there are thousands of reviews, it might be difficult for you to come up with a conclusion. So they said, okay, let's go with this. Let's process all the reviews and come up with a summary. Okay, all these things are not possible. All these things which you are able to see are not possible unless you process, or unless you go for analytics or data science activities on all these kinds of data. But the challenge here is the data is residing onto different locations. You have to get that data first. And that is what we mean by extract. That is the meaning of extract. Okay. You get the data first. So getting data from multiple sources, bunching it together is what we, or I'll not say bunching it together, but getting data from different sources. That's what we mean by extract. Another thing is called as transform. So what do we exactly mean by transform? I'm getting data from different sources. So there might be chances that some of the data might be, I would say, not in a specific standard, or it is not clean data, or it has some inconsistencies. So we have to eliminate that particular data. And after that, when you are going to write the data onto destination for the analysis purpose, of course, so you have to bunch together data. Like I would like to bunch the user products as well as the user reviews data. So I have to process it and come up with some sort of summary. Okay. So I need to place it onto a location. Normally, that's what we call as destinations. If you look at this, so our data is kept onto different sources like RDBMS and in a NoSQL database, and the logs might be stored onto the server. So all you can do is you can extract this data, you can put it somewhere, you can write it somewhere, you aggregate it, you keep it at one particular location, and then you can go for transformations like data cleaning, as well as you have to convert the data into destination systems. It might be a data warehouse, it might be a NoSQL database, it might be a search tool like Elasticsearch. There might be many new things over here, like you might have not had any experience around Redshift or Elasticsearch or MongoDB. That's fine. Our focus is onto this particular process, getting data from sources, beating it down, cleaning it, and beating it down so that it can fit into the structure of a data warehouse, a NoSQL database, or some sort of search tool like Elasticsearch. So this diagram completely summarizes whatever we have seen till now. There are sources, get the data, transform it, write it onto destinations. Okay, so this is a quick summary, or I would say a quick introduction of ETL. When the data arrives onto destination, then you can go for data science or data analytics kind of workloads. Okay, and keep in mind, these are not the only destinations. There might be other destinations as well. Like if I'm talking to a data scientist, so data scientist might also ask me for an Excel file, or data analyst might also able to might ask me an Excel file. Let's say, okay, give me an Excel file. I don't want it into a warehouse, or I might not want it onto a NoSQL database. So this is just for the sake of example, that these are the sources and these are the destinations. The amount of sources and the amount of destinations can be wide. They can be large. Okay. So the purpose of ETL is before the data analytics or data science activities. Before that. So if the amount of data is less, many times data analyst or data scientist have to deal with this ETL process. But if let's say the amount of data is huge and you're dealing with a complex system like Amazon or a large application which has huge amount of data getting generated. So there are dedicated data engineers who are going to deal with the ETL activities. So, as I guess the title of your complete course is data analytics, right? So you're focused more onto data analytics part. That's fine. But the data analytics starts once you have aggregated data available. Once you have data on which you can trust for analytics. The most important thing for a data analyst or data scientist is to have a data set on which they can trust. Okay, you're writing, let's say, some machine learning models, or you're going for some statistical analysis, but if your data is wrong, do you think your results are going to be correct? Absolutely not. And that is the role of ETL. ETL deals with all inconsistencies. ETL deals with the data which is not correct. ETL deals with breaking it down so that it can become friendly for analysis. Let's say if I talk about a data warehouse, so you can put the data into different data models like a star schema or snowflake schema. You can explore around these parts, like what is star schema, what is snowflake schema. These are the data models which are friendly to read. Like if I'm expressing my data in the star schema data model, then I can go for data analytics, I can go for queries. So extracting, or I would say getting the results become easier in star schema or snowflake schema. Same thing in MongoDB or DynamoDB, let's say. In MongoDB, to be precise, you have embedded data model and referenced data model. Okay. So not necessarily you have to, I would say, gain expertise around these topics, but you should be aware of it. Okay, because if you're going to go with ETL, then you have to convert your data in these kinds of data models. Okay. So as till now, whatever we have discussed, let me just summarize quickly. So there are sources, there are destinations, and once the data is available on destination, the data analytics and data science is going to begin. And to bring data from source to destination, the process which is needed, which is required, is called as ETL. So this is just a formal introduction to ETL. Now we are going to get into the terminologies and technical stuff, But if you have had an idea after this particular discussion around what ETL is, so just let me in the chat window. Just type in yes or Y in the chat window. And if anyone is having any queries or curiosity around this part, please let me know. Okay. Now that we have had an idea around what ETL is, let's get into or let's dive into the session slides and try to understand this particular thing. So this is an example, but I guess we have talked about most of the part around it. So these are some objectives and what an ETL is. Now you'll be able to understand this thing much better. When you read it, you will be able to understand it properly. Okay, NoSQL data means Excel. No, not necessarily. Excel is mostly false, I would say, in semi-structured data, but you can't call it NoSQL. NoSQL means you might have multiple attributes. So by the end of session, I'll give you a formal idea about what is the difference between RDBMS and NoSQL. Okay, so I'll also show you what kind of data might reside over there. Okay. So if you read this particular thing, what is an ETL? ETL is a crucial process that is a backbone of many data driven initiatives. It involves following: extracting data from source systems. Now everyone knows what source systems are. Transforming data to meet business needs or analytic requirement. This is one interesting thing. And loading transform data into a target system. So once the data is available in target system, we can go for analysis. Okay. It helps organizations integrate diverse data sources, enhance data quality, and prepare it for analysis and decision making. Okay, so this is the important line. Prepare it for analysis and decision making. Okay. Now, extract. It is like extracting data from diverse sources like databases, flat files, and applications. Okay, many times data might not just generate on RDBMS or a NoSQL database or file system. So data can also generate through some applications like you might have seen some CRM applications or some ERP applications. So yeah, that is also a place where data can generate, and you might need to extract data from such locations. Okay, so this is an example. You can later on you can walk through this particular thing, but I hope we have talked enough about the extract part. Transforms part, it involves cleaning. So if there are some inconsistencies in the data, now what kind of inconsistencies are there in the data? We are going to talk about it as we proceed. But for now, let's understand inconsistencies are something which make our analysis worse. See, it says instead of going for wrong answer, don't go for answer at all. So if your data is not having proper, I would say, if your data is not in a standard or if your data is not in a format on which you can trust it, so analytics is obviously going to be wrong. So if I give you a small example around it, so let's imagine we are working on a traffic monitoring system application and you have sensors and CCTV cameras installed onto multiple roads where normally traffic accumulates. So you're gathering that information, okay, like vehicle name, or I would say vehicle ID, then the vehicle type, and let's say speed. These three things we are evaluating. Let's say one, the vehicle, certain vehicle, let's say the speed is 30. Okay. For a certain vehicle, let's say it was 38. For a certain vehicle, it was around, let's say 40. For someone who's trying to impress others, it might be somewhere around 74. That's fine. And let's imagine due to the dysfunction of a sensor, one of the vehicle recorded this much speed. Okay, now this was because of the dysfunction, right? The sensor was not working properly and it has captured some vague or random value, which is this. Is this the speed of any vehicle onto this planet? I don't believe so. This might not be the speed. Okay. Then what we normally do is we calculate the speeds and vehicle types, we consider everything, and then we make decisions like dynamic signals and dynamic barricades. Let's imagine. So if I consider this particular record, Do you think it is going to hamper my decision if I consider this record in the analysis? Yes. Yes. Okay. Imagine we are calculating the average speed through which the traffic is moving. So this is going to mess up all the analysis, right? If let's say there are 100 vehicles and I consider this value as an average, if we take it as an average, let's imagine we take it as an average, and then we are going to decide how signals should function. We are going to decide how barricade should function. So if you consider it, it is going to impact our analysis and in a wrong way. So it is not going to help our analysis. So you might write a robust logic for data analytics. You might have calculated many interesting things, but there is, I would say, inconsistency in data. So this is what we call inconsistency, which adversely affects our analysis, which does not show better picture. Okay, so you might be good at coding, you might be good at analyzing data, but what if the data is wrong? Okay, so this is an inconsistency. So in ETL, you have to identify these inconsistencies and eliminate them. So if I eliminate this particular thing, am I going to get closer to accurate results? If I don't consider this record at all, will I get closer to accurate results? Yes, we are going to get better results if we are not considering this particular record. So we have removed it, and that is what we mean by data cleaning. Cleaning means removing unnecessary things. Removing unnecessary things. That's what we mean by cleaning. So if I eliminate this thing, I'll say that's fine because I'm analyzing the data, and I might also flag this particular record. Okay, this kind of records I'm able to see. How can I do it? I can set a range for speed. Like the vehicle should have a speed from let's say 0 to 200, and beyond that, if there is any speed, let's say, okay, there might be few vehicles which run at 200 kilometers per hour, but let's say I say 0 to 500. I don't think there are many vehicles which can run beyond 500 kilometers per hour. So I set a specific range for this field called speed, and this one violates it. So based on that, I can eliminate this particular things. And that's what we mean by data cleaning. We eliminate things, or we eliminate data which does not follow certain rules. Okay. And the rules you define with the help of this particular technique called standardization. Okay. And what do you mean by transformation? So transformation means whatever you're changing in the actual data. Whatever you are changing, whatever change you are bringing in for a data is called as transformation. The name itself says transform. So form is getting changed. Let's say water gets converted to ice, ice gets converted to water. Transformation. If you put if you put the water in a certain pot, and then you let's say boil that particular water, so it gets converted into into steam. So that's what we mean by transformation. So in case of data, any change I'm bringing in the data is called as transformation. Be it data cleaning, be it data modeling, anything which is changing the data is called as transformation. So what it says, transform, it involves cleansing, standardizing, and transforming the extracted data to ensure its consistency and quality. Okay, and load, it's like loading the data into target data warehouse or destination system. So most of the times data warehouses like Redshift, you might have heard about it. On AWS, if you talk about it, it's Redshift. In Azure, you have Delta Lake. In GCP, you have BigQuery. Then you might have also heard about a tool called Snowflake. So there are different target locations where data can be loaded, or there might be different destinations like a NoSQL database or a search tool, or even your RDBMS or a file system. Okay, so you can keep data wherever is required, and it is not fixed or it is not predetermined. Depending on the project or depending on the requirement of the project, these destinations will be decided. Let us dive deeper into ETL management and analysis now. See, keep this thing in mind. Our today's session is going to be introduction. So most of the things around ETL, whichever we are going to discuss, are going to be theoretical, or I would say conceptual. Okay. And the hands-on part we are going to start from the upcoming session. So we are actually going to build pipelines. We are actually going to work around these things. Okay. In case of eliminating, there are norms for every factor. There might or might not be norms for every factor. Okay, like there might be few attributes which are not so important. So there might not be norms for a certain attribute. Okay, like if I talk about username, password, and let's say email ID, contact number, and address. So if I talk about the field called username, it might have the letters, numbers, or if I let's say have an attribute called comments, normal comments. So it might not have any, I would say, norms. So you can have characters, numbers, special symbols, everything in it. Okay. So there might be some attributes which has the standards defined, and there might be some attributes for which standards are not defined. Okay. But for majority of the factors or for majority of the attributes, yes, standards are going to be there. Now, we are going to talk about all these things, and if time allows, I'm also going to show you, or I'm also going to discuss about the location of ETL, like in an actual industry level project which I have worked with. Okay, so we'll be talking about it as we proceed. Okay, ETL in data management and analysis. Okay, so these are now some terminologies which everyone should be familiar with. One is what we call data integration. What does it mean? Seamlessly integrate data from multiple sources into unified repository for comprehensive analysis and management. Now, I'm going to talk about data integration now. I talked about this that we are extracting data from multiple sources. Now, where do you keep it? Where do you keep it? See, there has to be a location or there has to be something, some place where we keep all these things. So it seems I should talk about the project which I've worked with and which is quite, I would say, similar to, or which will be able to demonstrate this concept more clearly. Okay, so let me just copy and paste this thing. I say we extract data from multiple sources. That's fine. We write data to multiple destinations. Good. Good for data analysis and good for data science. Perfect. But when you extract the data, what is the location where you are going to actually place it? There has to be a location where you are going to place this data, right? After extracting it. So there is going to be somewhere something in between extraction and transformation, or there might not be. These are two different architectures. We'll talk about it. But normally, if you go with a certain project, you extract the data and you keep it on a location. Normally, that location you call data lake. You might have heard about this particular thing. Even if you have not heard about it, that's completely fine. So you might keep data on a data lake. A data lake is a place which does not have any restrictions, no restrictions at all on the format of data, on the type of data, any kind of data you can put onto data lake, be it images, audio, video, text files, JSON files, binary files like Parquet file, ORC file, different kinds of data. It has no restriction on the kind of data which you can host. See, one of the example which I believe is commonly used as data lake is S3. Or if you might have heard about Hadoop. So Hadoop also has a file system called HDFS. Or let me give a familiar example for the candidates who are not aware about these technical stuff. Have you ever used Google Drive? So you can put everything over there, right? Audio, video, images, files, everything. Does Google Drive restrict you on keeping few kinds of formats? You can have zip files, text files, Excel files, images. Okay. All these things stored onto Google Drive. So similar to this particular thing, which is Google Drive, data lake is a place. So you can call it data lake. Okay, but I'll not say Google Drive to be precise. The technology which is behind Google Drive, which is Google Storage. These things can act as a data lake. where you can put the data after extracting. It's like you're getting data from multiple sources, huge amounts of data, and you dump that data over here in the data lake. Okay, now the data is available. Let's imagine we have selected S3, which is AWS service for data storage, and it does not have any restrictions. It doesn't have any restrictions on the kind and format of data which we are storing. Okay, so let's imagine we are going with this S3. Okay, you can have other options as well, like SDFS or Google Storage or Azure Blob Storage. Okay, so we can have multiple options for this. And when I talk about data integration, so if I talk about this S3, I get all the data and put it onto S3. So I can call it data integration. Right now, the data is in a unified repository. Now you'll be able to understand this terminology. ETL seamlessly integrates data from multiple sources into a unified repository for comprehensive analysis and management. Why we say comprehensive? Because you get to see a complete picture of data over here. It has, let's say, imagine if I select S3, then I have data which is coming from RDBMS, NoSQL, and server as well. And I'm having that particular data over here. So that's what we mean by data integration, so keeping it onto one location. So bringing it in and having it on a location. Now you have to convert that particular data for the sake of analysis. Then you go with transformations. You can apply multiple transformations on the data which is stored onto your data lake, whichever data lake you choose. It depends on the architect, like which technology exactly we should go with for data lake. There are multiple technologies. Okay, like S3, SDFS, Google Storage, Azure Storage. There are multiple technologies. So the architect might go out and choose, okay, exactly which one we have to select for our use case. Okay, then whatever data is stored over here, you have to transform that data so that it gets cleaned, the inconsistencies are removed. So for the purpose of transformation, you can use multiple things like, let's say you might have heard about PySpark or Spark, Apache Spark, one and the same thing. Okay. So for transformation, you can go for, let's say, PySpark or Databricks Community Cloud or Databricks Notebooks, or in AWS, if you're looking for something, you can go for Glue. Okay, you can also go for Lambda. There are different services, again, using which you can transform the data. And the transform data, you have to write to multiple destinations, as we have talked about it prior to, I'd say, this point. We can write data onto multiple locations, like data warehouse or a NoSQL database, or let's say search tool. There might be other destinations as well. Okay. So, but for now, we have to be aware of what do you exactly mean by data lake? What do you mean by data integration? This particular part. Regarding data cleansing and transformation, ETL tools can clean raw data, ensuring its accuracy and consistency for reliable analysis and decision making. Now, here we are able to see a new terminology, which is the ETL tools. Now, what do we exactly mean by ETL tools? ETL tools are the technologies or the tools which supports each and every state of extract, transform, and load. Like it can extract data from multiple sources. It can also transform the data. It can also write the data onto multiple destinations. That's what we mean by ETL. Okay. See, most of the transformations, or I would say most of the scenarios where we have to write the data. So first we are going to choose where we are going to write and which format we are going to write. Okay. Where we are going to write the data onto destination and onto in which format or in which structure we are going to write. This decision is taken prior to going for transformation. And based on that, you can choose the respective kind of transformations. Like if you believe that the data can be processed in a SQL kind of way or in a graph kind of way, then you can go with PySpark. If you think you have to go with some programmatic, like your data is unstructured and you have to go with some kind of pre-processing on your data to beat it down into structure and then process it. So you can go with a tool like Lambda, or you can go with Python scripts as well to process that data. But most of the times we beat it down into structure and we go with a tool like PySpark or Glue or any tool which can handle huge amounts of data. Okay. So if I talk about this question, how based on which data is loaded, we select the transform method. Yes. Your question is absolutely right. And yes, based on the kind of location and the kind of format in which we have to load data, we have to select which method we are going for transformation. See, image processing is I would say, a completely different domain. I'll not say it is not being used, or it is not being, actually in this particular ETL domain or data engineering or data analysis. It is there, but when it comes to image processing, there are different ways. Like exactly, there is an image and you're processing like pixel by pixel, you're processing it. So every pixel is like an RGB coordinate. So in Python, there is a way to process an image. It's normally done in NumPy. The complete image is represented as a vector of RGB coordinates for each and every pixel. And then you can go with processing, but that's completely different thing, different skill set. Most of the times when we go for ETL, we are dealing with two types of data, two types of formats. One is going to be text-based format. Text-based formats like you might have heard about it, comma separated values, CSV, TSV. Then you have JSON files or XML files, and the another side is, let's say, binary file formats. Okay, so there is one thing called text-based and binary. So right now I'm not talking much about binary because I don't think most of the candidates are aware about it. But there are some binary formats which are not represented like a regular text file, like Parquet, ORC. Then there is one more called Avro. So you have text-based file formats, you have binary file formats. And when you're dealing with ETL, most of the times you're dealing with these formats. And the data is either in a structure or it is going to be in a way so that you can beat it down into structure. Okay. So these are the most common formats. Images, audios, videos. So if we talk about processing them, it's a different, I would say, domain. Okay. But yes, you can convert the image into a structured array, I would say, with the help of RGB coordinates. Because we have much time, and today, anyways, we are going to talk about all these things so that you guys have a complete, I would say, idea about the ETL. Okay, we have received one more query. Is data lake referred as landing zone? Bensi, yes, perfect. See, there are different terminologies for data lake. I'll just write the synonyms of it. It is also called as Bensi correctly said, landing zone. It is also called as bronze layer in the medallion architecture. It is also called as dumping ground. And there is one more name to it, I guess. Apart from data lake, it is called as let's say refinery or something. But these are different terminologies used to represent the same thing, like a place where you're dumping all the data. Okay. Yes. So same thing is called as landing zone. And if you have studied data engineering, so there is an architecture called medallion architecture. So same thing is called as bronze layer. Okay. Now here is an interesting thing, an interview question as well. Okay. Normally the candidates gets confused between these two things: data cleaning and data enrichment. Most of the people think these are the same things. Okay, these are parts of data cleaning. No, these two are completely different things. And normally in interviews, when I ask question around it, I normally confuse candidates between these two: data cleaning and data enrichment. Okay, so cleaning is like you're removing something from the data, right? You're eliminating something from the data. That's what we mean by data cleaning. Enrichment means you're adding something to data. Enrichment means you're making the data better. You're giving something to data. Like let's imagine, I would say, If I'm going to let's say talk about country codes, so I define a standard format. If let's say there are multiple countries, India, US, China, and everyone is having different country code, right? Like India might have this country code. Okay, let me just give you a quick example around it. See, India might have a different country code, which looks like this. Okay, US might have a different country code which looks like this, and China might have a different country code which looks like this. So if I define a standard, I say, okay, country code has to be in capital letters and the length should be maximum 2 characters. I define the standard. Now, I say instead of IND, I'm going for IN. Instead, like US is already there in that format. And this China, let's say we keep it like this, CN. So this is a standard format which we are defining. Okay. I'm making change to data. So you can count it under transformation. I'm dealing with the country code column. Okay. So this thing is going to be, I would say, under two particular topics like data standardization as well and data enrichment as well. We made data better than what it was. That's what we mean by enrichment. We didn't eliminate it. Keep this thing in mind. Data cleaning means we are just wiping it. We are just eliminating the data which is not following a certain standard or which might hamper our analysis in a negative way. Elimination, removal of data, cleaning. And enrichment, which means we are adding something. Let's imagine you're taking in the date of birth from users like this. Like this. Okay, so date of birth is stored, and based on that, you can evaluate the age. Okay, that's what we mean by derived attribute if you have studied RDBMS. So, can we derive age based on the date of birth easily? The exact age can be computed, right? And let's imagine I add a column called age and then I put all these values here. So I'm adding something. So for now, let's imagine if someone is born in 1995, what might be the age of a person who was born in 1998? So 2 years and after that 25. So the person is going to be around 27 years. This gentleman is going to be around 20 years. So we derived something and we added something to the data, which is valuable, right? Which is valuable. It will be helpful in customer segmentations. If we are going to study the demographics, this is going to be really helpful. The calculation of age column. So we added something to data. We are not removing. In data cleaning, we are straight away removing things which are not following the standards. If you look at the definitions of both of them, ETL tools clean and transform raw data, ensuring its accuracy and consistency for reliable analysis and decision making. See, what do we mean by clean? We are eliminating. And let's talk about enrichment. Process enrich data by adding additional information and aggregating it to provide valuable insights and trends. So enrichment has multiple benefits. It will help you in the analysis. It will help you to reduce the resources. Like if I have already computed age, then in let's say some query or in some sort of analysis, I can directly refer to the age column instead of going for a calculation. So we are reduced onto the, I would say, the processing. Like you had to define a function which will compute age from date of birth, and then you are going to use that age for every date of birth. If you have millions of users, we have done it prior to going for it. Okay. Let us proceed and talk about this particular thing called data enrichment and aggregation. So I hope everyone understood the exact difference between data cleaning and data enrichment. If so, just type in yes or Y in the chat window. Now let us proceed further. See, we are not just going to walk through these terminologies. We are going to dive deeper into it so that if these terminologies, if we come across these terminologies in upcoming sessions, we should be able to understand them. Okay. All right, let's move forward. Now, this is an interesting thing. Incremental data updates. See, I can talk about this thing for hours. Okay, when we work with project, this is really interesting thing. Okay, and data loading, of course, we talked about it, so there is not much to rip off here. But this particular thing called incremental data updates. Now I'm going to leave you with a question onto this particular thing. Okay, because in I guess the third or fourth session, we are going to dive deeper into what do you mean by incremental data or incremental data updates. Okay, I'll just leave you with a question for this particular thing as of now. And in the upcoming session, we are going to dive deeper into it. Let's imagine the total data which is stored onto this RDBMS server is, let's say, 20 terabytes. Say everyone is sure about the, let's say, units of the amount of data, 20 terabytes total amount of data which is stored onto RDBMS. Okay. Then you have, let's say, a NoSQL database which hosts around 50 terabytes of data, which hosts around 50 terabytes of data. And then let's imagine you have a server where the logs are kept, which are around, let's say, uh, around, let's say, 10 terabytes of logs. Okay. Now, what I'm saying is, if this is the total size of data which is hosted, and we are going for ETL. So what is the frequency of ETL? What is the frequency of ETL? Like, are you going to capture the changes on real time? Like the moment a record is inserted in RDBMS, you're extracting it, transforming it, and writing it to destination, or you're extracting it, then waiting for an hour or a day, and then you're extracting data again. Now that's what we mean by frequency of pipeline. This is nothing but a data pipeline. If I talk about two types of data pipelines, it is either batch oriented or streaming data pipeline. Streaming data pipeline says that okay, relevant data pipelines are going to be the data pipelines are going to get the data from your source, and then it is going to put it onto the destination. Okay, so in this case, this is nothing but a data pipeline. We talk about frequency of pipeline. Are we doing it real time? Which means the moment data is here, you get it, you put it onto destination. Are we going with this? Or see, I've worked with both kind of pipelines. One is, let's say, streaming for, let's say, stock market. We had a project for stock market. What happens is the moment data is generated, you need to take some decisions. You need to go for some calculations. The moment data is generated, there is no time to wait. So this is what we mean by streaming. If you have had any experience around stock market, and you might have invested into stocks, or anytime, let's say, you open the graphs. So the graphs are fluctuating. The share price keeps on, let's say, growing and reducing. See, the changes are consistent. So if many people are trying to purchase a certain share, then the price of share goes up. If many people are trying to sell that share, the price goes down. And similar to that, every event is going to generate some sort of data which is going to make changes onto our application. These kinds of applications fall under streaming applications or streaming pipelines. Let's say we are clients, we have a stock market on our phones right now, and we can purchase the shares, we can sell the shares, but we are not the only ones doing this. There are millions of users. So when we go with this particular, when we think about it, then you see the amount of data which is getting generated, huge amount of data getting generated in a very less amount of time. You have to deal it instantaneously, immediately. That's what you mean by stock market. I'm not going to take names, but there is a huge, I would say, e-commerce platform, not Amazon actually. There is an e-commerce platform which says, okay, we are going to process the data, we are going to do everything. That's fine. But they are lagging in by 2 days. 2 days. Like whatever data gets generated today will be processed for analysis, or I would say other things like data science activities after 2 days. They take 2 days to get the data because the amount of data is so much that they don't have the enough infrastructure so that they can deal with it on a real time basis. So 2 days is the delay once the data gets generated. So to for that data to be available for analysis and data science activities, 2 days are going to be required. Okay. So this pipeline is batch oriented. So they let the data accumulate for a day or a 2 days, and then the data gets processed. Then the data gets transformed. So I've worked on certain pipelines which are frequency based, like every 4 hours the pipeline is going to get triggered, or the time based, time driven, like in morning 6 a.m. or in the night around at 11 p.m. or 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. I would say the pipeline should get triggered and it should get the data from last previous run. So when we talk about incremental data load, it is normally done in the batch pipelines which are time driven or the interval driven. Okay, so let's imagine you pulled the data from sources, and that data gets transformed and kept onto the destination. Next time when you pull the data, are you going to pull the complete data or you're just going to get the changes? What do you think? Should we capture only changes or should we get complete data? Let's try to understand the benefits of both approaches. One thing is to detect what exactly we have imported is I would say complex task. Say if it's an RDBMS server, it is understandable, RDBMS server or NoSQL. But when it comes to logs, it's quite difficult to detect what we have actually captured and what is yet to be captured. Okay, already extracted data. So you have to pinpoint it. You have to actually look for it, like what we have exactly extracted. Okay, complete data will be good approach. Of course, anytime you go for complete data, then here you can eliminate that data. That's fine. Yeah. It will be redundant. That's fine. Yes, Lijo, perfect. It is going to be redundant, like you're extracting data again and again, same data again and again. And the reason why I said is, let's imagine from the past, see whatever we have imported, you had just 5 GB data, which is newly generated data. Here also you have, let's say, just 7 GB, which is newly generated. And here you have just 2 GB, which is newly generated data. Complete data is here. So every time you extract, are you interested to capture this 20 terabytes, 50 terabytes, and 10 terabytes? Then you compare it with the data on destination, and then you decide which data to eliminate and which to keep. Now, sounds like a tedious process. Huge amount of data. Huge resources are going to be required to extract this much amount of data. Huge resources are required to compare the extracted data with already processed data. See, look at the amount of data. It's not going to be easy, right? If you extract complete data every time. Do you agree with this? Apart from redundancy, the amount of resources which are required to do all these, I would say, things is going to be quite complex. Of course, this thing is quite complex, I would say, to detect which data we have imported. So there are some techniques using which you can detect it, like which data we have imported prior to like prior pipeline run, previous pipeline run, before this pipeline got executed, which data we have imported. So you can detect it. Okay, there are techniques. And that is what we mean by incremental data updates. Okay, what it says, ETL enables incremental update of data, ensuring it processes only new or changed data, thus saving time and resources. Okay, so if you have not understood what incremental data is, that's completely fine, because we have a dedicated section for this. We are going to spend whole lots of time around this particular part. Okay, because it is very important. Okay. And then we are loading the data or writing the data. I hope you have understood this particular till this particular point. Now that you have understood what ETL is, we are going to talk about ETL tool, like what an ETL tool exactly is. That is our intent. So let's move forward and try to understand it. Okay. what is the relevance of ETL? See, the relevance of ETL is it is a process which is used prior to data analytics or data science activities, and it is used to capture, transform, and write data onto destination. So that once the data is available on destination, we can go for data analytics. Okay, so that is what is relevance. Like why it is relevant? Because we need this process to get data available for analysis and data science activities. Okay, okay. These are just real, what exactly it does, and why we need to do it. Okay, so it is one and the same thing. Okay. Now let us talk about this concept of ETL tools. See, we have different ETL tools. There is a huge variety of ETL tools available, and they are categorized into three areas: open source ETL tools like NiFi, Pentaho, Airbyte. See, open source means you don't need to purchase any license, but you might need to go with complex setups. Okay, these are free to use, and their source code is also available. These are developed by open source communities. Then there are some enterprise ETL tools. They come up with either the subscription or the license kind of way. Okay, so you might need to go for a subscription or you have to purchase the license. Mostly you have to purchase license for these ETL tools. And then there are cloud-based ETL tools like AWS Glue. So it's not like AWS Glue is the only ETL tool in the cloud-based environment. You can have setup of different services, but Glue is a fully fledged ETL tool available onto the cloud. So these are categories of ETL tools: open source, enterprise, and cloud-based. Okay, so let's start with the open source one. You have this Apache NiFi. As I said, I'm going to show you all these things. I'm going to actually open up NiFi and I'm going to actually show you how it looks like. What do you mean by ETL tool and what are the features of this particular ETL tool so that you can compare these ETL tools with each other. Now, let me start NiFi. If I go for JPS, I'll be able to see that the NiFi is running. Okay, so this is, I guess, my internet IP address. Let me get into browser. Okay, as you can see, this is NiFi. It's not running on any website. It is running on my address only. Okay, it is running on my computer. And here is a web interface for NiFi. Okay, here is a web interface for NiFi. See what we can do with NiFi. I'll just show you. Imagine that I would like to get the data from a server. So let's get into this. So imagine a situation like I would like to get the data from a server. And normally we use, let's say, FTP server. Okay. So here is a server and I'd like to capture that data. And on the server, the data is available in the form of zip files. Okay. JSON files, which are compressed. Let's imagine. Okay. Let's say JSON.zip file. Okay. So this is the data which is available onto my server. What I have to do is I have to get this data and I have to put it onto S3. S3, like AWS S3, which is a storage service where you have to keep the data. So you have to capture this data. You have to get this data from, let's say, server to AWS S3. Okay. And I need to make sure that this JSON file gets extracted before we keep it onto S3. Okay, this is a simple pipeline, a simple flow. Everyone, see, did everyone got an idea of what exactly we are trying to achieve here? JSON files are going to be here onto server, and we are going to simply extract the files, then decompress it and write it onto S3, a simplest ETL pipeline. Okay, so this is a simple pipeline. I need to implement it with the help of NiFi. So for NiFi, it is completely web-based, web interface-based ETL tool. See what you can do in NiFi, for each and every activity, you have something called processor. Like list as FTP, it is going to connect with the FTP server and it is going to list a certain folder where these then connects to this. See, first we need to understand the logical view of what we are trying to achieve. There is an FTP server, and on that FTP server, we have multiple JSON files. Okay, so it's not as if you are going to have just one file. You might have multiple JSON files. You have to get these files and make them available onto the AWS S3. And in between, you're going to go with this ETL process in a way that you extract the data from server, you transform it, which means you're changing the format. Let's say you're decompressing the data and you're loading, means writing data to S3. So I am saying there has to be something which should take the sole responsibility of extracting, transforming, and loading. This one component should be responsible for extracting as well as transforming as well as loading the data onto S3. And I am saying that tool might be NiFi. You first. Then I'm going to show you the implementation level of it. It's fine if it's not completely understood. But I say that if you go with this particular setup, see, we started off NiFi. Once you install the NiFi, you will be able to start it. So in the NiFi, you have multiple processors. Like if let's imagine I try to create a new flow in front of you instead of going with the default one. So go with a processor group. And I just name it, let's say demo. So it would open up in like this. Okay, I'll just double click on it so that I get into this group. Now, let's imagine here is a content of processor. Okay, what I'm trying to achieve, I want to fetch the data from server. Normally, this server is called as SFTP server. So you connect it with the help of SSH and then you get the data. Now, what is SSH? It's a way using which you can connect to a server. Okay, a secure way using which you can connect to a server. So with the help of SSH, you are making connection to the server and fetching the data. Okay, so first thing is I need to first see what exactly we are trying to achieve, what we are trying to fetch. Okay, Gaurav says, what is SFTP? Okay, let's imagine, uh, this particular situation. This situation normally arises when we work with the, I would say, ETL pipelines. So normally what happens is in one of the project, I guess it was a South Africa based project for taxis. Okay, it was SQL Server. And here we were in one of the city in India. So our company is, let's say, based in Pune, and we are here. This particular RDBMS was there in the South Africa. Okay, and they had their own infrastructure, and we were responsible for developing this particular application, but they were asking for it like, okay, the data should stay at our end. You just develop the application, but we want data to be there on our end. So this was in their own premises. They had their own IT team which used to deal with it. So the database was on their end. And then they asked us to go with some data analytics, but there was issue because there was huge amount of data. So we implemented some few things. So let's not get into that part. But you see, I'm here in, let's say, India, Pune, and the RDBMS server is there in the South Africa. Okay. And of course, they were quite paranoid about it. They said, okay, you go with data engineering activities, we don't have any issue, but we are not going to give you access on some of the tables in this RDBMS or some of the data. We cannot provide you access on this particular data because you try to fetch that data, it will overload our RDBMS server. It's not a matter of secrecy because anyways the company is handling complete project. But they said that if we give you access on this and you try to extract data from our RDBMS server, it will block the input channels, input output channels, because RDBMS server is what? It's a computer, right? It's a computer, and a computer has limits on the amount of data which can go in and get out of it. So there is something called throughput, right? So if I try to extract some terabytes of data from this RDBMS server, what about the other requests? You understand the challenge of it? Yes, everyone. If I try to extract data, then I'm going to block the input output channel, and the rest of the requests are going to fail, or they might need to wait until the extraction is done. So they said, don't worry. We are going to set up a server, like a different computer. We are going to set up a server, and in the downtime of our RDBMS server, when our RDBMS server is not experiencing huge loads, we are going to offload some data onto this server or onto this computer. Onto this computer, we are going to send some data in the form of JSON files, which are going to be zip files. Actually, the example which I told comes straight from this one project which I worked with. So they said, okay, you go with this. We are going to export it in the form of JSON file, which are gzip compressed. So we are going to load this data over here onto the server, and instead of getting data from RDBMS, you can look for the data onto this particular server. So whenever we have a downtime, we are going to export the data to server, and you can get the data from a server anytime you want. But we want results in within 2 days, or we want some updated or refreshed data within 2 days. You do whatever you want to do. We will make data available over here. Sounds like a logical solution, right? Sounds like a logical solution. Yes, perfect, perfect. Now what happened was, when the data is here onto the server and I'm trying to access it from here, if this server is kept publicly accessible, it's connected to the internet, of course, and it is publicly accessible. There are no security standards. Now, will the client accept this kind of situation, accept this kind of setup? Absolutely no. Right? Absolutely no. They'll say, okay, do something, or make sure there are some protocols. So there is something called FTP, file transfer protocol, and SFTP, secure file transfer protocol. See, what happens is that you are going to have a either username or password based authentication, or public private key kind of authentication. Let's imagine you have something called let's say private key, and the server has public key. Okay, or it might be vice versa. I'm just trying to make you understand this. So you have private key and let's say public key. So it's going to be a combination. Okay, and it's more like an OTP. Okay, yeah, everyone knows the behavior of OTP, right? For a banking transaction or something like that. So whenever someone makes request to the server, they have to go with the private key. Okay, so when the private key and public key match properly, then it will let you connect to the server. Otherwise, if it mismatches, you will not be able to connect to the server. Simple. Okay, so this kind of authentication is done in SSH. Okay, secure shell access. You can take a remote access of this server, or you can simply copy the data from this server, depending on what kind of access is given to you. So if that kind of setup is possible, it's a good idea to go with this setup, right? It's not just public and private key based. You can set up passphrase, you can have username, password kind of authentication, and all these things bunched together forms a protocol, or I would say forms some sequence of rules which needs to be followed, and that comes under SFTP. So a server on which you're following all these rules is called as SFTP server. or a computer on which you can follow all these rules is called as SFTP server. So if you have your own laptop and let's say you say, oh, I'm going to take access of your laptop from my system. So you have to give me the private key. So if I have private key, I'll be able to log into your computer. So your computer for me is going to be server and I am the client because I am accessing that server. Getting this point? You see, SFTP server is nothing but a computer on which SFTP is configured properly, and there is a combination like this public private key or username authentication so that multiple clients can connect to the connect to the server and get whatever they want. Is this clear now? What is SFTP server? Okay, okay, perfect, perfect. Now, if you look at this particular example, and then we talk about this use case. Now you have a server, and from this server we are getting the data and making it available onto AWS S3. It's more like your Google Drive. So if you're not familiar with S3, it's more like a Google Drive. It's a data lake. It does not have any restrictions on what kind of data you're storing over here. So meanwhile, I say in between we can use NiFi, which will take care of capturing data from the server and putting it onto S3. It will also take care of uh, decompressing this data because these are zip files. See, I use zip because everyone is familiar with zip. Normally it is gzip. Okay. So it will take care of decompressing data and put it onto S3. Okay, logical flow should be clear first. And then we get into NiFi. Okay. And I say, I want to connect with SFTP server. Okay. NiFi is an ETL tool? Yes. Perfect. NiFi is ETL tool because it takes care of all three dimensions of ETL, extract as well as transform as well as load. It takes care of all these things. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Now, if I talk about this particular ETL tool and we try to see it in hands-on, like how exactly we can configure it. So in NiFi, everything is a processor. Like before we, let's say, actually fetch the data, we must know what we have to fetch from which folder of the computer. Like if I talk about my system, there are multiple folders. So you should be aware of from which folder you have to extract things. Like if I want to extract things from this particular folder, then I have to ask that, okay, go and look for this particular folder onto the server. And then on this folder, there are multiple files. And then you have to gather these particular files, right? This kind of thing I have to do. So first, the processor. So I'll simply click on it. I'll drag and drop here. So it says, okay, which processor you are asking for. So there are by default 364 processors. And you can have more. If you install dependencies, you can have 1,000+ processors in NiFi. Okay, so I have to say list SFTP first. Okay, I say list SFTP. I need this thing. Okay, I'll simply click on add, and this list SFTP processor will be added over here. It's that simple. And then you can click on it. Then you can set up the properties of it. If I simply click on this, so you can go for properties like what is the address, what is the host name, what is the username, password. Can you see this private key path, everything? So you can configure this processor. I'll not get into configurations as of now. Second thing is once things are listed, I would like to fetch it. Okay, so I go for another processor. How can we access NiFi? It's simple. You have to install it. You can install it on your laptop or computer or server, or you can create a cluster of it, multiple computers. We'll talk about it in some time. Okay. So we are not going to perform hands-on on NiFi. This is just for example, for the sake of example. Our complete hands-on is going to be there on AWS Glue. But today we are just comparing the ETL tools. Okay. 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 Now, the second processor which we need is fetch. I'd like to get the data. So I'll say fetch SFTP. So can you see this processor? You can select it and add. Now, first I am going to list. After that, I'm going to fetch. This is the flow. So I'll simply get this arrow and connect to the fetch. I'll simply say add. Okay, and after this, I would like to decompress the data. So for there, we have another processor called compress content. I simply add that processor over here. And from here, From after I fetch the data, it should go to compress content. Okay. After I fetch data, it should go to compress content. And then finally, I have whatever is decompressed thing, I have to write it onto S3. So there is this thing called put S3 object. Can you see this? If I simply click on add, it will be added. You can simply connect it over here. Simply add this thing. Okay, so this looks like a flow, right? Connecting to a SFTP server, connecting to SFTP server, then capturing data from that, and then decompress it, and then write it onto S3. So this is what we mean by like a basic ETL pipeline. And I've just shown you how you can do it with the help of NiFi. If you don't understand what processor is, how to add it, how to access NiFi, that is not the agenda of our session. So I'm just showing you glimpse of how things work. This is not what we are trying to achieve. We are going to work with AWS Glue throughout our sessions. Like this is just first session, so we are talking about NiFi. In the upcoming sessions, all sessions are going to be based on AWS Glue. Okay. How we are creating a flowchart. Okay, this is not a flowchart actually, and this is not just graphical. If I run this particular thing, it will actually, and if I configure and run this thing, it will actually take care of capturing all these things. Okay, so here is a processor. Well, it's a drag and drop kind of thing. You simply click on it, you put it over here, and then you choose which processor you want. So you can filter and you can simply say, okay, I want this like JSON transform or something like that. Okay, select it and then you click on add, it will be added, and then you can make the necessary connections if you want. Okay. So this is how NiFi works. It's web-based or web interface-based ETL tool. Okay. So we have seen glimpse of NiFi, and as you can see here in the presentation. Okay, all you need to do is you understand the foundation of it. We are not going to dive deeper into NiFi because NiFi is a different topic, I would say. The way in which NiFi works and the way in which Glue works are completely different, and we have to focus on Glue. Okay, but for now, I'm just showing you the glimpse of different ETL tools. Okay, talk about NiFi. It's an open source data logistics platform designed to automate movement and management of data between different systems. It looks like this. It provides visual interface for designing data flows, making it accessible to both technical and non-technical users. So does it look complex? Like what needs to be done? Did you go for coding part, or we didn't have to go for many things over here, right? So even if someone is non-technical and they are just aware of the terminologies like what is S3, what is SFTP, just by looking at the flow, they will be able to understand what's going on. Okay. And implementation is also simple because it's graphical web-based web interface based tool. So there is no coding involved over here. Okay. So I hope you had, I'll not even say introduction, but a glimpse of NiFi, what it is and how it looks like. Okay, you want to install it, it can be installed on a single computer or it can be installed on a group of computers, which we call distributed data processing. So NiFi can be installed on a single computer. Okay, like we are getting data from, let's say, SFTP and we are writing it to S3. Simple task, right? See, a single computer with 4 processing cores and 16 GB RAM. You can install NiFi onto this single computer and this single computer will take care of getting data from here and then putting it over here. But an ETL tool like NiFi can be installed in a cluster. Like you can have a group of computers, you can install NiFi on them, you can make them work in a single cluster, and while fetching the data will be distributed or multiple computers will join. It's like the task has been done by let's see, there are two ways of looking at it. One is that a single computer is responsible for doing all this thing. Okay, like yeah, initially let's say you installed NiFi on a single computer, so you don't have group. Okay, simple ETL tool, getting data from SFTP, putting it onto S3. If you look at this thing, now here you have multiple computers which can do the same thing. And it's not going to be redundant. Let's imagine If I have 10 gigabytes of data on SFTP, then moving this complete 10 gigabytes of data is the responsibility of this computer, and it will take care of this and put this data onto S3. But if I'm working with the group and I have 10 gigabytes of data, can I distribute data onto this thing, onto this cluster, group of computers? Can the data be distributed? The answer is yes. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. So the data will be distributed over here. If I ask you, where do you think the job will be executed faster? When a single computer is handling it or a multiple computers are handling it? Where do you think it is going to be faster, give you quick results? Multiple, multiple, perfect, perfect, multiple, great, great. Yes, that's correct answer. That if you have multiple computers, like individual employee working on a project and team of employees working on a project. So if team is there and the team is strong enough, they will be able to complete the tasks effectively. There are multiple tasks in a project, right? Similar to that, you have multiple processors. And each and every for every processor, you might have multiple instances running for it. Like I say, compress content. It looks like a single processor, but if you, let's say, open it up, and I think if you get it onto scheduling part, you see the execution part. It says all nodes or just single node. Where do you want to run this? If you say all nodes, so the instance of this compressed content will run on each and every available NiFi node. Okay, so this work can be distributed onto multiple nodes. It looks like a single thing over here, but internally it might get distributed onto multiple computers. Okay, that's what we mean by distributed data processing. Okay, and NiFi allows that. NiFi, it provides this feature of distributed data processing. You can build a cluster and you can go with this approach. And anyways, when the amount of data is huge or large, you have to go with distributed data processing. And that is what our second ETL tool, which is not there in the slides, but this particular thing you might have heard about it many times, which is called PySpark. This one also this one also can perform similar activities. It can connect to multiple sources, it can connect to multiple destinations, and there is a rich set of transformations available in PySpark. You can process structured data with the help of SQL. So SQL is a language which PySpark can handle, and you can process graph data. You can go for machine learning. So this is a really great tool called PySpark. It also has a web interface, okay, which is running on, let's say, 4040. Let me see. You can install this thing. It is installed at my end. That's why I'm able to see it. I say localhost 404040. So there is a web interface for Spark as well. But Spark jobs you can't define graphically in a way which you can do here in NiFi. For Spark, you have to go for coding. You have to write code. Like if I need to connect with server, then go with decompress or whatever I'm trying to do here. I have to write code for it. Okay, so this is one thing, and you have web interface for Spark, but it is not there for defining the ETL flows. You have to write code, and whatever code you write, if you run something, you will be able to see it over here in the web interface in the section of jobs, like what you have actually performed and what are the statistics of it. Okay, so this is one open source ETL tool, one more ETL open source ETL tool called PySpark. But PySpark is not just ETL tool. It is being used for machine learning as well, for graph data processing as well. So this is really versatile thing for streaming, batch, all kinds of things can be done with the help of PySpark. Okay, so this is also just a glimpse of PySpark, how it looks like. Okay. I'll just stop with this NiFi because NiFi is running. Let me just stop it. I'll simply say stop. Once it is installed, you should be able to do all these things. But I'll not recommend installing NiFi or Spark because anyways, we are going to work with AWS Glue. Okay. So unfortunately, I don't have any enterprise level ETL tool installed like Talent or IBM, Infosphere or Oracle Data Integrator. So I don't have these things installed. But yes, now that you have seen how it looks like, how open source tools look like, we talked about NiFi and PySpark. So similar to that, you have enterprise level ETL tools available. Okay. And then here is another category which is called cloud-based ETL tools. Let's see. If you look at it, then you'll have a better understanding of it. Okay, so I'm going to show you how AWS Glue looks like. So let me just log into my AWS account. And I know most of the candidates have this question that do we need to create AWS account if you want to work with AWS Glue? So for the practice, don't worry, you will be provided with an AWS account, which is going to be a demo account. And the procedure, how you can use that and how to perform the hands-on exercises, we'll talk about it. Okay. Okay, it says create an AWS builder. Okay, I don't want it. Okay, just a moment. Sign into the console. Okay, I'll simply log into AWS and yes, this is my AWS management console and I have to get into AWS Glue. Okay, so this is my recently visited service. So I'll simply get into AWS Glue. Okay, if you look at this AWS Glue, it is an ETL tool. The very first feature you see what it provides, ETL jobs. Okay, so I'll get into this. And it is going to provide me with multiple options. Okay, so just a moment. Okay, it has three options. Like you can define a visual flow like we did it in NiFi, or you can write the code in either notebook environment or you can write it as a script. Okay, so if I just get into the Ohio region, let me show you one of the ETL job, which is script based ETL job. So I have written code. One, if let's say the code is complex or the ETL flow is complex. So visual ETL is not a good choice in Glue. If the code is complex, you have to write the scripts. So if I click on it, you see this is the script. This is the code for my job. Okay, and what I'm trying to achieve here, I'll just let you know. I'm just getting data from MySQL, which is RDBMS, and I'm putting it onto S3. And meanwhile, incremental data capture logic is also there. So we'll talk about it in upcoming sessions. So this is the script, this is the code, but it's not like you have to write code every time. You can also go for visual ETL. You can see this sources, transform, and targets. If you look at this sources, so you can get data from S3, Kinesis, Kafka, Relational DB, Redshift, MySQL, Oracle. See the options which it provides to which you can connect and capture the data. So there are multiple options, right? There are multiple options from where you can capture the data. Talk about transform section. So there are multiple transformations like default templates, what we need to exactly do. All these things are here. Or if you want, you can simply add the transformations as well. If you talk about targets, there are multiple locations where it can put the data. So if I try to build a simple ETL job over here, I can say, okay, get the data from let's say S3 and put it onto let's say Redshift. So I get the data from S3. Let's imagine this. Then I try to go with some transformation. Okay, I can connect these two things. Okay, first get the data from S3 and then go with some transformation and then write the data to let's say I'm selecting from targets. I want to write the data to. Okay, just for the sake of example, I'm just writing the data to let's say Amazon Redshift. So I can connect these things like this. Now, looks like an ETL pipeline, right? Extract the data, get the data from S3, perform some transformation, and write the data to a data warehouse, which is Redshift. You can configure these things. You go for single click here. So it says, okay, on S3, you want to capture the data, but exactly from where? So you have to provide S3 URI, what is the format? Then you are going to change the schema. So what exactly you want to change? Okay, so you can define it over here in the configurations. Then Redshift. So in Redshift, there are multiple tables. So where would you like to put all these things? Amazon S3, it says, okay, what is the connection? Okay, what is the table name? What is the database? Everything you have to configure over here. And once everything is configured, you can save this job and you can run it. And it will take care of extracting, transforming, loading data. You don't need to worry about the amount of data because Glue is going to take care of it. It also internally goes for distributed data processing. And how it internally works, I'm going to show you as we proceed. Okay, but till now, I guess we have seen three different ETL tools and they're working. Okay, I'll just summarize this thing here in this particular notepad file. See, we talked about NiFi first. Okay, and after that, we talked about PySpark. And after that, we talked about Glue. In NiFi, I said that we have a web interface and you define flows and complete ETL pipelines with the help of web interface, and you have multiple processors over here. So with the help of multiple processors, you define the workflows or I would say ETL jobs in NiFi. In PySpark, you have to write the code, no other option. Okay, write code, and web interface is there just to show the statistics of it. Then we talked about AWS Glue, which is cloud-based. If you talk about NiFi or PySpark, you have to install these things. Okay, there are configurations involved. But for Glue, all you need is an AWS account. Okay, once you have AWS account, you can directly write the code. If you wish, you can write the code. If you wish, you can also go with visual interface, or I would say web interface, or I would say visual interface. Same is the thing you have in NiFi, right? Similar kind of thing. You have it here in the NiFi. So many times what happens is you can perform ETL with the help of multiple tools. We have just seen three, but there might be multiple ETL tools like 30 or even 100. So how are you going to choose an ETL tool for your activity? So you must know pros and cons of multiple ETL tools. So for every ETL tool, you don't need to understand, but you should be aware of few foundation level differences of multiple ETL tools. Okay. So that is what we are going to do in the upcoming slides. But till now, what is an ETL tool and what are the differences between these three? If you have understood it, just let me know. Or if you want me to repeat some part or you want me to give more examples around it, just let me know. Okay, if you understood it, just type in Y or yes in the chat window. Okay. Follow me, Anurag, Surbi, Preeti, Richo, Vidit, Leanne. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So now that we have understood these different kinds of ETL tools, all we need to understand is that there are different ways of doing same job. But many times a certain tool might give you benefit over another tool. Okay, so let's try to understand it. So we have seen NiFi, and here is a talent. Talent, of course, I don't have it installed, but if you have it, so you might have to purchase the license for it. You can also define ETL jobs in the talent. Okay, it is going to be quite easier compared to the other tools. Then you have AWS Glue. We have also seen the cloud-based ETL tool, which is AWS Glue. Okay, it looks like this. We have also seen the interface of it, right? Then here are some use cases of AWS Glue, what it has. See, AWS Glue is not just an ETL tool, it has all these features. Don't worry about these features as of now, because in upcoming sessions we are going to walk through each and every I would say component of it, like what is data catalog, what are the transformations, creation, execution. By the end of these sessions you might have created around 3 to 4 pipelines around with the help of AWS Glue. Step by step, we are going to walk through the hands-on activities and we are going to see how this AWS Glue functions. So forget about other ETL tools when it comes to hands-on, because these sessions are specially designed for AWS Glue. Okay. Now, here is a quick comparison for all the ETL tools. Okay, let's try to understand it. Feature. When you talk about the interface, NiFi has user-friendly interface, and now it's not just words, you guys have seen it. It provides a better user interface. Drag and drop, you simply have to drag and drop the predefined processors, or you can add the processors and then you can again drag and drop the newly added processors. So that should not be a problem. Talk about AWS Glue, it has both approaches. It has a visual interface as well as it has a code-based interface. But if you compare it on the level of visual interface, nobody is near NiFi. Okay. So I guess in Talend also you have drag and drop interface. Actually, these are three tools which we are comparing. So in NiFi you have user-friendly web flows. In Talend you have drag and drop interface, and in AWS Glue also you have both things. Okay. But as of, let's say, as per my experience, NiFi is like known for its web-based user interface. So NiFi is really user friendly. Another thing is data processing capabilities. So I told you about this, that NiFi can have multiple servers on which or it can have a cluster group of computers. So talk about processing capabilities. It is strong with large data sets, so it can deal with big data. Okay, you can go for joins, unions, lookups. That's fine. Talent, it also has comprehensive integration and transformation, so it's also quite good. Talk about AWS Glue, it is serverless. Serverless means you don't need to worry about what's going on behind the scenes. You can define the minimum maximum capacity and AWS Glue will take care of it. It is serverless. So you don't need to worry about the implementation of what's happening behind the scenes. All you need to do is define ETL job and run it. Whatever is the rent or whatever are the charges, you'll be able to see it in your AWS bill. But as a user, you don't need to worry about the servers, like where this ETL job is running. But you have to worry about it in case of NiFi, because you're going to define the clusters on in your premises. Okay, performance with large data volumes. NiFi, of course, can deal with big data, but of course, when you're dealing with big data, you can have better options than NiFi, because NiFi can connect to sources right to destinations. But when it comes to performing transformations on this data, I would recommend AWS Glue. It is highly scalable, optimized for big data due to serverless architecture. Not just serverless architecture, you might be surprised to know this, but AWS Glue internally is nothing but PySpark. So when AWS tried to create Glue service, so they have used PySpark, complete PySpark. So internally it is nothing but PySpark, but all the manual activities which you need to do with PySpark are eliminated with AWS Glue. Okay. And PySpark is a very famous big data tool. It's a very well-known tool for processing big data. So AWS Glue is nothing but PySpark. And that is why you see this, it's highly scalable and optimized for big data, because it was created for the purpose of processing big data. Okay, and on the top of PySpark, AWS Glue has been built. And that's why it also inherits the same abilities. Then cloud integration. NiFi has few cloud provisions. Then Talent, of course, is also available onto cloud. And AWS Glue is a dedicated AWS service. So of course, it is integrated with AWS ecosystem. Okay. Now you talk about these things like, okay, we have this one query. Is NiFi contradictory statement in data processing cap and performance with volumes? Yes. See, instead of saying it contradictory, when it says that you have strong processing abilities for large data sets, and then immediately we are saying good, but can taper off with large data. You must understand it. It's not as if it does not have any capability. It has a capability. It can deal with huge amounts of data. But when you have a better alternative available for big data, for transformations, then you must go for that. Okay. It is about the abilities. Can it do it? Can NiFi handle large amount of data? Yes, it can handle. But talk about performance, on the scale of performance, Glue is going to be a better choice. Okay. So it might look like, I would say, contradictory statement, but it is compared onto different attributes. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, let's compare it based on other let's say criterias. Integration with cloud. Glue, of course, I'll say it's a cloud-based service. You can't even install Glue even if you want to, because it is not provide for installations. It is just available on cloud. Talent is also integrated onto cloud. NiFi might have cloud adaptations, but it is mostly installed on premise. Like if we are working and we say, I would like to work with NiFi. So I say, I have these three computers. Let's install NiFi on these and let's use it. Most of the times, that's what we are going to do. Fully managed, which means it is fully managed by your cloud service provider, and you don't need to worry about the installations or any manual setups. So AWS Glue is completely managed by AWS. You don't need to worry about it. Talk about talent, it might not be completely managed. You have to install it on your end. Some of it components are might be onto the cloud, but you might need some clients or something like that. So it's not completely managed by cloud environments. The NiFi, of course, it is not completely managed. We need to deal with all the configurations anyways. Okay, native cloud service. Glue is native cloud service. It is completely available onto cloud. Talent is not native, and NiFi is also not native. Serverless. See, we must understand what serverless is. Many times, people think that serverless means there are no servers running internally or behind the scenes. Let me tell you. If I get into the job details of it, it is asking for the workers. Okay, so you see G1X worker and 4 CPU cores and 16 GB RAM. And how many such instances I'm asking for? 10. So 10 computers with 4 processing cores and 16 GB RAM is something I'm asking for when I run this ETL flow. Okay, but am I installing or am I actually purchasing these things? I'm not doing anything. See, if see many times what happens, if a data engineering project is going on, there is a pipeline, and I have to give access to some junior developers, or let's say I have to give some access to the newcomers. They are junior data engineers. So I don't want them to see what's happening onto this job details page. I don't want them to see, I don't want them to have access onto changing this worker type and number of workers. I say, okay, you look at this particular ETL job. If you wish, you can make the necessary changes to it, but you can't change these things. So I'm not going to provide you access to change the configurations of this ETL job. Okay, then let's say if I have 10 data engineers, so 10 data engineers can look at this flow, they can make changes, they can run this particular script, but they can't change the details. So serverless does not mean internally there is no hardware. Hardware is there, but the interaction of user with that hardware is minimal or negligible or nothing. So when we are working with Glue, do I need to worry about how many servers are there, or do I need to worry about how am I going to set up these servers? I don't need to worry about anything, right? Serverless does not mean there are no server internally. Okay, okay. I don't need to worry at all. That is the case. That's what we mean by serverless, but that is not the case with NiFi. In case of NiFi, you have to manually set up all things. Even if you are setting it up onto cloud, you have to get the instances, you have to configure them, you have to worry about the servers on which NiFi is running, you have to worry about the servers on which Talend is running, but you don't need to worry about the servers or the kind of hardware on which this AWS Glue is running. You get the resources, you can define ETL jobs, go ahead. Okay, that's what we mean by serverless. So AWS Glue, like all these things provide web-based interface, so that's fine. Pricing model is pay as you go. The pricing of AWS Glue is based on the DPUs. It's an interview question. Okay, so in interviews, let's say you mention AWS Glue, you might be asked with this question that what do you mean by DPU? DPU means data processing units. Okay, so I'll show you already executed ETL job. So I have, it seems, okay. So I'm going to get into the ETL jobs section again, RDBMS through S3, and going to get into the runs of it. So I've executed it multiple times. You see, DPUs, it says 2 data processing units. For how long I have utilized it? 1 minute, 4 seconds, or whatever it is, which glue version, which worker type, everything. So data processing units, 2 data processing unit, what is the worker type? G1X. Okay, so based on these parameters, the bill of glue job will be decided. Glue is not a free service. It does not come under free tier. So even if you have just created AWS account and you try to run this particular ETL job, you're going to get charged for it. The charges are not too much. It's of course depends on the worker type and the instances of those workers which you have used. So I'm using 2 instances of G1X worker, and a single worker has 4 processing cores and 16 GB RAM. So for this particular job run, I have 32 GB RAM and 8 processing cores. Is this part clear to everyone? Based on this, you will be charged. And it's not just about what you have, for how long you have utilized. So you look at these three, not just how long, but I would say how much amount of data you have processed. But let's just have these three things: duration, capacity, and worker type. These three things will decide the bill of your ETL job. It's not going to be much. Okay, this is a single ETL job which I have executed multiple times. So every time I run it, based on these attributes, the bills are going to get calculated. Okay. Bill are not going to be too much. Like for this one, I have, let's say, 0.02 to $0.07. That kind of bill gets generated for every run. Okay, for this ETL job. It also depends on the kind of ETL jobs you're dealing with. Okay. So the pricing model is pay as you go. You are going to pay for the amount which is which you are going to consume. Then this talent is subscription based. Okay, and this NiFi, it is open source. You install it onto multiple computers and you use it. No charges involved apart from the electricity and the price of hardware which you pay. Like if you set it up, let's say on a 3 computers or 5 computers, you create a cluster of it. So the price is going to be investment in the electricity and investment in the hardware, the actual computers. These are 2 things which you need to consider if you're setting things up. And after that, you have to also consider that you have to manually configure this particular thing. Here, no configurations are involved. Manual configurations are not installed involved for setup. Here, there are too many manual configurations involved for setup. So if you think you can set these things up on your level, so NiFi is also a good option. Okay. Considerations for selecting an ETL tool. I guess we have already talked about it, but let's just explore it a bit. There are 2 types of considerations. One are technical considerations and business considerations. Let's understand the difference between both of them. Technical considerations means the support of that ETL tool, the kind of features of that particular ETL tool, And business considerations means the amount of costs involved in working with that ETL tool. So you might have an ETL tool which fits in the technical considerations, but because of the charges or the investments, it might not fit into business considerations. Okay, so we must understand these two kind of considerations. Let's start with the technical considerations. If I am selecting an ETL tool for my purpose, I have to see can it integrate with the sources and destinations properly. So I'm getting data from S3 and writing it onto, let's say, BigQuery. So the ETL tool which I am going to utilize should have connections or should be able to connect to S3 as well as BigQuery. Then and only then I should select it as a ETL tool. This is what we mean by technical consideration. Performance metrics, of course, what is the level of performance I'm going to get? I can see when we go with exploration before selection of the ETL tool. So I'm going to do the same activity with the help of one tool, then another, and then another. And I can compare the performance of multiple ETL tools for the same use case. And if performance is of the highest priority to me, I will choose an ETL tool which will give me the best performance. I might not, I might compromise on the level of cost. Say it's okay. I don't care about cost. See, we talked about the stock market use case. So we need performance. We need immediate results in that case. So the kind of tool which you will choose for such use cases going to be focused on performance. So you have to compromise on to cost. You might have to give higher cost for that particular thing. Okay. Real-time capabilities, of course, the same thing which we have discussed. Some ETL tools are not recommended for real-time data processing, streaming data processing. Okay. So you have to check this particular thing as well. System connectivity, of course, system, it has multiple meanings, which means your existing infrastructure, connectivity, or the expertise of your employees. Okay. So you have to consider these many things as technical considerations for the choice of ETL tool. Apart from that, you have business considerations like cost effectiveness, user experience, support structure. Like if you're going for NiFi, you get negligible or none support structure. All you need to depend on are the forums or online communities. So they are not bound to provide support on NiFi because it's an open source tool, right? Nobody is actually going to take responsibility for support. Whatever happens in case of NiFi or PySpark happens in a goodwill. Okay, like Stack Overflow. So right now we have ChatGPT and other tools as well, but when you are actually stuck on a production level, they might not, provide you with the correct answers because it's written over there. Like it can make mistakes, right? So you can't rely on to support structure for open source tools. You might have a large community for, let's say, PySpark or any other ETL tool which is highly used. It has forums and communities, but they are not bound to provide support. But if you talk about enterprise level ETL tools like Talent, you get a better support structure. Okay, you can raise queries and then the team will take care of it and you'll be able to understand it. Okay, security assurance, of course, for open source, you have to configure it yourself. For enterprise and cloud-based, there are multiple ways. Like for Glue, you have IAM roles as well as, I would say, you can restrict accesses on multiple level. Okay, so all these things combined together is called as business considerations. Okay. So in the project, we'll deep dive. Okay, I guess this is a project which we had to discuss, but I guess we have already discussed some production level use cases around ETL. Okay, so key takeaways are ETL stands for this particular thing. It's a crucial process for organizations to manage and analyze data effectively. Data integration, transformations, high quality, performs cleansing. What is normalization? We'll walk through it in upcoming session. Quality checks, error handling, ETL tools like NiFi, Talent, Informatica, Glue, and the factors. So even if you have understood conceptually till this particular point, these particular points, then we can consider it as a win. Okay. So I hope everyone understood it. I'll just give you a minute to read all this. Okay, if we walk through quickly in our previous session, we talked about the foundations of ETL, what ETL exactly is, why it is required. We talked about it. There might be multiple sources for your application, and we have to gather that data onto one place for multiple use cases. And then we have to write it down at some location. This diagram will summarize the ETL process. There are multiple sources for your project or for your application. So you gather the data at one place, you transform it, you write it to the destinations so that you can go with data analytics and data science. Okay, and we also talked about few more terminologies like landing zone, bronze, dumping ground for this extract phase. We talked about many terminologies in the previous session. Most of the terminologies which we have seen in the previous session were just conceptual. So we didn't actually perform anything around it. But let me write down some of the key concepts which you should be aware of before we move into our today's session. Key concepts. The first one is, what do you mean by ETL? Second one is, what do you mean by data integration, data cleaning, data enrichment? Apart from that, I think you should be aware of what are ETL tools. We have seen three different categories of ETL tools like open source. We have seen NiFi and PySpark in here. Then you have enterprise. One of the example is, let's say, Talent. We have also seen cloud-based ETL tools like AWS Glue. And as I told before, our complete sessions are going to be based on the AWS Glue. We are not going to see Talent or NiFi or PySpark. We are completely focusing on AWS Glue. So without wasting any time, we can move forward. But before we move forward, if you are aware of all these concepts, just let me know in the chat window. Just type in yes or Y. And if you're not aware of it, or if you want me to repeat a certain concept, please let me know. Okay, Lijo, Vidit says yes. Yes. Liane, Surbhi, Monica, Abhimanyu, Gaurav, Badri. Okay, okay. So it seems everyone is aware of these concepts. Okay. So without wasting any time, let us dive into our today's session. Our today's session is going to be 50% conceptual and 50% hands-on. So let's dive into it. Let's understand this particular thing. Okay. So in our today's session, we are going to explore the world of AWS Glue. Now, what does it exactly mean? What are we exactly going to cover? So the services which Glue provides, we are going to focus on that. Okay, so this was the content of previous session, and this is what we are going to understand. AWS Glue and its roles. Okay, this is what the intention of our today's session is. Starting with the very first thing, what is AWS Glue? In previous session also we have talked about it. It is fully managed ETL service. It is managed by AWS, which is a cloud platform. And the benefits of Glue is that it automates the process of preparing and loading data. Now, what is data preparation and what do we exactly mean by loading? We are going to see these things in hands-on exercises. It provides automatic schema discovery. This is also a new terminology, schema discovery. Data cleansing, we have talked about data cleansing, normalization, job scheduling. So we'll talk about these things as well. It efficiently handles large volumes of data. We talked about it. Amount of data is not a concern when you're dealing with that data using AWS Glue. because behind AWS Glue, there is PySpark, which is a very popular framework for handling and processing large amounts of data. It integrates with other AWS services. This is really important point because you might not be just using the ETL tool. You have to use a data warehouse. You have to use a NoSQL database. You might need to interact with the data lake like S3. So if I talk about AWS Glue, it interacts with these AWS services like S3, Redshift, DynamoDB very effectively. You don't need to go with much of an hassle. So in our today's session, of course, we are going to cover all these points, like what exactly it means. Okay. Here is a process. See, let's just walk through all slides and I'll just give you a brief idea of every slide, what we are exactly going to talk. So this is the process: cataloging, defining, executing, transforming. All these things we are going to perform with the help of hands-on exercises. Then what do you mean by cataloging data, defining jobs and execution? We are going to walk through this. Then we are going to see components, partitions, catalog, databases, data catalog. All right, databases, use cases, key features of Glue databases. Okay, the concept of partitions. And I guess that's it. After that, we are going to get into the hands-on. So I think let's get into this particular process. Now we are going to dive into each and every concept, and not just, I would say conceptually, I will also show you the hands-on counterpart of these things. Now, the very first thing which you are able to see is called cataloging data. Now, this is the first step as it is mentioned over here. What do we exactly mean by data cataloging? What do we exactly mean by cataloging? Let's try to understand it. So when I'm talking about cataloging data, I'm going to think about this thing. First, we have to understand what do we mean by data and what do we mean by the schema or metadata. Okay, so I guess most of you are done with the SQL sessions. Yes, if you're done with SQL sessions, just give me thumbs up or just type in Y. Okay, Gaurav, Surbhi, Lian, Licho. Okay, okay. So in SQL, you normally create tables, right? So I also have this MySQL setup installed. So I'm just going to connect with my local instance and let us see. So I'm going to connect with it. Put in a password. Okay. Now, if you look at this particular thing, if you look at this thing, I get into SQL file 3 and SQL file 4. Because I have this particular database called TG117. So I'll simply get into this database. And inside this database, I have multiple tables like these: employees, orders, student, users. So what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to say, select all columns from orders, semicolon, and let's run this. If I run it, I should be able to see the results, but it seems this table is empty. So instead of going for orders, let me try users. Okay, so if you look at this particular table, what you're able to see here, here is a users table, I would say. Here is a users table, and here are the records which are under user table. So if I say how many columns are here, then the answer is 3. It includes ID, name, and age. And if I ask about the number of rows, so there are total 8 rows or 8 entries in this table. But if you closely look at this, this is nothing but the data. This is nothing but the data of your table. This is one aspect of your data or one I would say, dimension, which is the actual data. Okay. Another thing is, if I say describe users and I execute it, I'll be able to see this thing. Okay, it actually shows you how the data is represented in the users table. So this thing is called as schema or metadata. It says it has a column called ID, which has integer data type, name, which is varchar, age, which is integer. Does it allow null value? So it says no, these two things doesn't allow null value. This ID is a primary key. Likewise. Okay. So if you look at the data, there are two aspects of it. I'm able to query users table effectively because I have the metadata for this table defined. Let's imagine if you didn't had any structure. Was there any way of querying this data? What do you think? If I haven't defined table, if I haven't worked with it, if I haven't created a table, can I go for a query? Okay, Vidit says no. Yes, of course. Monica says no. Anurag. Okay, now that you're done with SQL, so you'll be able to understand it, right? You have to define a table, you have to provide it a structure, and then you will be able to perform the queries. So if I'm just talking about random data, I will not be able to query it. I have to provide it a structure. Now, what if I show you this particular file? Let us say I get into the data folder on my desktop. There is a data folder, and here is a file called cr.txt. It has CID, CNAME, and revenue. So this is nothing but a CSV file, a comma separated values file. If you look at this file, will you be able to query this file? Okay, is my voice breaking? Please let me know. No? No? Okay. 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 Surabhi, you can quickly join in. You can leave the meeting and join in quickly, so that I think this one should be resolved. Okay, if you look at this file, this is a CSV file, comma separated values. Now, a simple question which I would like to ask. Do you think you can query this particular file using SQL? Can we use SQL over here to get the information out of this file, to go for group by or order by kind of operation? Can we do it? Okay, Gaurav, Prashant, both of them are saying no. Nikita says no. Great, great. There is no structure defined here. It's a normal text file, right? It's a normal text file. We can't simply go for a SQL query onto this particular file unless and until we provide a structure and take it into an API or a data structure in a way so that I can say CID, CNAME, revenue, these things are columns, and then we can go for a SQL query. Okay. Now I'm going to show from where this concept of cataloging came into the picture. As I told you, this AWS Glue service is completely based on PySpark. Okay, so I'm going to launch PySpark, and what we are going to do is, with the help of this CSV file, using this CSV file, we are going to go with SQL queries. Sounds interesting, right? This is a CSV file. This is not some RDBMS table. We are not defining any structure to it. And still, we are going to go for SQL kind of operations. So we can do it with the help of PySpark, and this feature is extended in Spark, and it is now called catalog. Okay. Now, if I would like to go for a SQL query onto this particular file, I have to create a data frame. Now, what is data frame? There is no need for you to understand this concept as of now, but just try to understand it. We are trying to go for a SQL query on a CSV file. Okay, so I'm going to name it CR data frame, and I will say spark.read.option. In first schema, I'm going to set it to true. Then option. The file consists of header, so I'm going to set header to true as well. And then I'm going to pass in the path, the absolute path of my CSV file. Okay, so you don't need to work on this. I'm just trying to demonstrate the concept of catalog. Data slash the name of file is cr.txt. That's press enter. It will take care of creating a data frame. Now, if you look at it, and then I say crdf dot show. Are you able to see I'm using the same file over here, which is cr.txt? Okay. If I say cr dot show first five records, can you see it in the form of rows and columns? Okay. Am I not audible? Okay, just a moment. Okay. Okay, most of the candidates are saying that I'm audible. Okay, I guess Nikita, Vineet, Gaurav. If anyone is facing trouble, please let me know. Fine. Okay, Shaswat says how to manage this problem. Okay, Preeti says audible. Okay, let me see. Should I quickly leave the session and join in again? Let us see if it solves the issue. Yeah, that might be in the audio settings as well. I guess. Okay, I guess initially Surbi tried the same thing, right? Join back in, and did it solve the issue? Yeah, but it's still happening. It might be because of, I guess, internet connectivity. That might be one reason. Because I didn't see any prompt. If the internet connection is unstable, I normally get to see prompts over here. Okay, try to switch the network and see if it works. Okay, if you face similar difficulty, please mention in the chat window. Okay, all right. For now, if you look at this, does it look like RDBMS is stable? Yeah. Does it look like RDBMS is stable? Do you think we can go for a SQL query on this one? Yes. Yes. Lijo says yes. Vidit, Nikita, Monica, Leanne, Gaurav. Yes, we can go for a SQL query on this one without any issue. Okay. However, if you just look at it, here is that option which says infer schema equals to true. So what Spark did is Spark went onto this particular file. It scanned this file. It knew that it's a CSV file. It went out, scanned this file, and created a structure. You'll see where is the structure, because we didn't define any structure over here. We just asked Spark to decide the structure itself by scanning the file. So Spark went out, scanned this complete file, and came up with a structure. Would you like to see that structure? If I say crdf dot print schema, you get to see that. CID integer, CNAME string, and revenue integer. So Spark came up with it. This is nothing but the metadata. And if you'd like to go for a SQL query, I'll have to register it as a temporary view. I'll say crdf dot. I'm going to simply name it cr view for now. And I'll show you from where this catalog terminology has came in, the origin of it. Okay, so if I say spark dot catalog dot list tables, if I run it, I'm going to see the table which I have defined. And what is the name? Name is CR view. Okay. And I can also go for a SQL query on this now. I can say spark dot SQL, and then I get to see this select star from CR underscore view. And at the end, I'm going to simply say show. So this query is going to work and I'll be able to see the content. So what do we mean by catalog? Based on what we have seen in PySpark, catalog is a place which is storing the metadata, Metadata means schema of views which has been registered, like this CR view. What is the type of table? The schema of this CR view, if you would like to see it, and say spark.sql in bracket describe CR view. So this information is going to be there in the catalog. See what are the columns, data types, and comments, all these things. So catalog is a place where metadata is being stored or schema is being stored. Is this part clear to everyone? First, you should be aware of the difference between data and schema or data and metadata. And then we must understand where the data is being stored and where the metadata is being stored. So in case of Spark, the metadata is kept in the catalog, and actual data is of course going to be there in the file. So we are applying this structure onto the data and then we are able to go for a SQL query on it. Okay. Even in the MySQL, you have this this thing defined. This schema or this metadata is defined, and because of that, you can go for query. Okay, and Glue is a tool which is, as I said, it is built on top of Spark. So when I talk about cataloging data, which simply means that we are going to extract the data from sources. We are going to extract data from the sources, which we have seen in our previous session. We are going to extract data from multiple sources. That data will be kept in a place like data lake, like let's say S3 or HDFS or Google storage. This data will be kept over here, but you can't query this data because this data does not have a structure. The data which you are going to bring in, it might be in the form of CSV file, JSON file. It might not have a structure of its own. So you have to provide it structure first. And that structure will be stored in the catalog. And I'm not just going to talk about it. I'll show you this thing. But for now, did you understand the foundations of what a catalog is? Yes, if you think you understood, just let me know. Just type in yes or Y in the chat window. Okay. Monica, Licho, Vidit, Liane, Nishank, Badri, Nikita. Great. Great. Prashant. Perfect. Perfect. Now let us see the similar concept in AWS Glue. I'm going to log into my personal AWS account for now. Okay. And I'm going to get into the service called AWS Glue. Okay. If you look at this place, there is a separate place called data catalog. It has databases, tables, schemas, connections, crawlers. We are going to walk through each and every of it. But for now, let's get into a database. So in here, I can create a database and create a structure of a table. Let's say if I say add database, and I'm going to, for now, I'm going to, let's say, name it retail DB. I'll create the database. So is it similar to your MySQL? But in MySQL, of course, you go for create database and the name of database. Here you have the graphical interface. Then I get into database, I can add tables. I can simply click on add table and I can add a table called, let's say, employee, or similar thing, similar structure you can define. I can say CR view. This is the name of table. It should be created in the retail DB database. What should be the table format? So I'm going to set an S3 path, like where the data for this table is going to be hosted. Okay. So AWS Glue table, I can say S3 in my account. I can choose the format of it. What is going to be the format of this particular table? So I'm going to say CSV. And if I put in the path to this particular file, an entry for this table is going to be added over here. Okay. If you would like to see it, for now you can ignore what I'm doing. Anyways, we are going to see it in the hands-on. I think I'll just quickly do it. Okay, so I have this customer.csv file, and with the help of this file, I'm going to create this thing. Okay, Shashwat is facing the same issue. Is anyone facing similar kind of issue? Please let me know. Or if everything is clear, just let me know about it as well. Okay, nobody is facing this issue. Okay, all clear. Audio is fine. Clear, clear. Okay, okay. Uh, Shashwat, I guess, is the voice breaking or it's not completely audible? What's happening? Is it breaking or not audible at all? It seems it's not audible. Okay, Ajit, can you please look into this issue? Shashwat is encountering an issue related to the audio. Okay, okay. All right. So I'm just choosing this customer.csv file for now. I'll simply say add the source. Next. And roll for now. Just ignore what I'm doing for now. I'm just trying to demonstrate the concept of table. Okay, how table looks like. Because if you understand this, then you'll be able to easily understand what do we mean by cataloging the data. Okay, and the actual data is here on S3. So I'm going to open it in another tab. We are going to perform all these hands-on activities. So please don't worry about it for now. Because many times what happens is if the interface is new, we might feel that it's a really difficult thing to perform, but that's not the case at all. So don't worry about it much. Just try to understand the concept, not the hands-on. Don't try to remember what are the steps. Okay, so I have this file called customer.csv. Okay, this is the actual CSV file, and the size of it is around 4.3 KB. So if I just try to open this file, as I open this particular file, it will get downloaded because it's a CSV file. So this is a file which I have stored onto S3. Okay, and what it has customer name, address, amount, transaction date, and type. But this is just data. My simple question to all of you, do you think we can go for a SQL query on this file? Yes or no? What do you think? Is it possible to go for a SQL query on it? Yes. Okay. Vidit, Badri says no. Okay. Sushmita says yes. Lijo says no. Abhimanyu says no. Leanne says no. Costa says no. Soumya. Okay. Okay. Prashant. Okay. Everyone is saying no. Right. Perfect. If it's a normal CSV file, then you can go for a SQL query as long as there is no structure defined. Okay. And with the help of Glue, now that I have executed the crawler, it would get completed. And if I get into tables, databases, retail DB, and I refresh this thing. So I'm going to see a customer underscore CSV entry for a table. If I open it, do you see this structure? Customer name, address, amount, transaction date, and the respective data types. Yes. It looks like a structure, right? Similar to what we do in RDBMS. Okay. Lian, Lijo, Badri, Costa, Sushmita, Monica. Great. Great. Now, here is a structure which is present in the AWS Glue data catalog. The structure is present in the data catalog, but if you look at the data, the actual data is present somewhere else, completely somewhere else. The customer.csv file is over here. So these are two aspects. This is the data which is present on a different service called S3. And this is the metadata which is present in the Glue data catalog. So keep this thing in mind. Glue data catalog is not going to store the data. It is just going to store the metadata, or you can say the schema. So whatever data we extract from the sources, if we have to define structure for all of them, and then you can go for a SQL query on top of it. Everyone agrees with it? Yes. Whatever data we are going to extract from different sources, we have to assign some sort of structure to it to go for a query. Okay, okay, okay. Great, great, perfect. Everyone is on the same page. That's great. That's great. And this is nothing but our first phase where you're able to see this cataloging data. You first define or create a structure for data which you are trying to work with. Now, once this structure has been created, it is not a big deal for you guys to define an ETL job. Around this part, we are going to get into complete hands-on, like how to define ETL jobs. In the upcoming session, we are going to talk about it extensively. Apart from this, once the glue job is defined successfully, we execute that job, run the job. In previous session, I have shown you the template of how you can define an ETL job with the help of AWS Glue. So you can execute this particular job. After executing this job, the execution itself will result into the transformation, because it's an ETL job, right? It takes care of transformation, and the transformed data will be loaded onto destination. So you might write the data onto a different service called S3 or Redshift or DynamoDB. That's why this part came in integration with AWS services. After executing the job and transforming the data might be returned to destination systems like a data warehouse or NoSQL database, which is hosted onto AWS very easily. And after that, monitoring and logging. So this is really important thing for an ETL job. It's not as if I'm just running the ETL job. I have to calculate the metrics of it, how much time it is consuming, what kind of warnings and errors we are getting. We have to think about that part as well. So this thing is nothing but the overall process of AWS Glue. It might change for the different ETL jobs, but most of the steps which you are able to see here are going to get followed in most of the pipelines. Is this part clear to everyone now, how this process is working? Now, this upcoming slides are going to talk about similar use cases. Like let's say there is an healthcare organization which is using AWS to manage the patient record and analyze medical data. So cataloging, what we have to do, collect the patient data from various sources and they catalog this data. What do you mean by cataloging the data? Come up with the metadata for this. Come up with the schema for the data. And once we have that thing, then you can define an ETL job and go for a SQL query or SQL transformations on top of it. You can go for data cleaning, data enrichment, data processing with the help of ETL jobs. Then you are going to execute the defined ETL job. It will take care of transforming the data. It is going to take care of transformation of the data. Okay, and whatever we have transformed, we can write it onto different AWS services for data storage, like S3, Redshift, DynamoDB, and then monitoring and logging. You can monitor this job for the performance metrics, as you can see this CloudWatch metrics. So how much amount of time it is consuming, and what kind of issues we are facing in the job, or if there are any possible bugs. Those we are able to identify with the help of monitoring and logging. So I hope everyone understood these steps. We already talked about Glue data catalog and how it is getting summarized over here. Look at it. A metadata repository. A metadata repository, which means actual data is not stored onto the data catalog. Only the structure of tables, only the schema of tables is stored in the AWS Glue data catalog. Then here is an interesting thing, and I would say that it is one of the most interesting and one of the most I would say important optimization technique, that is the concept of partitions. Divide based on requirements. Now, we are not going to understand it simply by looking at it. Okay, so let's dive into it. Let's use whiteboard to let me use the whiteboard to explain this particular topic. Okay, imagine we are working on an e-commerce website which runs worldwide, and it has records from multiple countries. Yeah, you can see India, China, US, Pakistan. It has all the records from almost all the countries. There are around approximately 200 countries in the world. Now, the records are kept like this, and I have just written the country codes of each and every record. Similar to that, we have millions of records. Millions of records. Overall data spans 30 terabyte. And then you go for this query, select sum of total revenue from the transactions table where country code is equals to India. Now, if you do it, do I need to process complete data set? Because records from India are going to be here. The records from India might be at the bottom of this. So anyways, I have to process this complete file. Everyone agrees on it? If the records are scattered over different locations onto this particular file, I have to process this complete file. Okay. Gaurav, Vidit, Lijo, Nikita, Surbhi. Yes, everyone agrees with it. Okay. Okay. Badri. Perfect. Perfect. And let's imagine I normally go with country-wise analysis often. So I might look for the statistics for India, US, China. I might look for statistics for multiple countries. So country-wise analysis is going on. So every time I go for country-wise analysis, don't you think we have to process the complete file? Complete 30 terabytes of file. You'll say that's completely natural, but imagine the amount of resources we are investing in it. What if we partition it by country? What if we partition it by country? So if I talk about this, if we partition this thing based on country, so all the records of India would go into one particular folder. All records of US would go into one particular folder, and all records of China are going to be in a certain folder. And when I go for this query, I say select sum of revenue from transactions where country equals to India. For now, I'm not going to mention states. Where country equals to India, if I say. So it would just go out to this particular India folder and process this much amount of data only. Does my Glue job or my PySpark job or any technology which I am using needs to go out and scan these US, China, and rest of the folders of countries to come up with the result for this one? Okay, Gaurav, Lijo, Surbhi, Vidit, everyone says no. All we need to process is India folder, right? If I'm asking for the records for India, if I ask for the statistics of US, all we need to do is it would just go to this particular folder called US and would go out and process this much data only. Now, can we count it as an optimization? Are we reducing the amount of data which needs to get processed? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay, perfect, perfect. Now, looks like an optimization, right? Of course, this is an optimization technique. Using this technique, we reduce the amount of data which we actually need to process. However, you have to be really careful while going for partitioning. There are some rules about which columns you can choose as a partitioning column. Let's imagine you choose the wrong column. Then we are in a trouble. Because you can see it is picking up individual values of column. In this case, I went for, let's say, country column. That's why individual country and all the records of this particular country would reside in the respective folder. All the records of India are residing in India folder. All the records of US are residing in here. All the records of China are residing in here. So we have to be really careful, because if you choose the wrong column for partitioning, it is going to completely mess up the structure of your table. The way in which your table is getting stored, it is going to completely mess up the structure. So the next point is, how are you going to choose the partitioning column? What are the criteria to choose the partitioning column? But first, before we move forward, did you understood what partitioning means? What partitioning is? If so, just type in yes or Y in the chat window. Did you understood this point? Okay. Surbi, Licho, Gaurav, Bensi, Anurag, Preeti, Rohan, Badri. Perfect. So when we talk about this partitioning concept and when we say, okay, we are optimizing this thing. So because we went for country equals to US, that's fine. But what if I don't go for this and I just say this, select sum of revenue from transaction. Do I need to process all the data now from starting till end? If I don't mention the where clause, do I need to process all the data? Yes, yes, yes. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now that we have seen this particular thing, we can talk about the good practices to choose the partitioning column, which column we should pick up as the partitioning column. So if you look at this particular thing, this orders table. So you have order ID, product ID, city, the customer ID, address, amount, day, month, and year. If you have all these record, if I ask you, look at this particular schema and pick up one column for partitioning, which column would you like to pick up? Okay, or let's say I have one more column called date, which has the complete date. Which column would you pick up amongst these many columns? Okay, Leanne says year, Surbi says year, Nikita, Lijo, Gaurav, Preeti. Okay. Rohan, Monica. Okay, everyone is talking about this year. Perfect. Okay, you can choose this year. Now, another question is, can I choose order ID for partitioning? Or should I choose order ID for partitioning? Okay, Vidit says no. Lijo, Bensi, Nikita, everyone is saying no. Okay, great. So there might be some processing when you said we should not use this order ID as the partitioning column. Can you tell me the reasoning behind it? What you thought? Okay, Lijo says that is unique. Yes. So if order ID is unique, can't we go for partitioning on it? We can go for partitioning on it, but it would not produce good results, because for every order ID, there is going to be a folder. Let's say order ID 1. And how many records are going to be in the order ID 1? Just one. There is a folder, and inside that folder, there is a file which has just single record. Yes, everyone agrees with it. Okay, if order is chosen, then you have to go for each and every record. Yes, for each and every record, there is going to be a folder, and in that folder, there is a file which has just a single record. If I partition by order ID, this order ID column has too many unique values, which means its cardinality is high. There are too many unique values, which means there is a high cardinality. So you should never choose a column which has high cardinality. the number of unique values are more. If you talk about product order ID, product ID, CID, address will also have mostly unique values, amount. These are columns with high cardinality. See, even let's say a month, year might repeat a bit. Month, year, or day might repeat. On a day, you might get millions of orders. On a certain date, you might get millions of orders. That's fine. But these things are having high cardinality. These columns of orders table are going to have high cardinality, and these ones are going to have low cardinality. The number of unique values are going to be less for these columns. So you have to pick up any column for partitioning, choose from the columns which has low cardinality, low number of unique values. This is the first criteria. Now, I have 4 columns over here, which has low cardinality. Out of these 4, everyone talked about this year column. Everyone talked about this year column. And that's completely natural because year wise, you can go for some analysis. Okay. Then you have day, you have month. Likewise, you can create a structure. So yes, I would say a year column is not going to have a high cardinality. It is the column with lowest cardinality in here, but not necessarily you will go with the column with lowest cardinality. Here is a second criteria. Column should appear in the where condition frequently. Because if you are partitioning and you're not going to use the where condition, then what is the point of partitioning this particular thing? So if I'm partitioning data by country codes, but all the for all the queries which I'm running on the table, all the data processing which I'm going, I'm not mentioning this column in the where condition. Anyways, for each and every query, do I need to process all the data? Yes. So what's the purpose of going for partitioning in here? So these are the two criteria. These are just two criteria which you have to keep in mind before choosing the partitioning column. Is this part clear to everyone now? Yes. Okay. Gaurav, Pensi, Nikita, Richo. Perfect. Perfect. When it comes to partitioning, you can also go for nested partitions. It looks really interesting. So what do you mean by nested partitioning? Let's understand this thing. And everyone is going to enjoy this one because you're looking for it, right? Let's say I'm saying I can create a folder, and inside the folder I can have another folders as the partitions. Okay, so let me tell you how it would go. So you can go for nesting. You can nest the partitions. Let's imagine I'm going for year column on the first level. So I have these partitions. Okay, this is first partition. Let's say this is the partition of let's say 2024. And inside that you can create folders for the months like January, February, like that, all up to December. You can have multiple folders like this. And inside this month folder, you can have date folder as well, if you wish. If you wish, you can have date folder inside this as well. So if you're going to select, let's say if I'm trying to get sum of revenue from transaction where year equals to 2024 and month equals to Jan, then you can pinpoint or Glue will pinpoint the partition which needs to be processed. Not just year, but it would also go into month. So that's what we mean by nested partitioning. Partitions inside partitions is called as nested partitioning. Okay, and there is no limit to the depth, but there is no need to go beyond 3, which means let's say you have year, inside year you have month, inside month you have date. So created these 3 levels. So most of the times we don't dive deeper more than 3 levels of nesting. Mostly it is like 2 levels of nesting, but in the rare occasions you can also go for 3 levels of nesting. Using it, you can pinpoint things. And the criteria of the choice of these columns will also depend on the kind of queries you are running onto this data. So there is something called workload analysis. If you look at this data, the queries which you are running will be analyzed, and based on that, you can restructure your data, change the partitioning columns. Likewise, you can go for nested partitioning, or you can change the partitioning column altogether if you wish. Is this part clear to everyone? Nested partition means you can create partitions under partitions. Let's imagine how we can do it. I'm going to just display a large partition over here, which will demonstrate the same concept. So you can have a folder for year. Okay, let's imagine this says year equals to 2025. And inside this partition, you can have partitions of month. You can have partitions of month like this, Jan, Feb, all up to December. So I'm just talking about a single partition. Let's imagine I have just this Jan. And inside this month partition, you can have partitions for the dates, like the data which we got for 1st of January, 2nd of January, all up to 31st. Let's imagine the orders you are getting, you're bunching it like this. Year 2025 is the first folder. The name of folder is year equals to 2025. The name of folder is month equals to Jan. The name of this day is, let's say, 1. Days equals to 2. And all the orders of this respective day are bunched together in, let's say, day 1. And all the orders which you have received on 1st of January. Day 2 means all the orders which you have received on 2nd of January 2025. So when you go for a SQL query, so you can pinpoint the day for your orders, and it would just go out and process the respective partition. If I say from this, just process 2025, I want to see maximum revenue which I have earned, or sum of the revenue. I'd like to calculate the total money which I have earned for year equals to 2025, month equals to Jan, and day is equals to 1st. So I'd like to see how much money I have earned on the 1st of January. Do I need to go out and the complete 2025 partition? Or do I need to process the month partition as well? Or you can simply pinpoint this day partition and process the day partition only. Yes. Can we simply pinpoint the day partition? Only day partition. Okay. Okay. Yes, we can pinpoint. Or whichever tool we are using, like PySpark or Glue, can pinpoint this particular partition. And we are going to get results effectively in here. Yes, for a specific day. Yes. So are we reducing the amount of data even more? Like if you have just done the partitioning for year, and then you are looking for it like this, and you didn't have performed, you didn't have created the nested partitions. Like inside year, you have partition for month. Inside month, you have partition for day. If you don't go for this structure, we can't pinpoint days, right? So when you have a similar use case, you can go for nested partitions. Perfect. So it's like SQL where query only getting to specific results. Yes, yes. So you're going to get the benefit out of this optimization only when you're using the where clause. Okay, if you're not using the where clause, then anyways, you have to go out and process the complete data only. But we will go for workload analysis. We are not going to blindly choose the columns. We'll see the kind of queries which are performed onto the table. And based on that, we can make changes to the table and we can define the partitioning column. So we'll see how frequently we are running queries, which queries we are running, and which columns are frequently used in the where condition, so that most of our queries will get benefit out of this partitioning. Okay, this is the concept of partition, and it is defined in the structure of the table itself. If you'd like to see it, we have created one table over here called customer CSV. And if you look at the schema of it, it has the section of partitions mentioned. So in our table currently, we don't have any partitioning column defined, or we didn't define any column as partitioning column. We'll do it in the upcoming exercises. But as you can see, you can choose any of the column as the partitioning column. Okay, like customer name, address, amount, type. You can choose this particular thing. Okay, one or many columns out of it you can choose as the partitioning column. Okay, so I hope this part is clear now. What do we mean by the partitioning in AWS Glue? It divides based on the requirements. Then you have this thing called AWS Database Storage System. So in AWS, there are many services which act like a database. Okay, so I'll just show you. Okay, let me just delete this table entry. Let me just delete the database. I don't want it to incur any bills. So I'll simply delete it. Okay, let's get into it. So you have a service called AWS Redshift, yeah, or you can call it Amazon Redshift. So it acts as a data warehouse. It looks like a data warehouse. Okay. So you can create data warehouse kind of environment with the help of this Redshift. Apart from that, you have a service called RDS. So if you get into this RDS service, you can build and deploy multiple databases. If I click on databases section as a create database, it will give you multiple options like which instance would you like to create. So you have this Aurora MySQL, PostgreSQL, MySQL, Oracle, MariaDB, PostgreSQL, SQL Server, DB2. You have tons of option available. Okay. So when you talk about databases, so there are many database storage systems available onto this AWS Glue. But if you talk about AWS Glue component, and when I talk about databases, I'm referring to the databases which are created in the data catalog. Okay, these two things are directly linked. So you define the databases in the catalog. Have we done it in a previous section, or I guess in the today's session itself, we created a database in the AWS Glue data catalog. Okay. So this was just for the sake of example, but we are going to perform these things with the help of hands-on. Now, here are the specifics of Glue data catalog. Now, when we look into these things, you will be able to understand it. What is Glue data catalog? Fully managed metadata repository and catalog service provided by Amazon Web Services for managing data in cloud. It actually manages the metadata only. It is used to streamline and enhance various aspects of data management and analytic workflows in AWS cloud environment. Now, this is a theoretical part, but these are the features of Glue Catalog. Centralized metadata storage, all the metadata for all the tables you can have into one location. So we call it centralized metadata storage. Comprehensive metadata, which is one and the same thing. You can define multiple tables, you can define multiple databases, and inside multiple databases, you can have metadata for multiple tables, which will provide a unified view, of your data. And you can go with SQL joins, and you can come up with interesting analytics if you have all the data which you have gathered from different locations. You have the data together, and you can go for SQL queries on top of it to get the information out of it. Then data discovery and exploration. Now this is an interesting thing, data discovery and exploration. So what do you mean by data discovery? Well, we will talk about it. We calculate the statistics of data. We calculate, let's say, minimum, maximum, standard deviation. So in upcoming session, we are going to get into the depth of this data discovery and exploration. If you talk about data processing, data catalog does not directly participate into data processing, but it helps to make data processing better. How it makes? Because it provides a structure to your data, which in turn can lead to the creation of SQL queries and execution of SQL queries on your data. So it is not actually processing the data, but it is helping in the data processing activity. governance and compliance. In the transformations, we are going to talk about this part in detail. In short, if you'd like to know what data governance is, let's imagine you are storing your credit card details onto an e-commerce platform. So respective country has their own respective bank, country wise, I would say. So the bank in your country has its own rules, and the e-commerce platform has to save the credit card info based on the rules which are defined by your bank. You might have seen it. If, let's say, I live in India, so it says we are storing the credit card information as per the RBI guidelines. Okay. So how are we going to store the data? What are the restrictions? What are the compliance criterias that can also be implemented in the AWS Glue data catalog? And we'll talk about these things more as we move forward in the upcoming sessions. Then I guess we also talked about this Glue databases, right? How to create the databases. Okay, Vidit, great, great. So we talked about this. We have seen how to create a Glue database, right? What a database is. A group, they group the related table, similar to how databases work in the traditional database management system. The only difference in the databases for this AWS Glue and what we do in the traditional RDBMS like MySQL, the only difference is that in the AWS Glue data catalog, you only have structure, or you can call it schema, or you can call it metadata. It doesn't host the actual data of your table. Okay, so where the table data is hosted, we'll talk about it as we proceed further. Each database is represented as a namespace for tables, allowing users to organize and manage their data more effectively. Okay, so it's more like providing a structure to the data. Okay, when we see these things in the hands-on, then you'll be able to understand it even better. Okay, what we can do with the help of databases, you can create, modify, and delete tables, define table properties and configurations. I guess we have seen this thing, right? Share common metadata settings among tables, including storage locations, schema, access permissions, and yeah, that's what you can do with the help of Glue databases. Use cases, data warehousing, data lake analytics, data preparation, and real-time data processing. Let's go one by one. What do you mean by data warehousing? Data warehousing means you are storing the historical data, like what has happened till now. Mostly we store this huge amount of data, and there are different data models which we normally follow for a data warehouse, which I guess we talked in the previous session as well. We talked about it, right? The star schema, snowflake schema. So that is what we mean by data warehouse. Then data lake analytics, it is one of the interesting things. Data lake analytics means you don't worry about writing the data into a data warehouse. Let's say the data is kept on S3. So we are going to define a structure to the data which is present on S3, and we can directly go for a SQL query. We can directly come up with the answers. Okay. So with the help of Glue, you can provide schema to the data which is present on S3, right? So you can easily go for SQL query on the data which is stored on S3. So with the help of that, you can go for data lake analysis. We have talked about it, right? What data lake is. It's a place where you can just dump the data. So instead of moving data here and there, you can simply go out and query data which is present on the data lake itself. Data preparation, it helps in data preparation, of course. It helps in data preparation, and not just the data preparation. What do you mean by data preparation? We must understand that as well. If I'm running any machine learning algorithm, I might need labeled or unlabeled data set, and I might need data set in a certain structure. So to get the raw data and beat it down into a structure, Glue can help, or if I can define a database for it, it can help to create me the file which is required for machine learning. Then real-time data processing. So it's more inclined towards the streaming data processing. The moment data is getting generated, you can process that. Okay, so these are some use cases of Glue databases. These are features. You can change table properties. You can have partitioning, data catalog integration, which means if I have data present in the data catalog, I can access it through multiple other AWS services. Okay. Metadata sharing, I guess this is also a similar thing. So I can go for a SQL query on the data with the help of Glue job, with the help of Athena, and it seems even through Lambda and Redshift Spectrum. So once you define the structure, it's not as if only Glue can use it. It can be used by other AWS services as well. Okay, we talked about this partitions extensively, so I guess you can just walk through this thing and you'll be able to understand it, not a big deal. Okay, so I was rushing forward so that we can get into this activity of how this setup is going to work. So I guess it's around 8:15. And we have to understand this thing, right? AWS Glue setup. Okay. So till now, what we have seen is are these concepts. So I'll just write them into a file so that you'll be able to understand whatever we have walked through and what is necessary to jump into the next part. So even if you are aware of what is AWS Glue, what do you mean by data catalog? What is the concept of databases in data catalog and what is the concept of partitions? These are the major highlights. Apart from these, most of the terminologies which we have seen, we are going to see all these things in future sessions. But these are mandatory things. Apart from these, most of the things are conceptual. You can just walk those concepts. But if you are aware of these many concepts, then we can dive into the hands-on. Second half of our today's session, I'm going to demonstrate two things. One is how are you going to use the practical labs or practice labs? How are you going to use it? Now, here the actual part begins. How to use practice labs, the rules for using it, how it actually works. Then the second part is we are going to set things up like S3 and Glue IAM role. What is IAM role and how are we going to set it up? We are going to talk about it in a minute. But the most important thing is how are we going to set up the practice labs? Now you have to be really careful about this thing because you have to be really attentive for this one because this is the process which we have to repeat for almost each and every session. And there are some good practices because Glue is not a free service, it is a paid service. So you have been provided with some credits. So you can communicate with the team and of course you can ask for more of them. But whatever has been allocated to you, you will be able to practice with the help of those only. Okay, that those available credits are enough for you to go for practice as well as complete the project. And we are going to go really slow into this. So let us start with the first step, which is how to use the practice labs. And this is a section which we are going to perform parallelly. So I'm going to break this down into steps, and you guys have to follow all these steps as we proceed. Okay. So let us start with it. How to access the practice labs. So the very first step number one is to log in to LMS in a new window. It is really important to log in into a new window. Why is it important? I'm going to explain in a short time. If you log into LMS in a new window, make sure you don't touch this window. You don't click on any other link or you don't close this window. You keep that particular window as it is. You minimize it and you can work on the other browser tabs. Okay. So log into your LMS. How you log in? I guess all of you are going to this kind of account. So you log in to the LMS. And once you log in to the LMS, you have to get into the respective course. Okay, so as you can see here, okay, it's still rendering. You can see the dashboard. And this one is our course, right? Professional certificate course in data analytics and generative AI. You simply click on this, and the session which we are going to talk about is in the course 4, which is the extract, transform, and load ETL. So please click on that. Okay, once you arrive at this location, let me know. So I'm going to wait for you to arrive onto this location. So log into LMS and visit this particular page. Let me know once you are here. Okay, Nikita, Vidit, Lijo, Leanne, Abhimanyu, Badri, Surbi. Okay, so I'm going to go for, or I'm going to allocate 1 minute timer for each and every step so that everyone has the time. So the timer has just started. Okay, once you arrived, let me know. Okay, Costa has arrived. Okay, it seems this was not quite, I would say, a complex step, right? This was an easy step. Step number 2 is you can see here you have this learning track, and in this learning track you have the reference materials like data sets, guided practices, instructor slides, lab guide, practice projects, demos, course, and data sets. Make sure you download all these things. So I'm asking you to download it before we get into hands-on. So make sure you download all these things and put it under a folder like this. So in my case, it seems the folder is in local disk T, or it seems it is in C here, ETL Glue, and in that I have all these things. So you can download these things and make them available like this. Okay, make them available on a single location. So even if you have just downloaded it in the form of Excel files and put it into a single location, that's completely fine. Now, this was step number 2, was to download all reference material. Okay. The step number 3 is to launch a practice lab. I'll tell you about the nature of this lab as well. So this is step number 3, launch a practice lab. From where you have to launch? You have to visit this particular page or this particular link called practice labs. You click on that and you get to see this particular interface. Okay, where it says lab successfully loaded. Okay, and you should be able to see this launch lab button. So don't go for it as of now. Just try to understand what we are going to get. So the moment you are going to click on launch lab, within a minute, a lab will be launched and you are going to get the credentials to log in into an AWS account. Those are going to be temporary credentials. And if you see credentials onto this page and then you close this page, which means you will not be able to stop or delete the lab. Keep this thing in mind. So as I said, if this is a window in which you are able to see this practice lab, make sure it's a separate window on which you are not working, so that you will launch the lab and you will simply minimize this. Okay, have it as a separate window before launching the lab. Okay, so have it as a separate window and then click on launch lab button in the lower right corner. If you click on launch lab, it would open up a pop-up. This pop-up will say this lab will automatically reset, which means it is going to automatically terminate after 6 hours. Okay. After 6 hours. So whatever actions you have performed, whatever progress you have done will be gone after 6 hours. We have to start with the activities again. These credentials will be active for 6 hours. If you don't, I would say, if you don't close it on your end, let's say if you practice for half an hour or 1 hour and you terminate it, then you have more credits available. Okay. So make sure you see this, and when your lab is going to automatically reset, you look at this and then you click on Launch Lab. So the moment you click on Launch Lab, it will take some moment. It will take around a minute, and you will be able to see credentials over here. In my case, because my credits are over, so I'm able to see this error, but you will not be able to see this error. You will see three things over here. You will see a username. Okay, it looks really weird. So you'll be able to see sign in link, username, and password. These three things you will be able to see. Okay. So please go with this process. And once you're able to see sign in link, username, and password onto this page, please let me know. I'll repeat the steps. Take the practice labs out as a separate window and then simply go for launch lab, which will be in the lower right corner. And you will be able to see the credentials. If you're able to see the credentials, let me know. Okay. Leanne, Rukmini. Okay. Nikita. Okay. So make sure you don't close or click on any other link. Please don't click on any other link or close this window if you're able to see the credentials. Just keep it as it is for now. So I have 1 minute of time allocated for this exercise. Okay, three candidates are able to see the credentials. If you are able to see the credentials, please let me know. Okay, Anurag, Bensi, Surbi. Great, great. Still have 40 seconds. Leo. Okay, we still have 20 seconds. Okay, Aditya says, it says preparing environment. Okay. So within a minute or two, you should be able to see the credentials. Aditya, Costa. I'll wait for your confirmation. Then we'll move forward. Don't worry. Okay, Aditya says got it. Perfect, perfect. It might take 1 or 2 minutes to launch the lab, and you'll get to see credentials after that. Costa, the moment you are able to see the credentials, please let me know. I'm waiting for your confirmation. Okay. Okay. Okay, Abhimanyu, it's taking time. That is fine. It should take a minute or two. Don't worry. I'll not move forward as long as I don't get the confirmation from you guys. Okay, Abhimanyu and Costa, I'm waiting for your confirmation. Once you confirm that you're able to see credentials, we'll move forward. Don't worry. Okay, Costa says done. Great, great. Abhimanyu says done. Perfect, perfect. Now you see three things, right? The sign-in link, username, and password. Make sure you copy the sign-in link which you are able to see and paste it in the browser, not in the same window where you're able to see the credentials. Somewhere else in a new window or a new tab. Let's say somewhere like this place. Okay, somewhere away from the window where you're able to see the credentials. Okay. So if you do so, you will be able to see uh, a, a page like this. You'll be able to see a page like this. And in that particular page, you'll be able to see account ID, IAM username, and password. And you don't need to fill in account ID or alias, that will already be filled. Account ID or alias will already be there if you simply copy and paste the sign in link in the browser. And you see these two boxes for username and password. So all you have to do is copy the username which has been provided to you in the username box, copy the password which is provided to you in the password box, and click on to sign in. So because this is my personal account, I have my own name set as the username. You have names provided, you have the password provided. Simply type it in here like this. Okay, let me know once you're done with it. Let me know once you have just filled in these details. Okay, okay. Aditya, Surbhi, Abhimanyu, Bensi, Lijo. Okay, we still have 30 seconds. Elias is empty. Make sure you copy the sign-in link and paste it in the browser window. Okay, don't directly click on this. Okay, can you please share your sign-in link here in the chat? I'll try it from my end. Sure, sure. Okay, Rukmani, okay. You'll be able to see a credentials page like this. Okay, but unfortunately, I'm not able to see the credentials. But here you will see three properties: sign-in link, username, and password. So make sure you copy the sign-in link or whichever you're able to see. I guess the one which Kostav has shared in the chat window. Similar to this, you will have your own sign-in link in the credentials tab. Please make sure you copy and paste it in the browser window. Then you will be able to see a page like this, which will have account ID or alias. Then you have to paste the username and password in the respective boxes. Okay, Costa, let me just see. Okay, okay. So when you copy the link, make sure you paste it in the URL bar. Okay, if it's pasted in the URL bar, it should navigate to AWS sign-in page. Okay, and as you can see, I'm able to see the account ID over here. Directly paste it in the URL bar. See, what you are doing is you are pasting it onto Google. Okay, and that's why you are unable to, I would say, log in using this link. Make sure you have it like this in the URL bar directly. Okay, and then you'll be able to see it. If not, once you are able to see it, you can simply paste this one as your account ID or alias. Okay, do you want me to share it in the chat window? So if you're not able to access it, you can simply paste this in. This is just for Costa. Okay, paste it in and then go for the respective username and password. Okay, okay, perfect, perfect. Okay, this one will be there. Then you'll be able to see username and password in the credentials. Make sure you paste username and password in the respective text boxes and then click on the sign in button. And once you sign in, please let me know. Okay, let me just catch up with the steps. It was to launch the practice lab in a new window. This is what we have done. Then we got sign in link. Okay, Aditya has done. Great. We got sign in link. So paste sign in link in URL bar in new window or tab. Then step number 5 is paste username and password in respective boxes. And step number 6 is to click on sign in. Okay, Costa, Nikita, Rukmani, everyone says done. Great, great. So once you click on the sign in button, okay, if you click on the sign in button, you will be able to see AWS Management Console. Okay, if you click on that. Okay, it seems I messed up. Just a moment. You'll be able to see this thing. Okay, so this was the login page. You pasted in your username and password in here, and then you logged in. So you should be able to see a console like this, which is called AWS Management Console. You might see most of the areas like you don't have any permissions. Okay, yeah. So many red colors, so many red colored warnings you'll be able to see here. Okay, okay. Nikita says I'm getting this. Same. Yeah, perfect. That's completely okay because you're not owner of this account, right? You have been given permissions to practice on AWS Glue. Okay, and I am owner of this account. This is my personal AWS account, and that is why I'm able to see all these things. But you'll be able to see permission denied on most of the things which you're able to see here. So that is completely fine. That is completely natural. It's okay. But are you able to see the management console? Okay, Nikita, yes, the page which Nikita has shared, everyone will be able to see a similar page. If you are able to see it, just let me know. Okay, Abhimanyu, Surbhi, Lijo, Aditya, Badri, Lian. Great, great. That's fine because you will not be having administrator level rights onto this particular I would say account. So you will have access on Glue, you will have access on S3, the services which we are going to use in the practice, but you might not have access on the administrative, I would say, services onto this account. Now, the most important thing when you log into the console, this is our step number 7. Step number 7. Okay, Benita, let me see what you have shared. Okay, managed cloud AI took long to respond. Okay, try to please relaunch the lab. Please refresh the page and try to launch the lab again. Okay, step number 7 is to choose the region. Now, AWS has data centers spawn across multiple countries. Okay, if you'd like to see it, I'm just going to give you a quick tour of it. If I say this global infrastructure and I simply get into this one, you'll be able to see, this. Okay, so AWS has its infrastructure spawn across multiple countries. So here are these locations. In every country, like this is Europe, and AWS has set up its hardwares, or I would say data centers onto multiple locations. If you look at it in India, Asia Pacific, Mumbai, Asia Pacific, Hyderabad, then if you look at, let's say, this, I guess it's Singapore, Malaysia. You see these things. I guess this is Japan. So Osaka and Tokyo. Okay. So it has its data center spawn across multiple locations. Okay, this is US East Ohio, North Virginia. So let me tell you, you have the permission to use this AWS account, but you have been allocated to use this AWS account in the North Virginia region. So if you use any region other than North Virginia, you might face permission related issues. So make sure whenever you log into the console, the very first thing which you have to check is the region. Make sure that the region is set to North Virginia. If it is not set to North Virginia, make sure you click on the drop down and select North Virginia from the list. And in the upper right corner, you should be able to see North Virginia. Okay, I'll allocate 30 seconds of time for this. Let me know once you're done with it. Okay, Anurag, Licho, Vidit, Bensi, Preeti, Lian, Surbhi, Badri, Nikita. Okay, Rukmani, Aditya. Okay, Nikita has shared a screenshot. Let me just cross check. Okay, Nikita, I'm unable to see the region. I guess I'll just try to. Okay, I guess the screenshot is not about region. Yeah, okay. You're able to see North Virginia, right? Yes, perfect, perfect. That works. Costa. But why are we selecting North Virginia? Because the administrators who have developed this lab, they chose North Virginia region for allocation of the resources for hands-on labs. And that is why you have to choose North Virginia just for the sake of these practice exercises. If you have any personal account, then you don't need to worry. You can choose any region which is available in your area. That's completely fine. Okay, Binita, what's next? Perfect, perfect. It seems you're here on AWS. Okay. Uh, okay. Okay. Have you received the sign-in link? Make sure you paste the sign-in link in the URL bar, which you get from the credentials. Okay. Make sure you paste in that link. And if you have a personal AWS account, then you can also log into the account and you can perform these operations. But Glue is a paid service. So I would recommend you to go with the practice labs. Okay. Every time we practice, we have to relaunch labs. Yes, perfect. Yes, you have to do it every time. But you do it 1 to 2 times, and you'll not face any difficulty around it. Okay, Prashant says access denied. That's fine. On majority of the services which you are able to see here, you will get access denied issues. See, my account is the personal account. This is my personal AWS account. That's why I'm able to see all these things. You guys will see permission denied on most of the on of the blocks over here. Don't worry about it. Make sure you log into the console, and make sure that the region is set to North Virginia. That's it. Okay. Okay, so if the region is successfully set to North Virginia, we can move to the next step. Okay, these are the 7 steps. Choose the region, make sure that the region is set to North Virginia. I'll just keep it short form, which is the US East 1 region. You have to choose this one. Okay, these are steps to access the practice labs. If you'd like, you can have a screenshot of it, or you can just click a photo of this one so that you can use it for reference. Make sure you don't go for this step number 2. It is just for the sake of understanding. This is something you have to do for just one time, and rest of the steps you have to do every time you launch the lab. Okay, now we have seen how to launch practice labs. It seems everyone is now familiar with it. Now we can get into the hands-on activity which we have to perform for our today's session. And what is that activity? Let's see. Demonstrate setup of AWS Glue and the concept of IAM roles. These two things. Setting up AWS Glue IAM role, and setting up S3, setting up buckets, which we see. Okay, let's do it. Okay, just give me a moment. Ignore what I'm doing just for just now. Please ignore whatever I'm doing. Okay, I'll clean it up later on. For now, let me just demonstrate the concept. Okay, you have logged into the management console, which you're able to see like this. In the upper left corner, you should be able to see a search bar. So please visit this search bar and look for S3. And you'll be able to see this scalable storage in the cloud, S3. Please click on this S3 and it would open up S3 management console, which will look like this or which will either look like this. Okay, let me know once you arrive here. Okay, Lijo, Nikita, Lian. Can you show again? That's completely fine. In the upper left corner, you'll be able to see the search bar. Just search for S3 and click on this S3. So once you click on it, you will be able to see this S3 management console, which will either look like this or it will look like this. Okay, let me know once you're on S3. Okay, it seems Lijo, Nikita, Lian, Kostav. Okay, okay. Welcome, Kostav. Badri, Rukmani, Preeti, Bensi, Prashant, Abhimanyu, Aditya, Sushmita. Great, great. Everyone is here. Vidit. Perfect, perfect. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's go for it. You'll be able to see this hamburger icon in the upper left corner. This hamburger icon, these three horizontal bars. Make sure you click on these three horizontal bars. It would open up options for S3. And out of these options, make sure you click on general purpose buckets. So it would open up a new page where you'll be able to see list of buckets which you have on S3. Buckets are nothing but folders or namespaces. Okay, I'm able to see 27 buckets. You might see 0 buckets or 1 or 2 buckets, and that is completely fine because this is my account and I have created buckets prior to performing exercises. Once you arrive on this place, please let me know. Okay, 0 buckets, that's completely fine. No buckets, 0, 0, that's really great. Leanne, Bensi. Okay, everyone is seeing that there are no buckets in this particular account. Okay, that's really great. Okay, I'm able to see buckets because I have created bucket prior to performing these exercises. You might not see any buckets over here. Okay, Rukmani, Abhimanyu, 0 buckets. Great, great. Now, I want to set up data for my ETL job. So I'm making sure that S3 is going to be the source of my ETL job. So my data is getting arrived onto S3 and then I'm going to perform an ETL job later on. Okay, Prashant Badri says 0. Great, great. So you have to create a bucket, a location where the extracted data is going to reside. So we can extract data from sources, we can make it available onto a bucket, and then we can go for the ETL job. Or the data will be available on S3 and we can directly go for ETL job onto this particular data. So as of now, in our today's session, we don't need to worry about the ETL job. We have to worry about how we set up S3. Okay, step number 1 here. If you'd like to create a bucket or a folder in which the content should reside, is this. This orange button you will be able to see called create bucket. Okay, so please click on the create bucket. It would open up a form which has multiple fields, but all we have to do is we have to provide just bucket name. You'll be able to see many things over here. Please don't worry about it. All we need to do is we have to provide a bucket name. So once this form is opened up, let me know. There are some instructions to fill up this form. Okay, Nikita, Lijo, Costa. Surbi, Badri, Abhimanyu, Rukmani, Aditya. Great, great. It seems everyone has opened it up. Bensi, Prashant. Great. Now, what you have to do here is, see, all you have to do here is just fill in the bucket name. However, keep this thing in mind that the bucket name must be unique across all the buckets which have ever created in the AWS. Similar to username, let's imagine if you're creating an email ID. So you have to give globally unique email ID, then and only then you will be able to create it, right? So bucket name should also be globally. The bucket name which you are providing should not be already present. Okay, in my case, what I'm going to say demo bucket 111777. Let's imagine I'm going with this particular name. Make sure you follow these standards that it should have the characters, small characters only, then 0 to 9 numbers. You can use the dot symbols and hyphens. You can't use underscores. Okay, so I decided this should be my bucket name. All I have to do is keep everything as it is. Don't touch any of the configurations. Keep everything. Just give a unique name. Scroll down, and in the lower right corner you will be able to see create bucket button. Make sure you click on this create bucket button, and if everything is fine, if the same bucket name is not present, it will be created, and I'm able to see demo bucket 1177. I could just created it on 10th of August, and you can see the timestamp. Okay. So that's it. That's the only thing you have to do. Okay. Let me know once you are able to see the created bucket in the list of general purpose buckets. Okay. Name could be anything. Yes, name could be anything. Just make sure that the name should not exist on AWS and it should follow the guidelines. Okay. It should be created using small letters, numbers, hyphens, and dot symbols. It won't accept the special symbols, it won't accept spaces, it won't accept underscores. Okay, Surbi. Okay, Badri says, can you repeat? No issues. You have to click on the create bucket button, which you are able to see here. You have to click on the create bucket button. It would open up a form. Provide a unique bucket name over here. And in the lower right corner, here, you'll be able to see create bucket. You click on that and you'll be able to see your created bucket in the list of buckets which we have initially seen. Okay, Surbi, Vidit, Kaustav, Aditya, Abhimanyu, Rukmani, Lijo, Sushmita, Lian, Badri. Welcome, Badri. Okay, now that you are able to see the created bucket in the list of buckets, what you have to do is you have to simply click on this bucket. Okay, it looks like a hyperlink, right? If you click on this bucket, it would open up this bucket, and in the path you will be able to see it like this on S3 under buckets. I am inside the demo bucket 11777. So you can't use the same name. You have to use a different name, right? If you try to create it with same name, this job is going to fail. It will throw an error that bucket already exists. Okay, permissions required. Make sure you are in the North Virginia region. If you are not in the North Virginia region, you will face issues associated with the permissions. Okay, Prashant, make sure you're in the North Virginia region. Bucket is like a file. Surbi is asking this question. No, bucket is like a folder. It's more like a folder, globally unique folder, which you can refer. And inside this folder, you can have multiple folders, and inside those folders, you can have files. Okay, so that's what we are going to do here. I'm going to create 3 folders in the demo bucket. How? So I have navigated to the demo bucket, right? So I'm currently inside the demo bucket. So in here, I have this option to create a folder. You can see in the I guess rightmost corner before upload, I have this option to create folder. I have to create 3 folders over here. I'll simply click on create folder. It would open up a form and the name of folder. Now here we don't have any guidelines like the folder name should be unique or something like that. So you can use the same names as I'm using. I have to create a folder called TMP. Scroll down, click on create folder, and you should be able to see a TMP folder under the bucket which you have created. After that, I have to create second folder. So again, click on the create folder button. And the second folder which I would like to create is called as data. Okay, the name should be data. Then scroll down and click on create folder again. Now inside your bucket, you are able to see 2 folders. Click on create folder button again and just create this folder with name scripts. Scroll down and click on create folder. It will take care of creating the folder, and inside the demo bucket 11177, I'm able to see data, scripts, and TMP folder. Okay, so please set the structure like this. Please create this structure under the demo bucket, whichever you have created, whatever bucket you have created. Let me know once you are done. Okay, Lijo, Nikita, Badri, Rukmani, Lian, Surbhi, Bensi. Okay, I'll still wait for 30 seconds for other candidates to reach till this point. Vidit, Aditya, Costa. Okay, okay, great, great. The next step is you have to click on the data folder. Okay, the data folder which you have just created. Make sure you click on this data folder. Okay, and you'll be able to see this objects. So if you look at the path, the same thing happens on your file system, right? On S3 in buckets, I'm currently in the demo bucket 11177 and I'm in the data folder. So you should be able to see an address like this. So this is data folder. And I have to upload some data into this data folder. Okay, so I have to put in, let's imagine I have to put in some file over here. So how can I do it? You'll be able to see this upload button in the rightmost corner. Make sure you click on this upload button. So if you click on the upload button, it would ask that if you'd like to drag and drop files which you'd like to upload, or you can go for add files and add folder. So I'll go with add files. I'll simply click on add files and I will navigate to the course material which I have downloaded. And in the course material, in the datasets, demos, lesson number 2, I'll be able to see this customer.csv file. I'll simply select this one and click on open. So this file will be listed here. This file has just been listed. It is not uploaded. When will this file get uploaded? You scroll down and you see the upload button over here. You click on the upload button and now this file will actually get uploaded. After that, you'll see this close button. Click on the close button. And under the data folder, now you should be able to see this customer.csv file. Let me know once you're done with this one. If you want me to share this file in the chat window, I'll share this file as well. Okay, Nikita says, please repeat. No issues. I'll repeat it. I'll share the file and I'll repeat the process one more time. Yeah, sure, sure. I'll repeat it. Okay, let me delete this. Rename, edit. Okay, 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 okay. Let me see. Okay, I'll have to get into CLI, but let's not confuse. Let's not get confused around this. I'll select this one and here is a delete button. I'll delete it for now. Okay, doing these things through CLI is even more interesting. Okay, now I guess everyone is here in the data folder, right? Everyone is here in the data folder. Okay, it says Aditya says that the entire folder demo is getting uploaded. I think you have this available as a zip file. Okay, so make sure you pinpoint the file which you would like to upload. You can delete it with the help of delete button. You select if you have accidentally uploaded it, you can select the file and you can simply delete it. Okay. Okay, I'll repeat the process. First, I'll share the file which we need to upload. So I guess in here I have this. So I'll share the respective data sets, not an issue. In the demos or in the data sets, I'll get into demos, lesson number 2 and the customer.csv file. Let me share it in the chat window. Okay, so you can download this file. It will be available in the download section. Okay, so I've shared the file. You can simply download it, make it available in the downloads folder. And while uploading, you can pinpoint this file. Okay, I'll repeat the process one more time now. So once you are in the data folder, all we need to do is we have to upload the file called customer.csv in the data folder. Okay, how are we going to do it? Here is an upload button. So make sure you click on upload. And the moment you click on upload, it would open up a form. It would open up a form. And in here, make sure you click on add files. So you click on add files and then it would open up the file browser. Make sure you navigate to a place where you have this customer.csv file. Any place like whatever you have downloaded or right now I have shared, you can simply download it and navigate to this file and click on open. So the moment you click on open, the file will be listed, like which file is going to get uploaded. You can cross check it. Okay, customer.csv file is going to get uploaded. What is the size of it? 4.3 KB. Okay, this file has just been listed here. This has just been listed. Scroll down and you'll be able to see an option to actually upload this file. So click on the upload button. It will take care of uploading the file. You'll be able to see a message which will say upload succeeded. And then you will be able to see a close button. So click on the close button and now under the data folder, you should be able to see customer.csv file. So this is how you set up S3. For most of the exercises, what we need to do is we have to create a bucket and then we have to create some folders under that bucket and upload data to it. And I hope everyone has got a quick introduction of how to do that task. This is the same process which you have to do for all the pipelines which we are going to perform in the upcoming exercises. So this is how we set up S3. Is this part clear to everyone now? Make sure you practice these things. You have to be familiar with the interface, like how to launch a lab, how to get into S3, how to create bucket, then create folder and upload data. That's it. You do this activity for 2 to 3 times and it will stuck in your mind. Okay. All right. So this is one step and let's move to the another step, a completely new step. And for that, I'll have to go with a little bit of explanation of the concepts. Now, it is about access management. So I'll have to give a quick introduction on how the accesses are managed onto AWS account. So if you are going to access AWS services, there are 3 ways. You can go with the management console access, which we are doing right now. Okay, we are going with management console. So we are logging into AWS management console and then we are interacting with AWS services through the browser. Another way is you can interact with these services using command line interface. And you can interact with AWS services using the programming language like Python or Java or Scala. So you can access the AWS services using the programming languages as well. In our sessions, we are going to focus extensively onto this management console access. Okay. However, the most important thing which I feel which we have to be aware of is how access management is done. Let's imagine we are in a company, we are a team, or let's say a company has an AWS account and a company has multiple users. A company has multiple users. Do we have to give same permissions to all the users? Or do you think every user might have a different set of permissions? Yes, same or different? What do you think? All the users might have either same or different. Okay, Lijo, Anurag, Badri, Bensi. Okay, everyone is saying that the users might have different permissions. Yes, that's absolutely right. Okay, Nikita, everyone is absolutely correct because some of them might be software developers, so they might need access onto different services. Some of them might be database administrators. Some of them might be data engineers. Some of them might be data scientists. It's not just about the services, it's about the level of access as well. So you might have a senior developer and a junior developer and a project manager. All three of them will have different levels of access. Okay, so these permissions are managed through the policies. So you can define policy and you can attach the policy to each and every user. But this doesn't sound convenient, right? This doesn't sound convenient that you will create a policy and then you are going to allocate it to each and every user. So what we normally do is we normally create user groups. Okay, let's imagine I can create a group like this developer, and all the permissions which are required for the developer, I'm going to attach these permissions in the form of policies. In the form of policies, whatever we need, we are going to allocate it here. Okay, whatever are the permissions, or we can bunch it as a policy, and we can attach the policy or multiple policies to this group. And if I add any user into this group, this user is going to automatically get all the permissions. Okay, so this is the concept of user groups. Okay, so you might have different user groups, like you have this developer. So you might have a group for DBAs, the database administrators. They might have different set of permissions. You might have a different group for data analysts or data scientists. And everyone might have different set of policy documents which are assigned to them. Okay. So did you understand the concept of users and user groups and the relevance of it and the policies, these three things? Have you understood it? Just try to understand it conceptually. Even if you understand it conceptually, that's fine. We don't need to get into hands-on on this one as of now. Okay. Lijo, Nikita says repeat. No issues. Okay, I'll repeat this one more time. So if I'm going to have AWS account for an organization, so I'll be having multiple users in my organization. So I might create a user account for each and every employee who's working in my company. But for each and every employee, I can't give all the permissions, right? So I have to define the permissions in a policy document and attach that policy document to the user. This policy is nothing but set of permissions assigned to a user. Okay, so multiple permissions we can bunch together in a policy and you can attach the policy to user. But if I have multiple employees and I have identified that, okay, some of them are developers, some of them are database administrators, some of them are data analysts. So I can define user groups. I can define user groups. So I define, let's say, a user group called developer, and I have attached all the permissions I have bunched together all the permissions for developer in a certain policy document, and I have attached this policy document to my developer group. And any user I add into this developer group will automatically inherit all the properties or permissions which have been defined for the developer group. Same is the case for DBAs, same is the case for data analysts. A single user might also fall into multiple groups. So if a user is part of both groups, user is also going to get the permissions of both the groups. User will inherit the permission of multiple groups. Is this part clear now? The concept of user groups and policies. Okay, Nikita, Leanne. Yes. What about rest of the candidates? Please let me know because the upcoming concept is dependent on this one. Okay, Prashant, Surbhi, Badri, Costa. Perfect. Perfect. Now, how do you think these users are interacting with AWS? So they might have either management console access, the same access which you have got, the AWS account which you are able to see, or the AWS interface which you are able to see. Have you created account for yourself? No. Did you got credentials for an organization account? Yes. Do you have limited permissions on it? Yes. Permissions are restricted, right? Yes. Yes. So you're working with such setup. So we are already part of it. Okay. So how have you logged into this AWS account? With the help of the management console credentials. Okay, you have been provided with the sign-in link, username and password, and then you are simply logging in to a console. You can also log in using the command line interface, but you can't log in using username and password. You have to use the concept of access keys in this case if you're accessing the service using the command line interface. If you're going for a programmatic access, then also you need access keys. It's a different concept. You can navigate it, you can explore it on YouTube. So YouTube or any other platform. It's an easy one. You have to generate access keys and then you can access it using, let's say, the command prompt or PowerShell. You can interact with AWS services. So there is some mechanism for authentication. Every user can have multiple access keys, and you can and if that access key is active, you can interact with AWS services through CLI or some sort of programming language through access keys. Okay, but our intent is not to understand the access keys. I'm just sharing that there is a way. In case of management console, you have this username password authentication, and we have experienced this, right? We have experienced this one. Now, let's imagine you're running an ETL job. Your ETL job is going to get the data from S3, transform it, and write it to Redshift. You might feel that Glue, S3, and Redshift, all these three services are in the same account. So by default, they are going to have permissions to access each other. But keep in mind, Glue is a different service. S3 is a different service. Redshift is a different service. By default, the Glue job cannot access S3 directly. It cannot access S3 because if through Glue job, if you want to access S3, you have to pass the access keys of a user. You have to work with the authentication. If you'd like to access Redshift, you have to pass in the username, password, default schema or the database which you would like to connect, the name of table. Apart from that, whatever are the authentication related parameters to connect with Redshift. So you have to integrate these things in your ETL job. You want to connect to S3, give the access keys of the user who has right to access S3. Want to connect to Redshift, provide all the credentials which are essential to connect to Redshift. So even if you have a Glue job and in the same AWS account, but these are different services. Everyone is able to understand the challenge here. I have to provide access keys and the credentials to access the Redshift. Yes. Are you able to understand it? Okay. Surbi, Lijo, Nikita. So we must understand the question before we get into the solution of it. Okay. Badri, great, great. Leanne, Bensi. See, understanding of question is even more important than understanding of the answer. The challenge of passing access key over here is now the access keys are exposed. So if this glue job is visible to a user who is not expected to access S3 or Redshift, the person is now able to see all the credentials. Not a good idea. Not a very good idea when it comes to security, right? Everyone who accesses this glue job, everyone who is able to see this glue job will be able to see the access key for a particular user and all the credentials for Redshift. These might be exploited. These might be used for wrong purposes. Let's say there is an employee who's on notice period and tomorrow is the last working day and would like to have a revenge on the company. So he can use these credentials for his own benefit, for his own mental satisfaction. See, it falls under the area of possibility, right? Now, AWS has came up with a concept called IAM roles. We can attach a role to this glue. We can attach a role to this glue job, to be precise, this ETL job. I'm going to define a role, and into this role, let's say I'm going to call it glue admin role for now. I'm going to define this role, let's imagine, and I'm naming it glue admin role. Okay, this is just for the sake of example. You can have any valid name. And I'm going to define a policy in which you have access to Redshift and S3. I'm going to define a policy in which I'm going to have access to Redshift and S3. So I'm going to define this role, and this role will be attached to this specific ETL job. And if the role is attached to this ETL job, which has permissions associated with Redshift and S3, then you don't need to provide the access keys and the login credentials for Redshift if this role is assigned to the glue job. Now, you just focus on writing the ETL jobs without worrying to provide access keys or the connection formalities for Redshift and S3, because all these things are defined over here. I might restrict the access on waiving the IAM role. I might restrict the access onto just let's say just run this glue job. Okay, anyone who's able to see the glue job will not have any idea on the credentials of S3 or Redshift. Looks like a better alternative, looks like a better option. Yes. Do you agree on this one? Yes. Okay. Have you understood this point first? Do you want me to repeat this one? Let me know. Okay. Lijo? Okay. It seems most of the candidates have not got this point. So I'll repeat this point. Yeah, sure. I'll repeat this one. No issues. Okay. So what I'm saying is if I don't have any IAM role, okay, if I don't have any IAM role available, let's say let's delete it from here. And if my ETL job, which I'm defining using Glue, okay, the ETL job, which I'm defining using Glue, has to communicate with S3, which is a different AWS service. Yes, till this point, I guess everyone is on the same page. Everyone is on the same page till this point. Yeah, perfect, perfect. So if Glue wants to access S3, it has to provide it has to authenticate itself So it has to provide the access keys of a user who has access to S3. Okay, access keys you have to mention in the ETL job itself. Do you agree on this one? If you want to connect to S3, you have to provide the access keys in the Glue job. Okay, okay, great, 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 perfect. Second thing is if I want to connect to Redshift, which is a data warehouse, so there are some connection formalities to connect with the Redshift as well. And the formalities look like this. You have to provide username, password, the database to which you would like to connect, the table which you would like to write the content in, and few more authentication related details for Redshift. These things you have to mention in your ETL job itself. Inside your ETL job, you have to mention these things. There are few challenges of mentioning these things. You might say, okay, I'm going to have access keys. What's the issue? If this works, right? This thing works. You're able to access S3. You're able to access Redshift. What is the problem? See, without going for IAM role, if you're able to access it, that's really great, right? But it is going to impose some challenges. Challenges like the access keys as well as the access credentials are now exposed to everyone, whoever is able to just view this Glue job, and that person might use it for wrong purpose, or I would say this is a security threat if you're exposing the credentials. Yes, are we on the same page till this point? Okay, okay. Surbhi, Nikita, Costa. Yes. So even if there is a junior data engineer, that guy has permission to just view the Glue job. The junior data engineer can also see the access keys and the Redshift connection credentials. So what I'm saying is, instead of going for this, mentioning these things over here inside the Glue job, you can define something called IAM role. And you can give it a name for identification. Let's say I'm going to call it Glue admin role. You can give it whichever name you would like. So I say Glue admin role, and I can attach policies to the Glue admin role, similar to how I can attach policies to users, similar to how I can attach policies to groups. I can attach policies to a role. So let's imagine I'm going to attach a policy, and this policy will have access to S3 as well as Redshift. Okay, which means this Glue job, which means this role, IAM role, which we have created, or if it is attached to my ETL job, it will automatically gain access. It will automatically gain access to S3 and Redshift, and I don't need to provide these credentials now, because I said I'm authorizing this Glue job. I'm giving permission to the AWS service to interact with other AWS services. Let me repeat it. I'm giving permission to the Glue job. I'm giving permission to one AWS service to interact with other AWS services. Now, are you able to understand it? What is the purpose of having roles? Okay, okay. Vidit, Kostav, Bensi, Leanne, great. Surbhi, Nikita, great, great. Now it seems everyone has understood it. Okay, Badri, great. Now the second task in the setup area, which we have to perform for each and every session, is we have to create an IAM role. You should be able to create an IAM role and attach policy to it. Okay, and I'm going to show you how you can do it step by step. Okay, so creating IAM role. These are redundant things which you have to do for each and every exercise. So make sure you give your proper attention to it in the first session so that we don't need to spend more time to understand this thing in the upcoming session. Okay, so let's visit this area on AWS Management Console, whichever you have logged in. And in here, you should be able to see a search bar. In the search bar, type in IAM and you will be able to see this IAM access to AWS resources. So simply click on this. Make sure you don't click on IAM Identity Center. Please click on IAM. So if you click on IAM, it would open up IAM Management Console. You will either see a page like this or you will either see a page like this. Okay, are you able to see a page like this? Once you arrive on this page, let me know. Just type in yes or Y in the chat window. Okay. Nikita, Licho, Vidit, Leanne. Can you please repeat? Sure, Aditya. Rukmani, Costa, Surbhi. Great. See, all you have to do is, all you have to do is get into a search bar in the management console where you have logged in into AWS. Get into search bar and search for IAM. And in the services section, you should be able to see this IAM. Please click on this IAM and you will be in the IAM management console, which looks like this IAM dashboard. You will see a page like this, either this or you'll see a page like this. Okay, Aditya, welcome. Okay, once you are here, you will be able to see this hamburger icon. Okay, make sure you click on this icon and in the access management drop down, there is this third point which says roles. Please click on roles. So the moment you click on role, it would open up the existing roles. You might not see many roles over here. Okay, I have 87 roles defined, but you might see either one or two, or you might even see zero over here. So once you're on this page, please let me know. Okay, Leanne says 10, Nikita says 6, Aditya says 7, 8, fine. 8 to 10 roles are fine. 9, 7, okay, great. Bensi, yeah, 8 roles, fine. Okay, the number of roles which you are able to see here does not matter because those are not the roles we are going to use. We have to create a role for ourselves, right? So in order to create role, you will be able to see this create role button in the upper right corner. In the upper right corner, you will be able to see this create role button. Please click on this. It would open up a form. Okay, this form would open up now. Let me know once you are here. Okay, Rukmini, Nikita, Prashant, Surbhi, Preeti. Okay, please let me know once you have arrived over here. Okay, Leanne, Bensi, Badri, Lijo, Aditya. Okay. It seems everyone is here now. Okay. Now, trust entity type. Make sure AWS service is selected. Allows AWS services or other to perform actions in this account. We are selecting this because we want AWS Glue to perform actions in this account. We want it to access S3 and other AWS services, right? So make sure trusted entity type is set to AWS service. And then in the use case, you have to choose for which service you're actually creating this glue, which you're actually creating this role for. So in the drop down menu, you'll be able to see all the AWS services, out of which you have to choose Glue. So you can see this filter, just search for Glue and you'll be able to see Glue and Data Brew like this. Make sure you select Glue. Okay, and reach till this point. Reach till this point and let me know once you are here. Make sure the trusted entity type is set to AWS service, and in the use cases, you choose Glue. Okay, Licho, Preeti, Vidit, Surbhi, great, great. Nikita, Kostav, Leanne, Bensi, perfect, perfect. Rukmani, great, great. Now this is a three-step process. We are done with the first step. As you can see, we are done with the first step. Select the trust entity. And if you look at the use case, what it says, allows Glue to call AWS services on your behalf. That is what we are looking for, right? Then scroll down and you'll be able to see next button. Make sure you click on the next button. It would open up a second form which will say, okay, add permissions to the role which you're trying to create. Okay. Once you're on this page, please let me know. Okay. Nikita, Vidit, Rukmani, Badri, Lian, Surbhi, Preeti, Prashant, Richo. Okay. Everyone is on this page now. All you have to do is you have to select the first policy which you are able to see, administrator access. So we are not going to keep the hassle of pinpointing the permissions. We are straight away giving the administrator access permission to the role which we are trying to create for our AWS Glue. What it does, it provides full access to AWS services and resources. So using Glue, you will be able to access all the services. Okay, if Glue needs to interact with any service. So make sure you check this administrator access policy. It has permissions to all, it has all the necessary permissions. And once you are done with it, scroll down and you'll be able to see next button over here. You have to click on the next button and it would open up the third step where you have to provide the name for your IAM role. Okay, let me know if you're on step 3. You're able to see this form. Let me know once you are here. Okay, Nikita, Badri, Dijo, Vidit, Kaustav, Leanne, Surbhi, Rukmani. Okay, okay, Bensi. Perfect, perfect. Everyone is here. All you have to do here is just give a proper name to this particular role. I'm going to name it Glue Admin Role. Okay, it says role name can contain alphanumeric characters or any of the following. So I can also say Glue Admin Role like this. Okay, you can also give the same name. It's not like S3. It's not like you're defining an S3 bucket. You can give the same name if you wish. What you have to do is scroll down. Once you have given the name, just scroll down and click on create role. So the moment you click on create role, the role should be created. All you have to do is provide a name to this role. You can provide the same name which I have provided. Then you can scroll down and click on create role. So if you click on create role, it will take care of creating a role and it will say role Glue admin has been created. You should be able to see it in the list of roles. So if I say Glue, then I'm able to see this, as you can see, Glue admin role. So if you're able to see the role which you have created in the list of roles, I guess will be done with the hands-on for our today's session. Okay, Vidit, Nikita, Preeti, Lijo, Costa, Surbhi. Okay, great, great. Bensi, Lian, Badri. Great, great. It seems everyone is able to create the IAM role. That's really great. That's really great. Perfect. Perfect. That's what we were expecting. Now we have just created the role. Keep this thing in mind. It's not as if you have created a role and this access has been provided to all ETL jobs. So when you are going to run a certain ETL job, you have to attach this role to that ETL job. Then and only then that job is going to get the permissions. But the primary step is to create an IAM role. If you don't create an IAM role, how are you supposed to attach it, right? we are going to walk through the very first step in the ETL. And the very first step is going to be the extract part. But I would say the part prior to the extract one. So we are going to walk through that. Our intent is to understand the concept of data source identification in ETL. So, what do we mean by data source identification? In our previous session, or I would say the very first session which we have walked through, we talked about a use case where I said that we are going to have multiple sources and multiple destinations, right? So, whenever the data for a certain project will get generated, it might get generated onto multiple sources. The sources might be an RDBMS, a NoSQL database, let's say some sort of server. So the data gets generated onto different sources. We have to extract that data. But how can you extract a data if you can't identify it? So you have to first figure out if I would like to extract data from RDBMS or NoSQL. So you need to understand what exactly is the source of data. Okay, so that's what we mean by data source identification. Then let's move forward. So I guess this is a quick recap. In our previous session, we talked about, I guess, ETL as a process, and we also talked about the hands-on activity, like how you log into the lab and how you are going to use those credentials and what exactly we have to perform. Okay, so let's get into our today's session, identifying data sources. Okay, so first of all, this is a question: what is a data source? So when we say what is a data source, it's a place where data is getting originated, and it might not be directly available to us. Let's say some sort of server. It might be present onto client's location or a NoSQL database or a server. So what we have to do is we have to extract data, but before that we have to identify from where that data is coming. Okay, even let's say we'll not be able to extract if we are not aware of where data is residing, right? That's what we mean by identification of data source, or that's what we mean by data source. Okay, so why we need that data? We need that data for the purpose of analysis. We might go for the business intelligence and reporting. Of course, these two things are responsible for decision making. Okay, then let's move forward. There are a few broad categories of data sources, and I'm going to explain all of them. Okay, so categories of data sources. These are the broad categories. Like you see the concept of databases. This is a place from where your data might originate. What are the two types of, or there are not just two, there are 3 to 4 types of databases. So the database might be a SQL database, an RDBMS like MySQL, PostgreSQL, SQL Server. It might be a NoSQL database like MongoDB, Cassandra. If I want to extract data from RDBMS, let's take the example MySQL. Okay, everyone is aware of MySQL. So I'm going to get into it. I'll say MySQL. So this is a client, MySQL Workbench, and it is able to connect to the MySQL server. Now let me give you a quick tour of it. Let's imagine I would like to connect to the local MySQL instance which has been installed on my computer. So I can go with this local instance. Apart from that, we were testing a website, and for that, we had this particular database. So it is not the database server is not running on my computer. I have to connect to that database server if I have to perform any operations. Now, I guess these are the databases for my website. These are the databases for my website. Apart from that, if you see this one, I guess I've created one database onto AWS, and I'm trying to connect it through the MySQL Workbench. So the very first thing is, if I want to extract data from, let us say, MySQL, I have to first connect to it. I need proper credentials. Then and only then I'll be able to connect to the MySQL server. See, instead of theoretically talking about it, let me just open up the connections window. Let's imagine I would like to connect to any MySQL. So what I have to do is I have to simply click on this plus icon. And can you see this connection name? So I can give demo connection. After that, I have to choose the connection method. There are different ways using which we can connect to the MySQL server. Then what is the host name? What is the port? So by default, port is going to be 3306. The username, the password, and the default database. You have to fill in these many things if you have to connect to the MySQL in our case. Okay. You have to fill in these many things. Apart from these, apart from these, if I talk about connecting to a NoSQL database like MongoDB, so formalities are going to be a bit different, right? Formalities are going to be a bit different if I'm trying to connect to MongoDB. Let me just show you. Okay, I'll open up this client for MongoDB, which is called as MongoDB Compass. And here, as you can see, I've made multiple connections for cluster 0, then this one's my local installation, and these ones are cloud-based installations. Now, if I want to connect to the NoSQL database, again, you can see you can add the connection. So what we need URI, name, as well as the authentication type. There are different ways of authenticating the host, and here, as you can see, there is a different port number. So these are the details we need to connect to MongoDB. If I talk about connecting to a server, some sort of, let's say, not RDBMS server, this is a, let's say, FTP server from where the files are getting transferred. So if I want to connect to this server, the formalities are going to be different in comparison with RDBMS and NoSQL. We have seen it. For RDBMS, there are different things, different parameters which we need to provide. For NoSQL, we need to provide different parameters. Similar to that, for server also, we need to provide different parameters. If it's a SSH, let's say if it's an SFTP server, would you like to see how we can connect to SFTP server? So I'm already here. Let's get into EC2. And in here, I might be having some instances which are running. Or if I don't have any instances which are running, okay, currently I don't have any instance. So I'll say launch instance. I'll give it some name like demo server. And I'm going to keep everything default. Okay, then I'm going to choose the key pair using which I should log into this one. Okay, or I'll simply create a new key pair. Okay, like this, and I'm going to have a PEM file. So I'll simply create it, and it will get downloaded over here. The network, it says allow traffic from everywhere, configurations. I'm keeping everything as it is, and then I'm simply going to launch this server. So this server is going to run in the region called North Virginia. So the actual hardware or the actual container where this server is actually running is in the North Virginia region. Okay, so it's not running on my local computer, right? It is not running on my local computer. Now I want to connect to this particular instance which is running. So let us see what are the options. So this is also one sort of SSH server, or this is one sort of server to which we can connect. So here you'll be able to see the connect button. If I click on it, you can see there are different ways. And the most common way is to go with the SSH client. So I have this git bash, and I'll try to connect to this server using git bash. I'll simply say ssh -i, then the key, and I'll have to provide the username and public DNS address of the server like this. Okay, let's press enter. Okay, it would ask me for an authentication. I'll say yes, and it will get connected. So currently I've connected to the instance which is running. This instance is running in the North Virginia region, and from my system I'm able to log into this particular thing. So if this particular system had some sort of data and just wanted to copy that data onto my computer, then I would have been able to do that, right? But to connect with an SSH server see, there are different requirements. In this case, we need the PEM file, or I would say the key to log into this particular server. We need its public IP address or public DNS, and we need the username. If I say that I would like to connect with, just a minute, I guess we, yeah, streaming data. Okay, it seems I have to write those things again. Okay, we didn't talk about it, right? Okay, I guess we talked about this one. Okay, so if I had to communicate with RDBMS, these were the formalities, right? Host, username, password, connection method, default address. If we had to connect to the NoSQL database, these were the formalities, which were quite different than RDBMS. And if we had to connect with the server, we had these formalities. You should be aware of either the public IP address or the domain. Port 22 you have to open. This is one thing. We need key pairs, and we need or either key, username or password. So these many things you need if you'd like to connect to server. And let's come back to the slide where we talk about the major categories. So if I talk about databases, now everyone knows different type of database might have different ways of connecting to it. Okay, talk about flat files. Flat files are mostly provided onto the servers. Then we talk about API. Okay, there are few APIs which are which using which you can capture the data. Okay, and web services as well. Now, when we talk about APIs, API means application programming interfaces. Okay, looks good, but we must understand how the data is being provided through APIs. So, if you are aware of Twitter, I guess now it's known as X. So, it also has its own APIs. Okay, let's imagine we have done one project on it where we had to figure out the top 10 celebrities. So, whichever are the trending topics onto Twitter, or whatever is the communication going on X. So, we can take all those tweets, which are the live streaming. So, whatever is going on live on Twitter, you can capture it with the help of APIs. Okay, if you'd like to see, I'll just search for this Twitter API documentation. Yes, we had this one previously. We talked about it. Yeah, if you look at this, it's now called as X API. It enables programming access to X unique in advanced ways. Okay, what's exactly it is going to do? About migrating to V2 API and for new users. Okay, so yeah, access level for write only cases and test cases, basic. Okay, so if you'd like, you can extract these many things from Twitter. Okay, you can extract these many things from Twitter, and they are also charging for it. Okay, so keep this thing in mind that you can use these APIs. Let's imagine we are running some sort of news channel. So this thing is really helpful because you'll be able to capture what's going on, and you'll be able to figure out things. Okay, so you can't manually just log into X and keep following people if you're working on a production level. Let's say if we are a news channel, so we need these kind of APIs to actually capture what's going on Twitter, what's going on Facebook or Insta, whatever is going on, and based on that we can build the news. Okay, so this is not just true for news agencies. This is also a good idea for those who are performing some sort of trend analysis. Okay, so they can also go with this one. Live streaming data you will get from this API. Now, why it is being called API? Let's understand it. So there might be some sort of place where Twitter or let's say X is storing the data. Okay, everyone agrees on this one, right? So Twitter or let's say X is storing the data onto some sort of let's say database or a NoSQL database. They might keep data over place like that. Okay, it might be a database, it might be a NoSQL database, or it might just be some sort of data warehouse like Delta Lake or Snowflake. So they might be keeping their data on some place, and these are the users. These users are generating the data. Are these users directly able to access the databases? Yes, what do you think? Are these users directly accessing the databases, or there is something in between? See, even if we are using Instagram, are we aware of the servers of it? Even we are able to see the content on Instagram. We are able to create the account, search for friends. We are able to do many things. We are able to get the data. We can go for post. If you'd like to delete some, you can go for delete. If you'd like to edit some sort of description, you can also do that. Okay, so we are making these requests. These requests are nothing but, let's say, API calls. If I'm searching for something, so I'm saying, okay, give me something. If I'm uploading a reel or a story, so I'm going with the post. If I'm deleting some post because it was cringe, so from my account, of course, so that's the delete operation. Then patch means, let's say, I'd like to update something, so you can go with patch. So for every operation there is an interaction with the database. Everyone agrees with it? For every operation, either we are trying to get the data or post or delete or patch, whatever I'm doing, I have to interact with the database. But as a user, have we ever interacted with the database? No, we never interacted with the database. Then comes the X API. Let's imagine this is X, then comes the X API. It says, I'll give you all the contents. You can go for this GET request. It will say, okay, I'll give you all the contents of my database, which you will ask for, but you still won't be able to access the database. And in here, if I say, if I'm not wrong, I can call it X API. And as a developer, you can get data from this X API. And this database is hidden behind this particular API. As a developer, you only know X API and you don't even know what are the details of the database. If I talk about the sources, for me, what is the source? Is database source for me? No. The source for me is going to be X API, because this API is giving me the data. So this is going to be my data source. So APIs can also serve as the data source. And if you'd like to capture data with the help of APIs, of course, there are different formalities for it. And if I talk about some web services, custom web services, which are generating the data, so yes, there are going to be different formalities for this one. Okay. Now, we have to understand, why are we going through this hassle? We have to understand this one. Are we going through this hassle because it's so cool to just go with the data pipelines because it's some sort of trendy thing? No, we have to identify data source because we have to be assured about the data quality. Can we trust that data? For now, if I say, if we talk about the X API which we have seen right now, so this is a valid API provided by X, which is the company directly, right? So you can trust on this one. It's possible to trust on this particular source, right? But let's say if there is some sort of party vendor and who says, okay, I'll provide you the data from Twitter. So you're not talking about X API. You said, okay, there is someone else who's providing you data. So can you trust on that sort of APIs that you will get valid data from it? No? All right. So that is one reason. Data quality assurance. You need to be aware about the data. You need to be assured about the data that you're getting data from a valid source. Then you have this data integrity, integration, and connectivity. We might be fetching data from multiple location, and we should also be aware of connectivity. That are we able to connect to that source or not? Informed decision making, of course. As long as you're not aware of the source, you will not be able to capture the data. You will not be able to capture the you'll not be able to evaluate the statistics, and decision making would hamper. Then optimized resource allocation. If I'm aware of the source, how much time and resources I need to capture the data from that particular source, then based on that I can assign the resources, right? So optimized resource allocation, if we are aware of the data source. Like if I talk about this one, if I know that I have to spend, let's say, $175 or $200, I guess we are able to see it somewhere here, like this, with the annual subscription likewise. Okay. So if we are aware of how much we need to invest, so we can set our budgets accordingly, right? So it's not just about that, but the amount of data you are going to capture and the amount of resources you need to process that much amount of data. If you are not aware of the source, it will be difficult for us to evaluate the resource allocation. And regulatory compliance, more about compliance we are going to talk in the upcoming slides. So yeah, these are some importance related to the identification of data sources. Configuring data source connections. Now this part we have already covered, right? Like if you like to connect to MySQL, what you need to do. If you'd like to connect to NoSQL, what you have to do. However, there are some steps involved which I believe are important for us to know. Okay. And this process applies to all the data sources, not one. Okay. Level one is the data configuration. You must identify the data source. Is it RDBMS? Is it NoSQL database? Is it a server? Is it an API? You must identify it first. Then gather the access details. If you come to know it's, let's say, RDBMS, then you have to gather the access details, like what all things you need to connect to this particular data source. After that, you have to choose the connection method. Okay, connection method, as we have seen in case of MongoDB, as well as in case of MySQL, as well as in case of SSH server, there are different ways to connect. So you have to choose the connection method, which one is convenient for you, and on which sort of connection method is allowed. These two parameters you have to check. After this, configure security settings. All right, you have been provided with the access, that's fine, but you're extracting data at your end, you must provide security. Okay, because there was a reason that data was not accessible to everyone. Okay, so if you're gathering the data, you must also configure the security settings. Okay, this is phase one, I would say, level one, data configuration. Then you have to go with level two, which is a common thing, right? Once you have configured the security settings, chosen the connection method, gathered the access details, once you are done with it, then you are going to set up connection. Okay, and here it is being mentioned that connection pooling means you might set up multiple connections to the data source. As we mostly deal with big data, so what happens is that the data which we are normally dealing with is going to be in terabytes or petabytes. Okay, so it's going to be either in terabytes or, let's say, petabytes. So data is going to be huge. Okay, And let's imagine that we are going with an ETL tool like AWS Glue. Okay, this is AWS Glue. Glue is a very powerful tool. It can process terabytes of data efficiently. Okay, all you need to be ready for is to pay bills, whatever is the amount. It's very convenient. Okay, so I'm trying to extract data from, let's say, this AWS, from this RDBMS server to Glue. And later on, I'm going to write that data onto, let's say, S3. I'm going to process that data and put it onto, let's say, S3. Okay, so this is my ETL flow. Just imagine this one. If I'm going to capture this much data and I'm going to have, if let's say just a single connection, or let's say a single processor core, a single CPU thread, one connection means one processor thread. Okay, a single connection. Okay, so how much are you expecting from this single connection thread? So this is just one processor working on getting the data into Glue. Don't you think to pull terabytes and petabytes of data and having just one thread is a bad idea? Because it is going to take long time. See, what happens is you can also set up multiple connections. In AWS Glue, of course, you can choose the parallelism. If I set up multiple connections, then pulling the data from the source system becomes a distributed task. So you have, let's say, four connections now. These four connections will connect to RDBMS server or whatever warehouse you're trying to pull data from. And now four threads are responsible for it. So this will give you 4 times faster data extraction speed compared to a single thread, provided your database server also has that much capacity. See, many times, if let's say the database server says, okay, I can provide you data maximum at the rate of 200 Mbps. Okay, then doesn't matter the number of connections you go for, you will not be able to extract data beyond this particular speed, because that is the limitation of server. Many times while designing solution, I normally ask these questions in interviews. So if I'm going to set up multiple connections to my database server, will it increase the data extraction speed? Yes, it will increase, but beyond a specific limit, you can't increase the speed. So there might not be no point in defining multiple connections if the speed is not too much. Okay, well, but there are some servers which provide, I would say, terrific, I would say, speeds in, let's say, a few gigabytes per second, something like that. So in that case, it makes sense that you go with this kind of setup. Okay, so that's what we mean by connection pooling. You can set up either a single connection or multiple connections to your data sources, or single data source which you are trying to identify. Okay, then define the data retrieval parameters. If I'm going to connect to RDBMS server, so there are hundreds and thousands of table onto this particular RDBMS server, and I just want 15 tables out of it, just 15 tables. But how many tables does this particular database has? Let's imagine it has around 1500 tables, but I want just 15 tables. So we have to define what exactly we want from the source. We have to mention that thing. We are setting up a connection, that's completely fine, that's great. Anyways, we have to set up connection, but what are we asking for? Are we asking for all the data, or are we asking for few tables? Let's say even if you are connecting to a database server, what do you want from the database server? From which folder you want the data? That you have to mention. Then testing the connection, you have to test the connection if it works fine or not. And while testing connection, if there are any errors or exceptions, we have to deal with it. Okay, and let's say you have dealt with everything, the connection has been tested successfully. Then comes the next step. The next step is the document configuration. If it works fine, before we deploy it, we say, okay, I don't want to look for these details again and again, because we identified it, we went for the parameters, and we gathered all access details. Okay, so you have to document these things. Then review and optimize if there are any ways using which you can optimize the connection, or you can optimize the operation. Then monitor connection performance. Right now we are talking about that the connection is ongoing, so you see what is the performance, and then adapt to changes. Imagine I said go for the four connections, and then I said okay, these four connections are draining the performance, so I say okay, go for just two connections. Okay, and that is possible if we are monitoring it. If we are not monitoring the connection, or the process, then there is no point. Okay, there is no point in setting it up if you are not monitoring the performance. And adapt to changes based on the requirement, of course. Maintain the backup and version control. So more about version control we are going to talk in the upcoming session. Comply with the security and compliance standards. Let's say if you log into Amazon, or let's say any other platform where you can save your credit card information. So what they say, the credit card information has been saved as per guidelines, as per some guidelines. So for every country there are different guidelines, right? That's what we mean by compliance. And then we talk about this thing, document changes. Like if there are any changes in while we are making connections, so you can document them. Okay, these are some steps for configuring the data source connection. I hope everyone understood these steps. Data reliability and accuracy, these two terminologies are often confusing. Many times we say data reliability and accuracy is one and the same thing. Okay, so let's understand what do you mean by data reliability. Let's read the definition of it. It refers to consistency and dependability of data over time. Reliable data is free from error. Now this is the highlight, it is free from error and inconsistencies, ensures its trustworthiness for analysis and decision making. All right, if I say that if I have this particular data, let's imagine I'm just going to write it up here. If I have this data, let's imagine this is the data which we are using for traffic monitoring system, and I get to see this one is the vehicle ID, and then let's say the speed of vehicle is, let's say, 45. So you can trust this. Okay, then I say 2 comma, and suddenly I'm able to see some random values. Okay, and then I get to see some random numbers. Okay, and in this particular data set, you get to see these values very often. Okay, you get to see these values often. Now, if you get to see the corrupt values or inconsistencies in a certain data set again and again, I would ask you, can you rely on that data? The answer is big no, you can't rely on it if the data has corrupt value. Because if the values itself contains error, and the values itself contains inconsistencies, so can you trust it for analysis process? Let's say I have hired three data analysts, but I'm providing them a data which is, I would say, which has so many corrupt values. So of course we can't trust that kind of data, and that's what we mean by data reliability. The data which you are extracting, not necessarily if you are analyzing the data, you might be getting data from a source on which you can trust, right? And that's why this one thing is really important for data analysts. If they are processing the data, they must be aware of the source and the authenticity of it. Okay, as well as the structure, the kind of error and inconsistencies we normally have. Okay, that's what we mean by data reliability. Now we talk about this data accuracy. It's a completely different thing. It's, let's say, data accuracy. It says that data should be free from the bias, distortion, providing a faithful representation of reality. Let's understand it. I recently talked about the e-commerce example. I talked about it like, let's imagine you visit Amazon, you try to purchase a laptop, and I just, let's say, try to see this thing which has been bought by around 1,000 people. And then I get into the ratings. Okay. If you look at the ratings, you get to see the reviews, and mostly you trust the reviews which are provided by the Amazon, right? Mostly we trust these reviews. Now imagine I'm also starting a similar online store where I am selling the laptops. And let's imagine that I'm manipulating these reviews. Structure is fine. There is no inconsistency, no error in the data, no corrupt values. But whatever is the value, let's imagine I asked some person that, okay, go for a 5-star rating and just praise my product. Then I can say, of course, the data, does the data contains inconsistency? No. What you had to provide, you had to provide a rating, you had to provide a title, you had to provide some description and photographs and videos if possible. It's simple, right? So for a review, all these things are being provided, not an issue. But whatever the review is written, let's imagine, whatever the review is written, it is some sort of paid review. Okay, normally for I guess I used to get calls from some companies that you have to rate this particular hotel, and will provide you this much amount if you rate these hotels on let's say Google or on some place. Please rate the hotels. Okay, so I guess you might have also encountered this thing, but that's where the concept of data accuracy comes in. If I am capturing the data from a certain source, but that data is not free from the bias, the information is distorted and it is not representing the reality, that part comes under the data accuracy. So it is the difference between data accuracy and data reliability, and I hope everyone understood this particular part. Now let's proceed further. Evaluating, so how are you going to what are the consistent what are the consequences of it? We already talked about it, right? Key factors in evaluating the data reliability. Now you want to evaluate the reliability of data. We are not talking about the accuracy part. Can I rely on the data? It will depend on the source, right? It will depend on the source. Then the data collection methodology which is being used while collecting the data, are we transforming it? Are we making some changes? Are there any side effect because of the data collection methodology? Then data handling and processing. So from ETL, what exactly is happening when you are transforming the data? So how the data is getting handled? These are the key factors of evaluating data, I guess reliability and accuracy, both things. Okay. Then data documentation and transparency, whatever changes or whatever things you are able to capture in the data. Okay, you have to be clear about it, and you can go for documentation around it. And data currency and timeliness. Is the data current and relevant to your needs? Let's say I would like to go for trend analysis, but I'm getting data from past year, not 2025. I'm getting data from 2024. So doesn't look like a good option, right? So we'll get wrong answers. So you need to understand the currency. Is are we processing the current data, and what are the uh, I'd say from which time we are processing this data. Okay, challenges. Of course, these are the challenges. If the amount of data is large, if accessing, if we need the data which is restricted, if you'd like to define data quality standards for the data which you are extracting, these are the challenges, but every challenge has a solution. So if I'd like to process large data, then it says, okay, utilize the data management tools. So in case of, I guess, AWS Glue, you have these things. Then accessing the restricted data. So collaborating with data owners, of course, you have to communicate with those who are actually owning the data. Like if I would like to get the data from BBC News, so I have to write a mail or I have to communicate with them, right? Then establishing universally accepted data quality standard, advocating data quality standards. But my honest opinion is we have to hire some experts who are aware of what data quality is and what are the data quality standards. Okay. So these are the benefits, of course. everything positive, improved decision making, enhanced research analysis. If I summarize this thing, if we have data which is accurate and reliable, we will be able to simply, I'll say, come up with the correct analysis. And based on that, our decision making is also going to be accurate. Strategies for handling diverse data sources, that's completely, I would say, valid point, because data source is not one, you're dealing with multiple data sources. So data heterogeneity, if I talk about it, data sources are, data is distributed across multiple sources in multiple formats, structures, quality levels. So it has a challenge in integration. Volume and velocity. So we are talking about big data here. Two V's, volume, velocity. Okay, these two things also overwhelm traditional data management systems. So for this, you need big data tools to handle this volume and velocity. Then data silos. Now, this is a challenge. Challenge means what happens is if I'm trying to access a data on which I don't have a direct ownership. So some of the data might be provided to me and some of the data might be isolated. That is possible. Okay. And isolated data is like, let's say, they are providing you data, but it is some sort of, let's say, encrypted data or something like that. Some parts of the data you can understand, but some parts of the data are hidden. Okay, this also poses challenge. Then data governance and compliance. So even if I am extracting the data, let's say I would like to store that data, or I would like to extract the data. So I have to follow the compliance standards. Okay, the privacy, security, compliance standards across diverse data sources. So if I had one data source, it was not challenging. But if I'm talking about multiple sources, then the compliance becomes complicated. Okay, so these are some strategies. I'll be giving you a brief idea on each and every of this strategy. What do you mean by data standardization? Whatever data you are extracting from whichever source, you can define rules for each and every, I would say, field or attribute. You are going to define a rule. Let's say if I'm getting data, let's say for user, so user ID, username. So I'm going to define standard for each and every attribute. So email ID should have a valid format. The contact number should have a valid format. The national unique ID should have a unique format. So it should have its own, format. So you can define these standard rules. It's like applying constraints onto the data. Then you have this thing called data integration platforms. See, you are extracting data from multiple sources and putting it together. Where exactly are you putting this data? So normally for data integration, you have data lakes. So if you'd like to build a data lake on AWS, so you can go with the combination of let's say S3 plus the Glue. You can go with the combination of both of them. Okay. Then here is a new and fresh concept which is being used in the industries right now: data virtualization. Let's understand what data virtualization is. See, we are talking about data analysis domain. Okay. Data virtualization simply means that your data might be onto different sources like RDBMS, oh sorry, like RDBMS or NoSQL, or it might be on a server. So I can have a virtual layer which interacts with these sources. Instead of extracting data from these sources and putting it somewhere, if I have a data analyst and I have this virtual layer, I can ask this data analyst to interact with this data through virtual layer, similar to what API is doing. You can build a virtual layer and the data analyst would directly query the data which is present onto the sources instead of capturing the data onto location and then processing it. But keep in mind, this virtualization or this virtual layer would work only in case when the amount of data is low. It would work only in case when these things are under your direct ownership. Okay, let's say if it's a data from client and the data analysts are constantly connecting to the database server, so the upper management might say, okay, you're accessing our data source again and again and again, and our applications are also accessing this, so you're blocking our bandwidth. Okay, because even if it's a source, it has its own limitation. But if the amount of data is less, then that is not the concern. You can go with this one. Okay, data virtualization. Then data governance framework, of course, the compliance standards as we talked about, and quality management. Okay, these are few key strategies to handle diverse data sources. And this is, I guess, the final theoretical point which we are going to explore today. What do you mean by metadata? I guess we talked about it in previous session, right? There is one section called data, and then there is another section called metadata. Okay, we talked about it in context of the MySQL table. So let me just show you parallelly what we exactly mean by it. So let's get into this MySQL Workbench, and here is my database. Okay, I'll go with this one, and let's see if we have tables. Okay, so I have this particular table called teachers restrict, and there is some data onto this particular table. So this is the actual data inside the table. It's a different story. But if I say, but if I say describe and then the name of table, which is this one. Okay, let me make it visible. If I go with this one, I get to see the metadata of it, like what are the columns, what are the data types, what are the constraints, like primary key, the default value if there is any. So this is the metadata that we have. The teachers table, it has two attributes, or you can call it two columns, teacher id and name. Teacher id has the integer data type, teacher name has varchar data type. Does it allow null value? No, it doesn't allow null value. Teacher id is the primary key, so it is giving me information about the way in which data is going to get stored into this table. And that's what we mean by the metadata of this particular table in context of RDBMS. Okay. So there are different types of metadata. Descriptive metadata, if you look at this one. So title, author, subject. In context of the database, it might be the, let's say, the name of table, the name of database, and where it belongs. Okay. Then technical metadata, here you will be able to see the columns, the data types and everything. And the administrative metadata, when it got created, modification history, what are the access permissions. So whenever we talk about metadata, the data which gives you information about data. Okay, it might sound confusing. Okay, let's imagine your address, your contact number is your metadata. Using that metadata, we can reach to you, right? So using this metadata, you can get information about the actual data. Actual data in case of RDBMS is, let's say, the rows. See, I'm talking about RDBMS again and again because you guys are aware of it. Okay. So if there are multiple rows in a certain table, so these are the rows. Okay. Let's say there are 30 rows. So data is for 30 rows. But if there are, let's say, 10 columns, so these 10 columns are representing the data. That's what we mean by metadata. And these are the three types of metadata we normally come across. Okay. Okay. Role of metadata. We will talk about it, or I would say we are going to see these things as we proceed further. The same challenges you have if the data is hidden or inconsistent, if the metadata which has been provided to us is incomplete or inaccurate, and if there is lack of standardized metadata. Okay, these are some challenges, and these are some solutions. Okay, solutions like this: implement data governance policies. It's like, whatever you're doing, check it first. Okay, all these things are going to talk about the same thing. Okay, if you're going to talk about metadata, describe it. There are some formats using which you can describe the metadata. This one is widely adapted, ISO 11179. So if I talk about a certain table of RDBMS, then what it would say, let's say student ID, student name, let's say student ID. It would say, okay, it should be unique. It is going to be the primary key and the description of this particular attribute. Similar to that, if I have 10 columns, then the description of all 10 columns. Store it in a certain format. You can search for this one, how this format looks like, ISO 11179. It is the way of representing the metadata. Okay, so we'll talk about the metadata repositories. Glue itself provides one of it. We'll talk about that one. Automatic data quality checks. We are also going to talk about this one. So instead of manually checking the data every time, we can set up a workflow so that whenever data will get extracted, automatically the data quality checks are performed. You can achieve it with the help of Airflow. You might have heard about it. You can automate your tasks. Okay, promote data literacy. If you're working in a team, you make sure that you make this thing clear to your team that how important it is to maintain this metadata. Close these things so that we can focus on the hands-on activity. Okay, so our today's session is this session 3. So let's get into this thing. So in our today's session, we have to set up a data catalog in AWS Glue. But in order to do that, we have to repeat all the processes which we have done in our previous sessions as well. Okay, so what we have to do, we have to create a bucket and add a data set to it. I'll be sharing the data set. Create an IAM role, then create a database crawler, and then we are going to view the table in the AWS Glue data catalog. Okay, so these are the 6 steps which we have to perform today. And before these 6 steps, you should be aware of how to log into your labs. Okay, so I'll give you a quick demo on that one as well. So you'll be able to see the LMS. Okay, so in your LMS, what you have to do is if you want to perform all these operations, so get into your respective course, then you have to visit the ETL. So click on the ETL. And in here, you should be able to see a section for practice labs. Okay, you'll be able to see this section. So make sure you visit this particular section. And in here, you will be able to see this button called Launch Lab. So you have to click on that one. A pop-up would open up, and then you have to click on Launch Lab again. So once you click on the Launch Lab again, you'll be able to see the credentials. Unfortunately, my usage quota has been, I guess, expired. That's why I'm not able to see it. But you'll be able to see sign in link, username, and password over here. See, all you have to do is copy and paste the sign in link in the URL bar. Copy and paste the sign in link in the URL bar, and you will be prompted to a page like this, exactly same like this. Okay, so once you visit that sign in link, not you don't have to visit this way. You will be provided with a sign in link, and once you have that link, you will be able to see exactly similar page like this, where your account ID will already be there. You just have to paste the username and password and then simply click on the sign in. So once you log in, you will be able to see an interface similar to this one. Bensi, great, great. However, this is my personal account. That's why I'm able to see all these details. You'll be able to see many, I would say, permission denied messages over here. Okay, the very first thing which you have to do is you have to make sure that the region is set to North Virginia. If the region is not set to North Virginia, make sure you set it to North Virginia from this drop down. Everyone has to select North Virginia because all the accesses have been provided from the North Virginia region. Now, I'm going to write the steps and I'll also give you the big picture of what we are trying to achieve here. Okay, so in our today's session, we are going to have a file. Let us say we have to work like this. Okay. So conceptually, what we have to do is if I look at the exercise document, we have to upload a file to S3. So S3 is more like Google Drive if you're not familiar with cloud platforms. So in Google Drive, you can create folders. You can put respective file in the respective folder, right? So similar to that on AWS, you have a service called S3. In S3, you have to create a bucket. However, the rule is the bucket name should be unique. Okay. So in S3, you're going to create a folder or you can call it a bucket. The parent folder is called as bucket. Okay. So you're going to create a bucket and under this bucket, you're going to create a folder. Okay. Let me just see which data we have to deal with. In datasets, demos, you have lesson 3. So this financial transactions.csv file. Okay. So what we have to do is inside this bucket, you have to create one more folder with name, let's say transactions. Okay, you'll have to create this one folder called transactions, and then you have to write you have to upload the file into this particular table. What is the name of file? Transactions.csv. You have to upload the file here. Is this clear to everyone? The logical view of it. What we are trying to achieve. In S3, we are going to create one bucket. In that bucket, we are going to create a folder. In that folder, we are going to upload the transactions.csv file. This is the first thing. Okay, let me just open up this transactions.csv file and let's try to understand. So if the data is being kept onto S3 like this, so you can't go for analysis, you can't do much, right? That's why what we are going to do is we are going to bring in AWS Glue in the picture. And as I told earlier that we are going to talk about it in hands-on. So Glue has one component called catalog. And in Glue catalog, you can define the structure and schema of this transactions.csv file. Okay, you can define the structure of this transaction.csv file if you wish. In Glue catalog, you can create a database. Let's say I will create a database called trxdb. And under that TRX, I'm going to have a table under this trxdb. And the name of table is going to be, let's say, transactions again. Okay. So all the attributes in this particular file, let's look at the attributes. It will have all the attributes like transaction ID, string, date data type, then amount, type, account ID. All these details will be defined here in the Glue catalog. Okay, there are two ways of defining the details, or I would say the schema here. First is you manually do it. Second thing is you can have a crawler. So I can create a crawler in AWS Glue. What this crawler is going to do? If let's say this is a crawler, this crawler is going to go out and scan this transactions folder. It's going to go out and scan this transactions folder and it will come up with the metadata, and that metadata it is going to fill in into the catalog. Okay. Okay. Upload it. transactions. How will we do all this in AWS? Yes, we are going to see that thing. But first, we are just trying to look at uh, the I would say broad view of our task. I'm telling you the complete task instead of breaking it down in pieces and performing. I'm just going to tell you about the final thing which we are trying to achieve. Okay, great, great. Now your data is here in S3. Okay, and if I run the crawler successfully, so this crawler would actually go out into this particular folder and scan this file, and it will come up with the metadata of this file, and it would put the metadata under the TRX database, and it will create the table automatically. Okay, it will create the table and schema. So it goes out, scans the file, and comes up with the schema or the metadata, whatever you would like to call. Everyone understood the purpose of crawler, what crawler is doing? Yeah, everyone? Okay, Nishank says one more time. Sure, sure. Okay. Kranti says yes. Okay, I'll explain again, not an issue. Okay. That's why we went for the big picture first. So this is a crawler. In Glue, there is a section for crawler. You can create a crawler in AWS Glue. The responsibility of the crawler is we are going to configure this crawler so that in a way that it would go to this particular folder called transactions. It will scan this transactions.csv file. Like if I say it's a CSV file, this is the exact job of crawler. Crawler will look into this file. Okay, does the file has header? Yes, so it gets the column names. Then it looks at the values. It goes out and scans complete data, and it generates the metadata. Now, the way our brain worked, we generated the metadata, right? Transaction ID. We say, okay, there are 6 columns, and what are the data types of these columns? So if I talk about Glue crawler, this crawler is going to be smart enough to infer schema from the file. That is the responsibility of crawler. So we are going to define a crawler here. See, there are two options. First option is you define the transaction table. You define the transactions table yourself. Okay, how are you going to define the transactions table? Similar to what you used to do in SQL. Okay, but the actual data is not going to be here in the catalog. Okay, here you're going to have only metadata or the schema. Okay, so if you want, you can define it. If you want, the second option is you can go for a crawler. This crawler would actually go to the location where data is residing, process that data, come up with the metadata or schema, and put it under your database. Now everyone understood the working of crawler, what crawler is and how it actually works. If so, just let me know. Okay, Om, Priti, Sushmita, Vidit, Badri, Lijo, Surbi. Great, great, perfect. Okay, we have to achieve this. And in order to achieve this, we have to make sure that Glue is able to interact with S3. Okay, so you also have to create the IAM role because these two are different AWS services. In our previous session, we extensively talked about the concept of IAM roles and their importance in our exercises which we normally perform. So I'm not going to explain this one, just a brief overview so that Glue can access the data on S3. Because if the crawler is going to be there running on S3, on the data which is present on S3, so my Glue catalog or the Glue service should have permission to access S3, and that's why you have to go for an IAM role. Okay, now I'll tell you the step-by-step process of what we are trying to achieve. Step number one is you are going to set up the S3. This is step number one. You will set up S3, you will create a bucket. Inside that bucket, you are going to create a folder, and inside that folder, you are going to upload the transactions file. Step number two is you are going to create an IAM role. I guess this was our exercise from previous session. We just seen how to create S3 bucket and how to upload data in it. And we have seen how to create IAM role. These are the two things. Apart from that, step number 3 is you have to create a database into Glue catalog first. Okay. This is step number 3. You have to create a database called, let's say, TRXDB in the Glue catalog. You don't have to create table. You don't have to create table. Then you have to create a crawler in Glue, which will actually go to S3, process the transactions.csv file, and put an entry of table under your TRXDB. So step number 4 is to create a crawler and run it so that it can perform all these operations. Now, is everyone is everyone aware of what we are trying to achieve here? Step number 1 is you have to create S3 bucket and a transactions folder in it. Okay. So I don't think that is challenging if you have done it previously, but still I'll show you how it can be done. So once you are in the AWS management console, you have to make sure that the region is set to North Virginia. The region is set to North Virginia. Then in the search box, you have to look for S3. Okay, in the search box, you have to look for S3. Click on S3 and you will be redirected to the S3 management console, which will either look like this or it might look like this. See, all you have to do is you have to go to the search bar, which is in the upper left corner, and search for S3. And in the services, make sure you click on S3. So you'll be redirected to S3 management console like this. Okay. And it might look like this, or it might look like this. Okay. Yes. So here is a hamburger icon. Make sure you click on that and you're able to see this general purpose buckets option. Okay, in the upper left corner, you'll be able to see hamburger icon and the general purpose buckets option. And here you'll be able to see all the buckets. But you'll mostly see empty things because most of these things are not created. Okay. So in here, mostly you'll be able to see 0 buckets or something like that. Okay. Next step is we have to create a bucket. And how are we going to create the bucket? We are going to simply say create bucket. Here is a button to create bucket, similar to how you create folder in the Google Drive. Make sure you click on the create bucket. It would open up a form. Okay, so the moment we click on create bucket, it would open up a form. What are we doing here? We are simply creating a parent folder. And the name of this parent folder should be unique, similar to the email address. Okay, so we can't have duplicate names. Okay, if I say demo ETL 111777, if I create a bucket with this particular name, if I have created this bucket, you will not be able to create the bucket with same name. Okay, you have to use a different name. I have to scroll down and then I'll simply click on create bucket. All you have to do is you have to provide name to the bucket. Just provide name to the bucket. Scroll down. Don't look for any other options. Scroll down and simply click on create bucket. Any name which you'd prefer, and it follows the guidelines of bucket creation. You'll be able to do it. And then as you can see, I can say demo ETL 111777. Get into this bucket which you have just created. Click on that and you'll be able to see a page where it talks about objects. Okay, in here, we have to create a folder. Okay, it's like you already have one folder and inside this folder, you are creating one more folder. Okay, we normally do these things in the Windows operating system, right? Folder, and under that there is one more folder. Just the interface is different, nothing much difference. Okay, then you have to click on this option, which you are able to see here called create folder. So please click on create folder. And in here, you can give the same name as what I am giving. I'll call it transactions. folder name transactions. I don't have to set any of the properties. Simply scroll down and click on the create folder button. Okay, once you do it, you should be able to see the transactions folder in the bucket which you have just created. Let's go to the next part. Uh, you have to open the transactions folder now because we have to upload data over here, right? So I'll open the transactions folder, and here in this folder, I have to upload the data, upload this particular transactions file, this financial transactions file. How we can do it? Here is a button to upload. So I click on the upload button, and in here, you can either drag and drop that file over here, or you can simply click on add files. It's a normal thing, right? Whenever we upload something on Instagram also, or a YouTube, okay, you normally do these things. Okay, so click on the add files and navigate to a location where the file is kept. And select the file and simply click on open. Okay, it would simply list the file over here. Okay, Aditya, great. It would simply list the file over here. The file has not uploaded, it has just listed the file, like what is the file and what is the size of it, what is the type of it. It has just listed the file. It is not yet uploaded. Okay, so what is the step? What are the steps? The steps are, you have to click on the, see in the folder, you have to click on the upload button. Then you have to click on add files. Then you have to select the file which you'd like to upload. Then click on open. The file would be listed over here. Scroll down, and in the lower right corner, you will be able to see an option to upload. So click on upload. It will take care of uploading this file. Then you're able to see this close button over here. If you close it, then you'll be able to see this. In the transactions folder, you're able to see this financial transactions.csv file. Okay, make sure you're able to see this file over here. I can say we are done with the first step. Okay, in our previous session, we walked through this, I would say, very step by step and very carefully we walked through this. So those who are done with the previous session, they will not find any difficulty in setting up S3 or the IAM role. Okay, because we spent around 1 to 1.5 hours doing these things only. So previous session was really extensive on this one. So if you have missed on to something or you're unable to, catch up, please make sure you walk through the previous session. Now we are just done with the first step. Don't worry. Okay, we are done with the first step now. So I'll just mark it green. It's done. Okay, let's go to step number 2. Let's go to step number 2. It's to create an IAM role. So how we create an IAM role? You have to get into the search box again and go for IAM. Just search for IAM and you'll be able to see this IAM manage access to AWS resources. Make sure you click on this one and it would open up IAM console, which will be visible to you like this. Now, what you have to do is you might see a page like this. Okay, you might see a page like this, or you might see a page like this. Okay, so make sure you click on the hamburger icon over here. If you click on that, in the access management, you will be able to see a section for roles. So please click on the roles and you'll be able to see roles section and the list of roles over here. Then you have to make sure that you click on this particular button which says create role. If you click on that, a 3-step form would open up. Okay, Survi, Sushmita, great, great. Okay, so in the section of roles, okay, Kaustov says role created. That's great. Okay, please click on this create role button. It would open up a form which has 3 steps. Okay, so for now, I'm not going to explain what these things are doing. We have already done it extensively in the previous session. Keep the AWS service selected, and in the use case, please click on this drop down. It would open up list of services. From this, just search for Glue and select Glue. Here, you should be able to see this radio button which says allows Glue to call AWS services on your behalf. This is what you have to do. All you have to do is from drop down, select Glue and then click on next. So once you click on next, you'll be able to see add permissions. Okay. In the add permissions section, please click on administrator access, the very first policy which you're able to see, administrator access. Okay, then scroll down or up till the end of page and click on next. Once you click on next, a new form would open up. All you have to do here is give a name to your role like this, Glue admin role. Keep it simple. Okay, I already have a role with this name, so make sure so you can give this name, not an issue. You just say Glue admin role, give a name like this, then scroll down and simply click on create role. So the moment you will click on create role, the role will be created. So once the role has been created, you should be able to see the role in the roles section like this. Okay, you'll be able to see the name of your role once you have created it. Two steps are done. S3 has been successfully set up and IAM role has also been created. Step number 3 is you have to visit Glue catalog and create a database called trx-db. Simple task. Okay, this is step number 3. Step number 3 is you have to get into Glue catalog. So make sure you visit this search bar and look for Glue. Okay, then you'll be able to see AWS Glue like this. Click on that. You'll be navigated to the Glue console, which will look like either this or which will either look like this. So make sure you click on this hamburger icon so that you are able to see the options. And in the Glue catalog, you will be able to see a section which talks about this databases. So make sure you click on the databases. Okay. You should be able to see 0 databases as of now. So here is a button to create a database called add database. Make sure you click on this add database and it would open up a form. Okay, and in this form, all you have to do is just give the name here called trx-db, nothing more. Just give the name to database and click on create database. It's even simple than the create database command in the SQL, right? Just give the name over here and click on create the database. And now in the databases section, you should be able to see trxdb. So make sure you get into this search bar and look for S3. And don't directly click on S3 because it would open S3 in the same tab. Make sure you keep control pressed. So control and click on S3 and S3 would open up in a new tab. Okay. And navigate to your data wherever it exists. So my data exists in the demo bucket 11177 and in the, oh, not here. I guess it's in demo ETL 11177. And inside this, the transactions table. Here is my data. Okay, so I'll look for this thing. I'll just get into the bucket. So in this transactions table, I have my data. Okay, so I've just opened it up. Even if you don't open it, that's completely fine. Okay. So my data is present on S3 and in Glue catalog, I want its metadata. So I can create a table over here. How? I can simply click on the database trxdb like this. So it shows there are 0 tables, and I guess you will be also able to see only 0 tables over here. All you have to do is you have to say add table over here. But if you go for add table, then you have to manually define the name of table, the columns and everything. You have to define it manually. And here is another option which says add tables using crawler. Okay, here is this option which says add tables using crawler. So you can either click on this option, which you're able to see here, or in the data catalog, you're able to see this crawlers. section, you can click on this one. But if we are already here, let's go out and click on this add tables using crawler button. If you click on that, it would open up a form. It is a 5-step form. Step 1 is real easy. All you have to do is to give a proper name to this crawler. So I'll name it TRX hyphen crawler. You can give it any name you wish, or you can also go with this one. All you have to do is give name in step 1, nothing else, nothing else. That is the only thing you have to do. Then click on next. You'll be able to see step 2, this form, choose data source and classifiers. Okay, so it says if you have created this crawler previously, have you already mapped to Glue tables? So as of now, we have not mapped it. So make sure it is set to not yet. Make sure it is set to not yet. Then you have to simply click on the data sources. Before we perform it in hands-on, you must understand what you are doing here. I talked about Glue crawler. I said this Glue crawler would go out and scan this transactions folder and then come up with the metadata and put it under TRXDB. Now that is what we have to configure in the crawler. What exactly you have to crawl, and when you gather the metadata, what exact location is there where you have to put that metadata. All these configurations need to be done in the crawler. So if you open it up, here is the data source section. What exactly we are trying to crawl. So I have to provide path of S3 over here. Yes, everyone agrees with it. You have to pass the path of S3 location, which you have to crawl. Okay, Lijo, Badri, Surbi, Bensi. Perfect, perfect. Nishant, great, great. So all you have to do is click on this add a data source button. You can either click from here or you can click from here. Both would take you to the same place. So click on this add a data source. It would open up a new form. Here you have to tell what exactly you have to crawl. Okay. So in data source here you will have S3 and so many options. So it can go out and scan at so many places as you can see. But our data is present on S3, so we'll keep it S3. Then the second option is where is the location of this S3. So is it in my account or is it in different account? So you have to make sure it is set to in this account. And then you have to actually give the path of the folder, not the file. Make sure, keep this thing in mind. You have to give the path of folder in which you have the data. So let's click on browse. It would open up this particular thing. And then you have to get into your bucket, whichever you have created, and make sure you select the transactions folder and click on choose. So you'll be able to see this. It says required fields. You can click on an empty area. It would be gone. These are the 3 things you have to do. Okay, first, choose S3 as the data source. Second, make sure the location is set to in the account. And third, with the help of browse S3, you have to provide the S3 path. Rest everything, you have to keep it as it is. Like this, you should be able to see the address. There should not be the mention of CSV file. Then you have to click on the add an S3 data source. Can you see this in the lower right corner of this form? You'll be able to see add an S3 data source. The moment you click it, you should be able to see an entry in the data sources, which is this S3. What is the location? This. You should be able to see it like this. After this, next steps are not so difficult. Okay, just the configuration might have been, you have to set 2 to 3 parameters. Rest of the things are really easy. Then you click on the next button. Here, you'll be able to see the next button. Click on the next and it says, okay, give me the permissions. Tell me the IAM role which I have to use. So if you click on the drop down, the IAM role which you have created, you will be able to see it in that drop down. Select that IAM role and that is it. That's only thing you have to do in the step 3. Then you have to click on next again, which will take you to the step 4, Now, as I said that we configured the source. We mentioned the details. Now the crawler goes out, scans everything, but it should know where it has to keep the metadata which it has bought in. So you have to mention the TRXDB database over here. Okay, in the step 4, it says which database, what is the target database, where do you want to keep it. So click on the drop down and select TRXDB from here. That's it. You have to do nothing else. Just click on next once you have selected the TRXDB. Click on next, and you have this review and create thing, which you're able to see here. In step 4, all you had to do is select the target database, which we have just created. Okay, just select the target database and again click on next. You'll be on the review and create page. Then scroll down and click on create crawler. You should be able to see this button. Click on create crawler. It will take care of creating the crawler, which will look like this. Okay, it will say, okay, the crawler has been created or whatever kind of messages. Let's say you're able to see the crawler like this, TRX crawler. All you have to do is run the crawler. Okay, because once the crawler runs, and if the crawler runs successfully, it would go out and scan the transactions folder, come up with the metadata, and have it as a table entry under the TRXDB. By default, it will say whatever is the name of folder, it will go for it as the name of table as well. Okay, it is same thing. And it would put all the metadata under this particular table name. Okay. So everyone understood what is going to happen when you run the crawler. Okay, perfect. Let's get into it and run the crawler. So you'll be able to see this button called run crawler. Just click on that and it would take care of running the crawler. Okay, and in here in the details section, you'll also be able to see the crawler runs. So as you can see, this crawler is running currently. It will have this completed or succeeded kind of status once it has done its job. Okay, so currently my job is running. Here, if you select the crawler run and if it fails or something goes off, here is the CloudWatch logs. You can later on see what's happening behind the scenes. The big picture, we are done with all these steps, right? We set up S3, then IAM role, then we created this TRXDB, we created this crawler got executed, and the metadata it has bought in, and it is simply putting it in the TRXDB. So this is one we have to validate. Okay, if we have successfully executed crawler, are we able to see transactions table in the database? This is something which we have to validate now. Okay. Once you're able to see the transactions table, if you click on that table, you'll be able to see the schema or the metadata. So the crawler has came up with these things and you didn't have to manually define everything. Okay. It says it ID should be string, the amount should be integer. Most of the columns were string, so it has set up the string data types. Okay, let's imagine crawler has came up with this big int and I want to convert it to integer. Am I able to do it? The answer is yes. You can simply go with this edit schema button over here, and with the help of which you can change the schema if you wish. In the AWS Glue, if you are able to see, it's something like this. So make sure you click on this hamburger icon, which will open up a menu. And in here, you have to get into data catalog, and under that you have databases. Make sure you click on that. Okay, once you click on databases, you will be able to see TRXDB. And if you click on TRXDB, you should be able to see transactions table. And if you are unable to see it, make sure you click on this refresh button. If the crawler has got executed successfully, you must see this table. So what do we mean by extracting data? Once you have identified the data source, then we have to get the data from it for the analysis purposes. Okay, so we have seen it in the previous session, many topics we have walked through. And in our today's session, let's focus on the data extraction. So our today's session is also going to be similar to the previous session, which we have walked through, in which first half of our today's session is going to be theoretical. But keep in mind, whatever we are going to discuss right now, these questions are heavily asked in the interviews. So if you're planning to go for a job interview, or you're going to add ETL as a skill in your resume, you might have to answer these questions. And there are 2 to 3 questions for sure will be asked if you are going to let's say mention ETL in your skill set. Okay, so let's understand it. Data extraction technique. Let's start from the very basic. Data extraction is nothing but a process of retrieving structured and unstructured data from various sources such as databases, flat files, and web services. Let's break it down. The data which we get from RDBMS is structured. It has rows, columns, and you have schema defined. But the data which we normally get, let's say the HTML content of the website or images, audio, video, it comes under the unstructured data. And we are going to get it from various sources. And these are some examples: databases, flat files, and web services. Okay. Then let's say similar to this, if your data is present on multiple locations, that data will be extracted with the help of some techniques. And this data will be cleaned and refined so that we can go for data analytics. Okay. So this image is showing the same thing. Let's move forward. What are the techniques to extract the data? Web scraping, we already talked about it in our previous session. I talked about web scraping. What it is, it extracts the HTML content of a website without the need to connect to a database or any background infrastructure. Then API calls, if you have access to database, then you can also create API on top of it, and these can also help you to capture the data from the source. Database queries, let's say I would like to extract data from SQL, so I have to go with the SQL query, or let's say MySQL. Everyone is familiar with it, right? MySQL. So if I need to go with, let's say, extraction of data from some RDBMS table, so I have to go with SQL queries. Then you have data migration tools. There are many data migration tools, but as of now, you should be aware of just one. In AWS, there is one data migration tool which is called DMS. Okay, and it can be used to transfer data between the databases. Okay, then log file processing. Of course, this is one thing. Events are generated in the form of logs. Let's imagine what logs are. Let's try to understand it. Let's say if I visit the website like this amazon.in and I search for something, or I'm just navigating through this particular homepage. Okay, so everything which I'm doing here is getting recorded. If my mouse is moving on to this particular area, it is also getting recorded. If I click on something, that is an event. If I hover over something, that is an event. If I scroll, that is an event. And each and every event is getting recorded in the form of logs. And these logs are placed in the log files, which can be later on processed for getting the insights. Okay. So data extraction, why we go with data extraction? There are multiple things, but keep this thing in mind that as long as you don't extract the data, you will not be able to perform any sort of analytics on top of it. Okay, because if the data is present on source and you're dependent on the availability of source, that's I would say that doesn't sound like a good solution. So you extract the data and keep it at your end, and you can perform a number of transformations on it. You can perform a number of analytics on it. Okay. So that's why we go for it. And the challenges. Okay. Uh, Most of the challenges, see, why I'm rushing these basic things is because we have to get into one of the concept, which is called incremental data insert. So that is really important concept, and we are going to invest time heavily on that particular concept. Okay. What are the challenges? Data separation and inconsistency means data is available onto multiple sources, and data might also have some sort of inconsistencies which might hamper the analysis. So this is one challenge. Security and privacy concern. Let's say you would like to have data from BBC News website. So there they have the data security mechanisms in check. and they also have some privacy policy. So how would you extract data from BBC News? Simple is you have to communicate with them, or you have to work around and come up with some sort of solution, right? Lack of scalability and performance. If the amount of data which you are extracting is too much, then our data extraction tool might fail. Let's imagine you are writing a Python program which connects to MySQL and fetches the data and puts the data onto S3. Simple application, right? Python to S3. And you are running that application onto a single computer, like the simple laptop which we normally work with. And the amount of data is too much. So at one point, the laptop or the system which we are using will start to create issues. If you talk about this laptop, it has, let's say, 16 gigabytes of RAM. What if I get around 30 GB or 40 GB data? What if I get data in terabytes? So I have hardware constraints in this context, right? So that's why you need scalability. You need distributed data processing engines like Spark, or let's say Hadoop. You might have heard about it. So lack of scalability and performance, this is also a challenge. Changing data environments. Okay, this is also something which we are going to explore. Data quality issues. Okay, can you trust on that data? And is a simple thing which we have talked about in the previous session. Data accuracy and reliability. Okay, so these are the challenges of extracting the data. Okay, how can you effectively go for data extraction? You can define clear objective, what exactly you want, so that you don't extract something, you don't invest resources into something which is not required. Okay, implement data governance will make sure that these mechanisms are in check so that we don't run into some legal issues eventually. Ensure data quality checks. This is also one thing. Whatever data we are extracting should not make it into the gold layer, we can say, or final layer. It's normally called as gold layer. That data should not make it to the final layer if it is not following some quality standard. And whatever data analytics associated operations we are going to perform, we'll be performing it on the gold layer data, the data which has been cleaned, transformed, and ready for analysis. Okay, so we must ensure the quality checks and automate the data extraction process. More about it as we proceed, we'll talk about it. Okay, extracting data from structured and unstructured sources. You must understand what is a structured source and what is an unstructured source first before we talk about the data extraction. You talk about structured data. So what it is organized in predefined formats like in databases, spreadsheets, and log files. The data which is in a predefined format, and it is already defined how data should get represented. Like if I get into my SQL and we try to see the same thing. See, I have many tables in this particular, let's say, local instance. And if I try to show you some of the tables in, let's say, some database over here. Okay, if you look at this one, so you have a table, and inside that table you have some columns like this. Let's say here is an enrollment table, and its schema is already defined, that we have student ID and course ID likewise. Okay. So we have to understand this thing, that when we talk about structured data, we are talking about a data which already has structure, and it might also have a schema, or schema can be imposed on top of it. When we talk about the techniques to extract the structured data, so you can directly go for ETL without worrying. You can write APIs on top of it, which will interact with the source and come up with the data. You can also go with web scraping and you can get the structured data. That should not be a problem. If I talk about unstructured data like text, image, audio, video, this thing is called as unstructured data. This one is, of course, difficult to process and analyze, and it requires different techniques than the structured data. Let's say we are going for social media posts, emails, customer reviews, and sensor images. These things, see, working with these things is quite different. You have to go with strategies like these: natural language processing. One of the use case of NLP is what we see on Amazon nowadays. What they say, they have came up with a section. If you try to see the reviews, there is a section which says customer says, and then you have the complete summary of all the reviews. So they processed all the reviews and came up with the, I would say, summary of all the reviews, so that you don't have to go out and read out each and every reviews. Then you have this optical character recognition. So everyone is using ChatGPT nowadays, right? And Gemini, ChatGPT, Copilot. So if I just click a screenshot of some text and provide it to ChatGPT, or let's say Gemini, so they will be able to give me the text, right? See what it says: character recognition. So if you provide an image, it can recognize characters from it. That's what we mean by optical character recognition. Okay. Then here is a machine learning, let's say. But if you want to go for machine learning, you need data set. So you might have to communicate with the data engineers that, okay, give me database in such a format. Okay. So for machine learning, you need database, and depending on the kind of algorithm you are going for, the need of your data is going to be respective to your algorithm which you are trying to run. So if anyone has experience around it, of course they can relate. But if let's say anyone is not having any experience around machine learning, that's completely fine for now. Okay. So using these things, you can get the unstructured data. Okay. And why to go with the structured as well as unstructured sources? I'll tell you with the help of this example. See, I'm coming back to Amazon again and again because I feel everyone is aware of this one. Okay, so if I log into this particular website, so I'll have a username, a password, an email ID, contact number, address. I'll have to provide all the details. Okay. If I place orders, then I have to add some items to cart. Okay, it says you have to sign in before you do it. But yeah, I'll have to add the items to cart. Then I have to go for a checkout. Then I have to initiate transaction from my end. So here are transactions. So this users, card details, transactions can be structured. Not a problem at all. They can be structured without any issue. But if I look for, let's say, laptop, and I get into the review section of it, in the reviews section, I'm able to see, in the reviews section, I'll be able to see the photos. I might also be able to see the video, then the rating which the user has given. And every user, we are not aware of it, how much characters he's going to use. Okay, so the structure of every review might be different. Okay, so if I ask you a question, why are we going for structured as well as unstructured? Why are we monitoring structured as well as unstructured? If I have to I have to, let's say, calculate the churn analysis. Okay, that's something, let's say, a concept. Churn. Churn means my users are preferring my competitors over the services which I am providing. So I need user information for that, right? So user has been redirected from this site or this site. Okay, that's one thing. And when the user left, so I need user IDs or the email IDs of the users. If I would like to go for the segmentation. So here is one interesting thing called, let's say, segmentation, which means high paying, low paying, as well as let's say medium customers. So for that, I need users data as well as transactions data, as well as the kind of reviews that person has been given. So I have to look at the structured data as well as unstructured data, which is getting generated onto my application or my website. For now, you can call it application. So if anyways I have to go with this much, so I have to work with both kind of data, structured as well as unstructured. If I try to skip on to something, I might not get the complete view of what's going on my application. Data extraction approaches. Now I'm going to slow down. And this is something. Initially, I told you about the interview process and normally which when you talk about ETL. So, what kind of scenarios are mostly asked? So these are the scenarios, and we are going to spend a lot of time over here. Okay. Incremental data extraction and full data extraction. We must understand these two things. So let's get into our whiteboard presentation and try to understand these things. Perfect. We are going to talk about a scenario now. We are going to talk about a scenario. Let's imagine I have a MySQL table and the name of the table is customer. I have been assigned with a task that from this RDBMS server, I have to get this customer table and put this table onto S3. Now that everyone is familiar with S3, I have to put this table or I have to write this table onto S3. Doesn't sound like a challenging task, right? Because your AWS Glue can connect to RDBMS server if provided with the right configurations. And AWS Glue can of course connect to S3. We have seen this thing already. Okay, we already talked about it, right? So what is going to happen? First time when I run the job, there is no issue. Okay, so I connect to RDBMS server. I get this data. I get this data and I put this data into S3 or with the help of a simple Glue ETL job. That should not be a problem. Okay. Everyone understood till now what the agenda, what we are trying to achieve here. Okay. 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 Great. 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 Perfect. Now, let's imagine you have to run this pipeline at 10 a.m. every day. So on Monday, you went for it and you have all the four records available onto S3. Now on Tuesday, when we had to run this pipeline, prior to that, there are three more records. Now, what would you do? Are you going to visit this customer table, get all the data, and then overwrite the data which you have extracted yesterday with the currently extracted data? Is it a good idea to go with this approach, or you try to identify what are the newly added or inserted data and then you capture the newly inserted, just the newly inserted data? Okay, you capture just the newly inserted data and then you simply take this much amount of data and put it onto S3. Just append the data to the data which we have previously imported. Which approach do you think is a better one? First approach or the second approach? Okay, Vidit, Licho, just the new data. Second one, second one. The new one, append the new one, second. Okay, okay, okay. Copy incremental data. Perfect, perfect. So that's the natural choice. Okay, that is the natural choice. We are going to talk about many scenarios around this. Now, when I say I'm capturing this data from the newly arriving data from customer table to customer table, and I'm just appending it to the S3. So the newly arrived data, capturing only the newly arrived data and then putting it onto the destination is called as incremental data load. And the initial approach which I talked about is you get all the data, extract it, and just overwrite it onto the destination. That is full extraction. And of course, I didn't have to go to lengths to explain this concept, but think in terms of big data as well. Let's say these were not 4 records, these were 4 million records. And these are not 3 records, these are 3 million records. And then we say every time we go for full extraction, doesn't sound like a good choice. So we just need the newly arrived data. So the newly arrived data which we are getting is called as delta. Okay, we must be aware of these terminologies. You're capturing only newly arrived data. This concept is called as delta. You call it delta files. Okay, in the ETL domain, you call it delta files. Okay, so I can also say I've gathered the delta of I've gathered the delta, and then we have to integrate it onto destination. So I might interchangeably use incremental data or just delta. And this overall process of incremental data needs one method. You cannot extract just the delta if you can't capture the changes. So change data capture. That's what we mean by CDC. Change data capture. Okay, CDC. In this case, if I ask you, On Monday, on Monday at 10 a.m., I executed this glue job and I have these 4 records here onto the destination. Then on Tuesday at 10 a.m., I run the same job again. But I just want to identify the newly added data. What do you think? How can we identify it? What do you think is the best suited methodology for this? See, any basic answer, say I'm not talking about any technical stuff. We have just 7 records for now. Don't think about big data. How are you supposed to identify this? Yes, you can use chat window to answer the question. Okay, we have received 2 responses. Let us see. Okay, differential data or filter it or copy the incremental data. Use SQL query to filter the new data. Okay, okay. That's an interesting solution. See what we can do. We can compare the data onto the source with the data onto the destination. That's what everyone is saying, right? Okay, Preeti. Okay, okay. So if I try to compare both of the data, I have to invest onto the data processing resources. This data is currently not so large, but if we talk about the extensibility, then if let's say this data is in terabytes, so every time you compare both the data, let's say you're writing some sort of glue job to extract the data from both sources, okay, in this another glue job or PySpark job, what you are doing, you are getting the data from both the sources, comparing it, and whichever data you feel is whichever data you get as the difference, you are going to overwrite it onto the destination. So this is like investing into too many resources. Everyone agrees with it? We are investing too much in the resources. Yeah. Vidit, Monica. Okay. For small amount of data, that's not a problem. For small amount of data, this answer is correct. Okay. 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 Prashant. Okay. Okay, let me just explain it again. See, if I have huge amounts of data, see, for small amount of data, it's fine to compare these both data sets. Okay. If the records are just 6 or 7, you can go out and compare these record set data in the same glue job. But if you compare these records when the amount of data is large, okay. If we, okay, Preeti, keep the pointer, keep a pointer. Yeah, yeah. Yes, I guess Preeti also given the same answer previously. Keep the last record in mind and start from there. So what we can do is we can also maintain this value like on Monday when the glue job got executed, this was the last value which we have inserted. Okay, this was the last value. And on Tuesday when the job runs, it says okay, it will generate a SQL query which will say where CID is greater than 4. Get me all the records where the CID is greater than 4, and it will just pick up 5, 6, and 7. This one sounds like an interesting approach. You're already filtering the data based on the value which we have preserved. Yes, sounds like a good solution, everyone? Yes, this sounds like a good solution. Okay, Surbhi, Om, Sushmita, yes, Nishank, great, great. So if I can maintain this last value, yes, Lijo says, but there can be change to 1 to 4 record also. That's a really I would say great insight. Yes, it's possible that some of the record might have changed. Like for the CID, this person has changed his address. Initially it was A, then he went for B. So this is also a change. How are you supposed to capture it? Okay, we'll see it in the upcoming slide. But for now, let's just try to handle the inserts. Okay. If I can preserve this value, which is value number 4, okay, so that is going to solve my problem. So I will say I can go with the glue job. So in glue job, there is an option for bookmark, but still you can use any other database or any place where you can store these values. That's completely up to you. You can choose a database server or a NoSQL database. Mostly when you're trying to preserve last values in case of glue, you normally use DynamoDB to store these values. Okay. Just put this value on a place from where you can extract it effectively, and it should not have many lags. It should give you value immediately when you ask for it. Okay, so I will say I have to maintain the last value of CID column. And what is the last value? 4 is the last value. So next time when the glue job runs on Monday, it will say, okay, last value is 4. So it will push a query on this RDBMS server saying that, okay, give me the records after 4. So 5, 6, 7. So you can detect that, okay, this is the newly added data and this is the delta. Glue job will take this delta and it will simply append it to S3. Okay. Everyone understood this flow? How the last value is being utilized? Yes. Okay. Okay. Great. 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 Perfect. However, in the database, see, in the database, it's not just insert operation which is going on. You also have update and delete operation. So when we talk about this, we have insert, update, and delete. We dealt with the inserts. We dealt with the inserts. And now we don't have to worry about it. You can capture the data. But what if some record has been updated? Let's say on Monday at 10 a.m., we executed the pipeline, and these 3 records are inserted, and some of the records like record ID 2 and 3 are updated. But if I say last value 4, then I'm going to get just 5, 6, 7 and not the updated values of records 2 and 3. Everyone is able to understand the challenge? Yes, understanding question is more important than understanding the answer. Everyone is able to understand the challenge which we are facing here. Yes. Okay. Okay. Once again, sure, sure. I'll explain it again. See, right now our job works completely fine with new records, right? If you are going to insert a new record after this, so next time when pipeline runs, you will say, okay, last value is 7. So the moment glue job has got executed, it will say, okay, now the last value is 7, and you will move forward, right? However, let's imagine on Monday at 10 a.m. the pipeline got executed. On Monday there were just 4 records, so it has captured these records and shared these records, or stored these records onto S3. On Tuesday at 10 a.m. when the pipeline got executed, we are checking the last value. You say last value is 4, so give me all the values after 4, not before 4. All values after 4, and those values are 5, 6, 7. But I am saying we are talking about an RDBMS table, which is customer. And it's possible that this record ID 2, CNAME was, let's say, something, and this person has changed his address, updated his address, and record ID 3 is completely deleted. So it is possible in RDBMS table, right? On source, you can go for new inserts, updates, and deletes. If my ETL job is going to capture only new inserts, then what about updates and deletes? How are we supposed to handle these things? And that is a challenge. Now, everyone understood it? Yes, I guess. Nishank? Okay, Surbi? Great, great, great. Perfect. Now, let's try to understand how this can be handled. Okay, there are multiple ways of handling the updates and deletes. Okay, and we are going to talk about it extensively. To be precise, if I say there are for updates, I'll just talk about updates. Let me see if I've already written about it. Okay, if I just want to deal with new inserts and updates, just insert and update, then you must have a last modified column which will represent the timestamp in the source table. In the source table, or you can create a trigger in the database. So in database, there is a concept of trigger. Let's say if new record has been inserted, so that would put a new entry into a log file. If a record has been updated, it would put a new entry into the log file, like what's exactly happening on the database server or for my particular customer's table. So if I go for insert, update, or delete operation, I can go for a trigger and put those messages into the, I would say, some sort of log file. And then based on that log file, I can detect the updates. Third is the log-based approach. But if I talk about log-based approach, each and every database server has logs configured. For MySQL, we call it bin logs. Whatever is happening in the complete database, it keeps track of it. Okay, so if there are new inserts, updates, or deletes, it can be gathered from the default logs which we get from the MySQL. In MySQL, it is called as bin logs. Okay, and every database has its own way, bin logs. This can give you the details of it. This one can give you the details. Okay, now you can set up triggers. You can set up. You have to configure the logs on a row level. So if you do that, then you get all the details of inserts, updates, and deletes, and you will be able to easily detect new insert, updates, and delete from the log file. You can process the log file and put the data, whatever changes has been made. You can integrate it onto destination. Okay, and you want to deal with delete. So for delete, there is this soft delete mechanism. Okay, not soft deleted, the soft delete mechanism. It's like instead of having the record deleted in the source, you just set it to false. That's what we mean by soft delete. So for that, you need to make sure that the changes are happening onto the, let's say, source table. Okay, let's try to understand it. Let's try to understand it. Okay, we'll talk about all these things. We'll continue with the same example which we have seen. Now, on Monday, we had these four records, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we imported those records over here. On Tuesday at 10 a.m. when the pipeline runs, it would go out with this 5, 6, 7, 8. But let's imagine this customer ID 1 has changed his address. If I have the last modified column in the table, you can create a table likewise so that whenever a record is inserted or updated, it would just update the timestamp. The same thing which happens with files on our file system. If you try to change name of a file, it would change its attribute last modified. It will change it to whatever is the latest time. So if any record is getting inserted, so I'll say on insert update. On insert also I need the current timestamp, and on update also I need the current timestamp. If someone updates, then I'll have to update that timestamp as well. And then instead of looking at the CID column, now if I look at the last modified column, let's say I'll give you an example here. Okay, give me all the records after 907. So it will say, okay, this one is the record, you can take it. So new inserts and updates can be detected if the last modified column is there. Everyone understood this one, the first approach? Yes. Okay, Abhimanyu, Om, Monica. Okay, Surbi, bit confused. No issues. I'll explain it again. No issues. Okay, Nishan. Great, great. Okay, let's understand it again. See, I said that whenever you insert a new record into the customer table or you update the record in the customer table, the timestamp, whatever is the current timestamp, is going to be assigned in the last modified column. Okay. For now, let's imagine you inserted this data. Let's say on day one. Okay, on day one, I'll just remove everything so that it should not look more confusing. Okay, let's keep it as simple as the previous exercise. Okay, so on Monday we had just 4 entries, and each and every entry is going to have its own timestamp. Yes. So I'm going to just put in the values for the CID and timestamp column. Okay. For now, just try to understand this one. I'm just putting the value for CID and timestamp column. Okay. So let's say this record was put at 10:00. This record was put at, but this record was inserted at 10:05. This one has got inserted at 10:45, and this one got inserted at 10:46. Okay. And what I'm saying right now that if you're going to insert a record, then there is going to be current timestamp which will be assigned. Current timestamp will be assigned to it. And even if you update it, the timestamp would change. But right now we are going to check the value of last modified column and not the CID column. Okay. So what is the last modified timestamp? It is 1046. Yes, it's 1046. Fine. Now, new records are getting inserted. Let's say 5, it got inserted at, let's say on Tuesday, new records are getting inserted. Let's say 5, it got inserted at, let's say, okay, for now, let's not go with Monday, Tuesday. It got inserted at 10:45, sorry, 11:45, then 6 got inserted at 12. Okay, then 7 record got inserted at 1:30. Okay, and then what happens is this particular customer changes his address at 1:45. At 1:45, this customer changes his address. Previously imported, we imported this much, right? Previously we imported this much. And this person changes his address at 1:45. Okay. Now, if I ask you that what was the last modified column value? It was 1046. If I say, give me all the records I got after 1046. Yes, yes, Monica. Along with time, date will be considered to identify the changes. See, it's mostly about the timestamp. Okay. Timestamp can also change with update. You can define it while creating the table. Okay. So you can have the default value in timestamp in this last modified column using the create table command in RDBMS when you are defining table. So on insert, it will automatically give you current timestamp, and on update also it will give you whatever is the timestamp. Now if I say, give me all the values which are arrived after 1046. So how many values I'm supposed to get here? After 1046, let's see. 1145, 12, 130, and this one as well. So are we dealing with inserts and updates now? Both of them. Yes, yes. It will include entry 2 too, right? Perfect, perfect. And when we talk about timestamp, it is not just about the time. This one I'm doing just for the sake of simplicity, and we don't need to waste more time in typing. So it will have date as well as exact time, hours, minutes, seconds. So it will have that much precision. Okay. Now our problem is resolved. You will say, okay, we have captured the changes. We have captured the changes. Uh, what are the changes we have captured? ID number 5, 6, 7, and 2. These are the changes. So the CDC is complete, change data capture. Then you say, okay, let's take it and make it available onto destination. So you make it available onto destination. In this case, you can't directly append data because these are newly inserted records, so it's completely fine. But can we have a redundant entry for this too? Or I'll have to make sure that the previous entry needs to be eliminated before I insert this one. We need to eliminate the previous entry for 2, right? Because this is an old value. Everyone agrees with it? Yes. Okay. Okay. Badri, Monica, Vidit, Abhimanyu, Surbi, Lijo. Great. Great. Here is a second interview question in context of scenario, which is mostly asked. They might ask you a question like that, okay, you're simply overwriting the newly inserted record and eliminating the previous one. Okay. So, which SCD type you are using? SCD means slowly changing dimension. So if I talk about SCD type 1, okay. If I talk about SCD type 1, it will simply overwrite the records as we just discussed. But if I talk about SCD type 2, what it does is instead of deleting the old record, it will have a history column, and if a new record gets inserted, then the old record will be completely made completely get inserted into the history column, so that you can also track the history of a customer. Let's say even if the customer changes the address, in the history column you can see at which time what was the address of a particular customer, and that is possible in SCD type 2. Is this thing clear to everyone? Yes, you might come across these both of these scenarios. SCD type 2 is better when you need to maintain the history. But if there is a requirement, see, it's not about type 1 is better or type 2 is better. It's about what is the demand of the situation. If the situation demands you need to maintain history, you go with SCD type 2. If situation demands you don't need history, just I would say just overwrite things onto destination, then you go with SCD type 1. Okay, explain SCD type 2, no issues. See, SCD type 2, okay, sure. I'll explain the difference again. Let's keep it simple. Type 1 is you simply overwrite the new record on the previous one, and the previous one would vanish as if it never existed. That is SCD type 1. And SCD type 2 is that you're going to have one extra column called history. And if I try to, let's say, update the value for this CID2, so new value will be displayed, but old value will be added in the form of, let's say, array or a struct in the history column. So you might have multiple rows for CID. If let's say it has been updated 3 times, so the 3 rows or all the values bunched together into some sort of data structure, they will be made available into the history column. That is SCD type 2. Anyways, newly inserted data is going to be there present for CID, CNAME, address purposes. But anytime you want to extract the history of customer, you have to get into history column and come up with the history. That's what we mean by SCD type 2. Is it clear now? Yes. Okay. Okay. Great. Great. Okay. These are actual interview questions which are being asked nowadays in the job interviews. Okay. So yeah, yeah, great. Now, if you look at this one, it has settled our dispute with the updates. But what about deletes? Let's imagine on day 3, these two new records have been inserted. Let's say 8 and let's say 230, 220, let's say, and 9 on 350. Okay. The last modified value is going to be 145 based on the previous job run, right? It is going to be 145. The new records which have been inserted are these 8 and 9. But what if these two records, 3 and 4, have got deleted? Okay, try to understand the challenge here. What if this record 3 and 4 have got deleted? Are they going to leave any footprints in the last modified column so that you can track them? Can you track these deleted files? Of course, you can track new inserts and updates, but can you track these deleted files? Yes or no? What do you think? Okay, Badri says no. Okay, because we are looking at the last modified column of the rows. But what if there are no rows to track the last modified column? Let's say I deleted these two things at 4 p.m. But where are you going to maintain the details of it? Yes, everyone is able to understand this? The challenge with delete? Okay, do you want me to explain this again? Sure, sure. See, what we are doing every time, we are, let's say, adding the record, and last modified value is now set to 145 because last time when the glue job ran, we inserted data till this particular point. And after 145, which are the records which have been inserted? This 8 and 9. Okay. So the record ID 8 got inserted at 220, record ID 9 got inserted at 350, and these two records are deleted. Okay. When I go with the glue job now, it would just pick up 8 and 9. It would just pick up 8 and 9, and then we'll go with the integration or whatever we have to do onto the destination. We'll do our part. That's not an issue. But on the destination, you still have the record for 3 and 4. You need to make necessary changes on the destination as well if the customer has been deleted from the source. But the question is, how are you going to identify it if there are no rows, if there is no last modified column for 3 and 4? Because the row itself got deleted. And this is the challenge with delete. Okay, Vidit says there will be a track of it. If we are just relying on last modified column, then there will be no track of it. If you are just going to rely on last modified column in the source, because the row itself got deleted. It's not as if there is going to be some entry in the source table which will keep track of how many records have been deleted. Yes. Okay. Then it will be hard to delete. Okay. Okay. Yes. Let's imagine anyone would see customers can, you know, close their accounts, or they might also want to eliminate all the traces, or we would like to delete few customers. So let's imagine it is possible, right? Because even it might be hard, but it's in the area of possibility, right? Not hard to delete. Hard delete means there will be no track of it. Yes, perfect. Hard delete and soft delete. Yeah, you're talking about that. That's fine. So if you go with complete delete, let's say these records are not existing itself. These records are gone and you can't track the deletes. Okay. So you will say, okay, these two records have been newly inserted. Let's take these records and put it onto destination. But on destination, you're still able to see 3 and 4, but they are gone from the source. Okay, so there is one way using which you can track it. Instead of going for delete onto these columns, we are going to set just flag. We are going to create a new column in the source table called is deleted. And instead of actually deleting these records, whenever let's say you want to delete a column, you delete a certain row, you will just set its flag as true, and the default value of is deleted is going to be false. So I'll simply say true. The default value for rest of the records which are not which we don't intend to delete, it is going to be false. Everyone is able to understand this one? So when running the glue job, okay, great. So while running the glue job, what I can say, get the last modified values, that's fine. But if I set the value to true manually, don't you think the last modified column will also get updated, because you're setting, you're converting false to true, right? You're reassigning values in the last modified column. So it would also pick it up in the, if you're just relying on last modified. And you can additionally, for the sake of safety, you can say, okay, pick up all the rows for whom the is deleted section is deleted column is set to true. But that is not going to be necessary, because if you're setting it to true, which means it is, this row is getting modified. So anyways, if modifications are going on, the timestamp is going to get updated. Everyone is able to understand this one? Yes. Vidit? Great. Monica? Surbi? Perfect. Conceptually, we must have idea around this first. Okay, Abhimanyu, Bensi, perfect. Now that we are clear about this, let me talk about another challenge. Many times, what happens onto the source is not in our direct control. It happened in most of the projects that the database servers are at the client ends, and we are responsible for data analytics and data science. We would like to take that data and we say, okay, you go out with this mechanism. You have this is deleted column in your table. They will outright refuse it. Okay, we are working on a data model since these many years, and we can't make changes to it, as you are saying. That might be their, I would say, answer. See, forget about the client. Even if this database server is at your end, in your company, in your project, the SQL developers or the software developers might say, you are asking us to add last modified and is deleted column, but there are many queries going on this table right now. We have to change all the scripts of interaction. Wherever you talk about the delete operation, we have to change the complete scripts. It is going to be challenging. So they might also refuse your idea. If the data model is fixed, structured, and application is going on completely fine, they will say, why would we change it if it's working completely fine? In that case, you have to rely on to triggers and logs. So you can say, okay, don't change this structure. Okay, in that case, we will not rely on last modified value. We'll say don't change the structure. But whenever a new record gets inserted, you have defined a trigger. Whenever a record gets deleted, there is going to be a trigger. Whenever record gets updated, there is going to be a trigger. What it would do, it would simply write whatever has been changed into some sort of, let's say, text file, For now, for the sake of understanding, I am calling it text. It is called as log file. Okay, dot log file. And then I can get this log file, eliminate the unnecessary stuff in the log file, and can I get to know the new insets, updates, and deletes which have happened in the past 24 hours or past 48 hours or till now. Can I get it with the help of this log file? Yes. The answer is yes, it's possible. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, but still date move to S3. Okay, can we see this in history with flag as true? Okay, okay, okay. So yeah, dates will be moved to S3, that's fine. But once you have captured these details, as I said, you have to process it. You can't simply append it. You can either go with SCD type 1 or SCD type 2 depending on your requirement. You either overwrite the changes or maintain history. Okay, so if you are overwriting it, then anyways, I will say uh, that we have to process these files and simply overwrite. So dates are going to get changed in that case. Okay. Can we see this in history? In history, as in the history of the database? In the history of the database? Yes. Yes, Prashant. Okay. Okay. So there is going to be a log file. In that log file, if you have configured it properly, in case of RDBMS server, here is, let's say, a bin log. And in this bin log, you are going to get to see all these things. Okay. Okay, okay. And if we talk about just the command level history, but that is going to be challenging because there might be multiple clients interacting with this table through application, through APIs, or the direct access through stored procedures. So tracking history on a command level is going to be challenging. So we have to rely on bin logs, which are the internal logs of a database. It gives you all the details of what's going on the server. Okay. So you can either go with this or you can go for a trigger. You can settle a trigger. Okay. For insert, update, and delete on this customer table and get the details and make them available onto destination. Okay. Isn't overriding data a simpler approach? Yes, of course. Overwriting data is a simple approach compared to maintaining history. You have to go with the extra logic if you want to maintain the history. Okay, if you want to overwrite it, you can process it, let's say in form of, let's say, join or some sort of merged logic. Yes, it's simple. But if my requirement is I go with the historical data analysis eventually, I process the past data as well, then in that case, we have to maintain the history. Okay. Yes, overwriting is simple compared to maintaining history. That's absolutely correct. Okay, but we might need history for some other purposes, like historical data analysis or complete, let's say, year-wise data analysis if you're creating reports. So that is necessary. Now that we have understood how these things are working, these are quick notes, whatever we have seen. These are the approaches for capturing the change data. Okay, if I'm just talking about insert operation, that can be handled very easily. Okay, we can simply go for the primary key of the table, like what we have seen. Insert and update, trigger and log-based approach. And if you want the authenticity in this, okay, let me tell you about a good practice. What happens in the industries is if you're running this pipeline for, let's say, a week or 3 days or 4 days, you look for a downtime whenever there is going to be less load onto the database server and whenever we have the compute resources available. What we do, we go for full extraction. Doesn't matter if the data is in terabytes or petabytes. We go with full extraction of this data, run our pipeline, come up with the results, and then we compare it with the results on the destination. And we see if there is any variance. If we see if there are any changes. It is possible that in our CDC approach, there might be something which could be missing But if I extract full data and compare it with the data I have extracted till now onto the destination, and there is no change, zero, zero, there is no change, then I can say our pipeline is working completely fine. So occasionally, let's say weekly or twice a month or once in a month, you have to run such validation jobs, get all the data from source, get all the data from destination, compare it. LHS equals to RHS. Keep it simple. LHS. So what data I'm getting here and what data is already there onto destination. Are these matching? If these two things are matching, then okay, we are completely fine. If you find any variance, if you find anything is off, if you find that there are some records in the source which are not available into destination, you will just overwrite the result of full extraction into destination again, which will make these records available. It has happened in the past that we thought our CDC logic is robust and there are no I would say loose ends on our approach. But when you extract complete data, there might be, let's say, 2 to 5% of the records which might miss out. So eventually, you might have to go with this approach that you go with full extraction. So when I talk about these two things, incremental or full, these two approaches are effective, and both of the approaches are used just at the different places and in different situations. It's not as if full data extraction is useless in comparison to incremental data extraction. That is not the case. It has its own area, and incremental data extraction has its own area. Both have their own strong points and weak points. Everyone understood this one now? These two data extraction approaches. Okay, Monica. Yes. What about other candidates? Please let me know if you understood this one. Om, Lijo. Okay. Abhimanyu says not clear. Okay. I'll summarize this point. Not an issue. Bensi, Badri, Nishank. Okay. 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 Sure. Let me just quickly revise this point. Okay. Right from the beginning. Okay. So initially, we are just maintaining the last value of the primary key. And then we say, give me all the records which have arrived after the primary key. To detect the delta or to detect the change data, we are doing this. But when the operations like update and delete come in, then it's difficult to go with this approach. So you go with another approach. Another approach was to rely on the last modified column. If new record gets inserted, it will be assigned with a new timestamp. If any record gets updated, a new timestamp will be assigned. And what happens is that based on this timestamp, these timestamp values, you can detect the changes and make them available onto destination. But on the destination, you have to merge these changes, and you're going to use either SAD type 1 or SAD type 2. Till now, are we on the same page? Yes, till this point. Okay. Okay. Abhimanyu. Yes. Nishank, are we on the same page till now? Yes. Yes. Great. Great. Now, what I talked about is another approaches apart from the last modified and last modified column to detect the insert and updates. See, if I want to delete, if I want to capture delete, I can go with this soft delete mechanism. Like instead of actually deleting the row, I can simply set this is deleted column to true. Okay. So it will help me in the CDC to capture the deleted records. That's fine. But what I'm trying to say here is that if this particular source is not under your direct control and you're just asking them, you're just asking either the developers or the clients to add these two columns and give you the table. And they will say, we can't change the data model. So what you have to do is you have to come up with another approach. So there are two more approaches. One is the trigger based approach and another is the log based approach. So I can set triggers on this customer table whenever a new record gets inserted. Put that particular record along with some message in some sort of log file. So insert updates, deletes I can take. So I can take the delta in some sort of log file. Then I can process this log file and come up with the newly inserted data, inserted, updated, and deleted data. That's what we mean by triggers. Talk about the logs. So RDBMS also provides a default feature. So it also captures what are the changes going on in the background. So you have to configure it if you want to capture insert updates and deletes in the log. So in MySQL, the bin log can be configured to get the insert updates and deletes. So you can capture it from there, and then you can make the necessary arrangements in the glue job and make it available over here onto S3 or the destination. Okay, till now is everything clear? The trigger based, log based, last modified column based approach. Is this thing clear till now? Okay, Abhimanyu? Yes. Nishank, is it clear? Monica? Okay, okay, great. Then when we move forward, I talked about the benefits of full extraction. See, many times what happens is, even if we are trying to go with, let's say, some trigger-based approach, okay, is it similar to commits in GitHub? Uh, no, it is similar to, I would say, if you'd like to see, it's similar to some sort of application. Let's say any application which we are running right now. Okay, it produces logs internally, and if it crashes somehow, then it shows you the log, like what exactly went wrong. So internally, what's going on in a certain tool? These messages are called as logs. Okay. Commit is more like there is going to be a commit hash and you can jump on it later on. So that's going to be a different concept. Log is just there is one event and I'm just making sure that this event enters a certain log file so that I get to see it. Okay, I would like to see some log files. Let me show you. So I have, I guess, Spark installed onto my system. So if we get to see it, that will be really great. Okay, Spark installation, I'm able to see it here. Let me see if there are any logs over here. Okay, I guess logs are not configured for now. But let's understand it. If you perform anything, like if I start the PySpark shell, okay. Okay, so whatever is happening internally, so we get to see many info, warning, and error messages. Okay. So these things are called as logs in context of, let's say, programming or PySpark. Okay. It is called as logs. For now, let's not get into this one. It would consume time. But it is just we are trying to, put some information in some sort of file regarding what's going on internally. Okay, that's what we mean by logs. So this is log-based approach. So you have multiple options, and I'm just trying to explain this one. Okay, I'm just trying to explain this one. Occasional full import and compare it with the destination. Now, the changes are constantly happening onto your source system. And all these changes you have to capture and make it available onto destination, right? This is the operation we are trying to do. So you can rely on your CDC logic, not an issue. You will say, okay, I'm a very good programmer or I'm a very good data engineer. I have defined this CDC logic. This is the way. Now, don't you think it needs validation that whatever CDC approach you are going on with, there has to be a validation, right? You have to check if it's working or not. And how are you supposed to compare? So on some frequency, what you can do, you can extract this complete data from source. Let's say I extract complete data from the source. Okay, I got the complete data, not just the changes, full extraction. Okay, so this is data from source. And I'll extract all the data from destination. Okay, so data from destination. I'm going to put them all together. I can use, let's say, a Spark application or a Glue job, and I'll process both of the data to figure out if there are any differences. If there are any differences, I'll simply integrate the differences into the destination data and put it onto destination. If there are no differences, which means validation is successful, and there is nothing on the source system which is not present on the destination. Yes, everyone is able to understand this now. Occasionally you have to validate. Is it clear now? Okay, okay. Surbi, Licho, Om, Sushmita, Monica. Yes, Abhimanyu, Nishank. Okay, okay. Abhimanyu, Badri, Nishank. Great, great. So that's how you do it on some frequency, on a let's say weekly or twice a month or on a certain date. Okay. It might also be on the fly if the CDC related tickets are getting generated frequently. Okay. So these are the two approaches, and every approach has its own place. And I guess now you'll be able to understand these slides immediately. Okay, what do you mean by incremental data extraction? It's involved in retrieving newly added or modified data from the source since last extraction. If you see the advantages of incremental data extraction, it reduces processing time, minimizes impact on source system, because now we are not asking for complete data on the source systems. We are just asking for the changes. Enables near real-time data refresh. Disadvantages, you have to have a robust logic for CDC, and it involves complex implementation and maintenance, lead to inconsistencies in the absence of a perfect CDC. That's why you have to keep on validating. Okay, you have to integrate it with full extraction. Okay, so in the, I guess, scenarios and everything, we have already walked through this thing, right? So we'll not get into it. This is full data extraction, which is going to be very simple, very straightforward, because you don't need to define any parameters. Give me everything, select star from customers. Say, there is no headache, but it is resource intensive. Okay, so we have to get into our today's hands-on exercise right now. What we have to do, I'll first give you a quick overview. But till then, the very first activity which we have to do before every hands-on exercise is to log into the lab. Okay, if you want to log into the lab, you have to log into your LMS. lms.simplilearn.com. Log in here with your account. In here, you will be able to see the courses which have been assigned to you. You have to navigate to this one, professional certificate course in data analytics. And then you have to just get into the ETL part of it, course for extract, transform, load. You click on that. And in this, you have a section for practice labs. So you click on the practice labs. And in the lower right corner, you'll be able to see launch lab button. So if you click on launch lab, you'll be able to see a pop-up. You have to click on the launch lab again. And once we are done with this, then you have to terminate this lab as well. So please don't click or refresh this page till we are going for another operation. Okay. So once you launch lab, you will be able to see the credentials here. You have to take these credentials, like you will get sign in URL, a username and a password. So you have to paste the sign in URL in the browser, and there you will be able to see username and password. So whatever is the username which will be provided to you, you have to take that one and paste it in the username section. Then password, you paste it in the password section, and you'll be able to log into AWS, and you should be able to see a page like this. However, you might see many permission denied messages over here. Okay, but you should be able to see a page like this once you successfully sign in. So I'll explain the high level overview over here. Okay, we are going to have a file called logs.txt. We are going to create a bucket on S3, a logs data folder, and inside that folder, we are going to upload this log.txt file. This is step one. Step two is, I guess, before creating the crawler, we have to create a database. So creating the database is step number two. creating the, oh, sorry, it was about IAM role. Sorry. So you have to create an IAM role. That is the step number 2. We have seen how to create IAM role. Step number 3 is to create the database. Step number 4 is to create the, oh, sorry. Step number 4 is to create the crawler. And step number 5 is that we are going to go with some ETL job on it. We are going to go with the ETL job. We are actually going to run some ETL logic. And then we are going to load the data into S3. Whatever are the results? Logs output. You are able to see this results. Okay. So in the logs data folder, we are going to create 2 folders. Okay. One is logs input, and other folder is going to be logs output. Okay, we are going to create these 2 tables in this particular S3 bucket, whichever we are going to create. Okay. So I hope everyone is able to understand it. Okay, logs data. Instead of logs data, you can say logs input, and you can have logs.txt file uploaded in logs input. And whenever the ETL job will run, we'll configure it to write the results in the logs output folder. Yes, everyone understood this exercise, what we are trying to achieve here? Okay, let me just also explain the role of crawler because we have just seen the crawler. I didn't went for its explanation. See, what will happen is this crawler would run. This crawler would run, and it will extract the metadata out of the logs.txt file. And the metadata will be loaded in the Glue catalog under this logs IP table. Okay, because that is what the name of folder is, logs IP. So in the logs IP table, you will have the details of it. And then you go with an ETL job. So in the ETL job, you can go with, let's say, a regular expression, or you can go with a SQL query. Okay, and you can come up with some results. So we are going to get the data which is defined over here. So the metadata will be in Glue catalog, actual data will be on S3. So you mention that thing, you transform it, you go with the lightweight transformations, and whatever are the results we are going to write onto S3. Now, is it clear what we are trying to achieve here? Yes. Om, Monica. Okay, okay. Badri, great, great. Abhimanyu, Lian, Preeti, perfect, perfect. Surbhi, okay, great, great. Here is a quick, I would say, message to everyone. If you are going to perform hands-on for the first time in our today's session, so I would ask you to just observe and see what's going on. Because whatever hands-on we are going to perform for our today's session has its basics and background explained in the previous sessions. So if this is the first session and you're trying to go for hands-on, you might, you might lag behind the time if you haven't done previous sessions. Okay. So for the candidates, I will simply say you can just observe and you can try to catch up if possible. Okay. If not, then leave it and just observe what's going on. You can later on watch the recording and catch up. Okay. So let's get into it. So step number 1 is you have to create a bucket in S3 similar to how you create folder in the Google Docs. And inside that bucket, you have to create 2 folders, logs input and logs output. Let's do it. Everyone has logged into the labs. Step number 1, let's get into it. Okay, I'll just turn off camera so that you can focus completely on the hands-on task. Let's get into S3. Okay, so in the upper left corner, you'll be able to see S3. So get into S3. It will open up. The S3 management console will open up. So you'll be able to see an interface like this, or you'll be able to see an interface like this. Doesn't matter. Any kind of interface you'll be able to see. Just get into this hamburger icon. Options will be visible, and click on the general purpose buckets. And you'll be able to see the list of buckets which are already there. Make sure you click on the create bucket button. Okay, then you have to click on the create bucket. All you have to do is you have to give a unique name to the bucket. So I'll simply say my ETL demo like this. And I'm going to simply scroll down, and in here, you'll be able to see create bucket. All you have to do is just provide a name which follows these standards, not the same name as me, because if the bucket gets created with this name, you will not be able to create bucket with the same name. So it has to be globally unique name for bucket amongst all S3 buckets which have ever been created. Okay, these are some norms. Normally, we tend to use the underscore in the names, but underscores are not allowed. Okay, likewise, you can do it. So scroll down and simply click on create bucket. Don't touch any option. There is no need. So just click on create bucket. If you do so, this bucket will be created and you should be able to see your created bucket in the list of buckets. Okay, let me know once the bucket has created, a bucket is created. Everyone knows the second task now. You have to get into this bucket and create two folders. Okay, so click on your bucket name and create two folders. Here is a button to create folder. So simply click on create folder. All you have to do is give the name here. So I'll say logs underscore IP. You can use underscores over here, I guess. If I create folder, it will get created. Okay, so you can't use underscore in the bucket name, but you can use it in the folder name. And you can also use the same folder name as me. That should not be a problem. So create this logs input folder. Okay, if it's asking for permission, make sure that the region is set to North Virginia. If it is not, from drop down, please select North Virginia and the permission related issues will be gone. Okay, logs input, and again, you have to create one more folder, right? So click on create folder and you have to create another folder called logs output to capture the output of an ETL job. Scroll down, click on create folder, and your bucket should look like this now. My ETL demo and logs input and logs output. The next activity is you have to upload the file in the logs input folder. So we have done it previously, right? How you upload data in the logs input, but which file you have to exactly paste, or which file you exactly want to upload in here. I'll share that file. So you can also download it from the download section from the reference materials from LMS, but I'll share it for now for those who haven't downloaded it. Okay, you can download all these things at your end. Okay, so get into demos. We are into lesson 4, and here is this log.txt file. So I'll make it available. So I'm sharing it in the chat. Please download this file onto your system. Okay, please download this file and you have to upload this file into this particular folder called logs input. I'll show you the steps once, then you follow these steps and let me know once you are done with it. Okay, so the steps are, okay, services file uploaded. Great, great. Steps are, you get into the logs input folder. You then click on the upload button over here. When you click on the upload button, it would open up a form. You have to click on the add files button. Click on the add files, navigate to the location where the file exists and simply click on open. So it would just list the file over here. It has not yet uploaded. Scroll down and you will be able to see upload button like this. So you click on upload and the file will be uploaded. Okay, I'll simply close it. Now in the logs input folder, you should be able to see logs.txt file. Okay, at this point, I can say that step number 1 is over. Okay, this we have done successfully. So that's really great. This one is over. Step number 2 is to create an IAM role. So here is a search bar. I'll show the process one more time. Here is a search bar. You have to go for IAM and then just click on this IAM, manage access to AWS resources. It would open up IAM dashboard. And in this dashboard, you might be able to see it like this or like this. Okay, make sure you click on this hamburger icon over here And in the access management, you will be able to see roles. So please click on the roles. This is just a feedback. Okay. Home says done. Great, great. All you have to do is you have to click on this button which says create role. And once you click on create role, a 3-step form would open up. In the first form, from the use cases, you have to select glue. That's it. That's it. And then click on next. In the second step, make sure you select the administrator access policy. Just this one single policy out of all the policies. Just select this one. Scroll down and click on next. Then just provide the name to your role. I normally use this name for the role which we are defining. Glue admin role. Okay, because I already have a role with this name, I'll not be able to create it with same name. Great. Simply scroll down and click on create role once you are done with it. And after that, you should be able to see your created role in the roles list like this. So make sure you click on create role. Okay, so the moment you click on create role, it would open up a 3-step form. Then click on the services or use case, this area. Okay, click on this area. It would open up list of services. Type glue in here and you should be able to see glue like this. So click on glue, keep everything as it is, and then click on next. Are you able to see this add permissions page now? From this add permissions page, make sure you click on the administrator access, the very first policy, administrator access. Then scroll down and you'll be able to see next button. Okay, then you have to give name to your role like this, glue admin role. Okay, and simply scroll down and click on create role. After that, you should be able to see your created role in the list of roles. So we are done with the 2 steps, the setting up S3 and setting up IAM role. We are done with these 2 steps now. Let's move to the third step where we have to create logsdb database in the Glue catalog. Okay. So in order to create database in the Glue catalog, make sure you get into the search bar again and search for Glue. And you'll be able to see this AWS Glue, a serverless data integration service. So please click on AWS Glue and it would open up Glue interface. It might look like this or it might look like this. All you have to do is click on the hamburger icon to see the options. And from these options, navigate to the databases section. Now that you are here, you will be able to see this button, add database. Okay. So please click on this button. All you have to do is click on add database. Give a name to your database. I'm going to give a name like this. I'll simply say logsdb like this and click on create database. And you'll be able to see the database in the list over here like this. So we are also done with the step number 3. Step number 4 is to create a crawler. Step number 4 is to create a crawler. But in order to create a crawler, you must be aware of the file structure, like what is the type of file. So if you open this logs.txt file, you don't need to open it for now because I'm going to demonstrate it. If you look at this particular data, and if I ask you that how many columns are here, and can you tell me how many are the delimiters or what is the delimiter of it? Can you guess? Looks quite difficult, right? Complex? Okay, okay. Space, Lijo says space is the delimiter. But if I talk about this timestamp, in timestamp also you'll be able to see space. Okay, so are these 2 different column or a single column? Understanding this? Now the structure is quite complex. I told you initially that the crawler is smart enough to, see and detect the columns, everything. But what are we expecting here? We can't expect anything here from crawler, because as a human, we are able to see the records and we are able to see, okay, even if we go with the let's say space, it might fail because it's violating it onto the date time field. Yes, everyone agrees with it. So don't you think we need to provide an extra information to our crawler? Like if I ask my crawler that when for every line, go for pattern matching. Okay. So if it looks like a date time, take it as a timestamp column. If it looks like an IP address, take it as an IP address. If it looks like, let's say, a simple string or some sort of message, so you could take it like this. It's a page. This is a status code. This is the client. And likewise, if I go with pattern matching, will I be able to do it? See, we can go out and build manually metadata for this one, but still it might not help because of the, I would say, the spaces and everything which has been provided over here. Okay. Now, this is the section where things get really interesting for this exercise. What are we trying to achieve here? Let's understand it. I want to extract it. Say, as a human, we can read it and we can say, okay, this is date time. This is IP address. This is the name of method. This is some landing page. This is status code. These are the clients using which the requests are being made. We can do it. We can understand it, right? But if I talk about this thing in the context of programming, so there is something called regex pattern. So we can predefine some patterns, and if that pattern is matched, we'll capture it as a column. Okay, on a high level, I'm simply saying. So datetime has a certain structure to it. IP address has a certain structure to it. The page.html has a certain structure to it. So if I say, okay, go out and scan this for some structures, and once you get it, then we can name it as a column. Then can we come up with the metadata automatically? Can we get to know about the metadata? Let's run this and figure it out. See, you can also go with a simple approach, like you can separate it by space, where you will take date in a different column, time in a different column, and each and every column will have their own ways. But if we have a better option, why would you go with the, I would say, bad option, right? Just the delimiter one. What you have to do is you have to create a crawler, and you're going to have a classifier defined for this crawler. The classifier will tell the crawler how to crawl this logs.txt file. So whatever are the contents, whatever are the patterns we would like to define, we have to define it in the classifier. Okay, so in short, the definition of classifier is classifier tells the crawler how to crawl this data. The crawler takes reference from the classifier. By default, when we were dealing with a CSV file, there was no issue. But this file is an exception. It looks quite different. Okay, so let's create a crawler for it. Let's see how it works, how it goes. So let's get into it. Okay, so before the creation of crawler, I have to create a classifier. Okay, I have to create a classifier, and it should look like this. If I say logs data classifier, it has a certain format. If I click on edit, okay, for now you will not be having this. Okay, so I'm just interested in this because I don't want to type this much again, and I'll just take it here. Okay, this is the pattern. Okay, in the classifiers, once you are in the classifiers, please let me know. I'll tell you the exact steps to create the classifier. Okay, please visit this page, classifiers in the data catalog. You have to click on add classifier. So if you click on add classifier, it would open up with this particular form. In here, you can simply say logs data classifier. For now, I'll say logs data classifier 01 because I've already created with the same name, so it might throw an error. Okay, so given name, and you can define things or you can mention things in 4 ways. And the most convenient thing is the grok pattern. It's best for parsing unstructured texts like application logs, and ours is more like a log. right? So go with the grok pattern. Okay, and if you'd like to, define classification, you simply say log data or logs data, whatever you'd like. You can define a custom label if you want. And you have to paste this particular pattern over here. Okay, let me just explain this pattern before we just blindly copy and paste it. Okay, so what I'm doing is for every row, I'm looking for these values. Okay, for every row. How? So is it starts with the timestamp starts with this brace and ends with this brace, and in between you have timestamp in certain format. You have IP address in certain format. So I'm going to say if you get the value in this timestamp format, it is predefined format for timestamp. So if you're going with regex, you have to define how things are going. But this is predefined if you're going with grok pattern, and you are going to name it timestamp. So this is the predefined pattern, and this is the name of column which you want in the output. This is the predefined pattern, and this is the column name which you want for that pattern if it gets identified. Okay, everyone is able to understand it? Okay, so your intent is not to get expertise over grok pattern, but this pattern would work. Okay, for now you can simply copy and paste it, and later on you can search, or you can practice more around this. So I'm sharing this grok pattern to you in the chat window. Okay, all you have to do is take this grok pattern and paste it in here. Paste it in here in the grok pattern section. Okay, that's it. And all you have to do is just click on create button over here. What all you have to do is, okay, I'll show you. You have to mention the name of the classifier. You have to choose grok pattern. This is step number 2. Step number 3 is classifications. You simply see logs data, and you have to provide the grok pattern which I have just shared in the chat window. Just paste it here and click on the create button. These are step 4s. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5-step process. Now that you are done with the creation of classifier, you should be able to see your created classifier in the list like this. Okay. Now you have to create a crawler. Okay, so I told you about the locations. You can either get into specific database and create a crawler, or you can simply get into the crawler section. So get into the crawler section now, and please click on create crawler. We have done it before in the previous session, but there is going to be a change. There is going to be a slight change in our today's session. Okay, so please arrive on this location. I hope everyone is already here. Please provide the name to the crawler. I'm going to provide it name like this: logs data crawler. You can give any name you wish, but this one looks convenient. Then this was step 1. Just set the name and click on next. Now you have to mention the data source in exact same way like what we have done in the previous session. So please click on add a data source. Our data is residing on S3 in the logs IP folder. So make sure the data source is set to S3. The location is in this account, and you have to browse the location. Okay, so please click on browse S3. Navigate to the logs input folder. So I think it's in my bucket, my demo ETL over here. I guess I have created it. Okay, logs input folder, whichever is your location. Please don't click on the logs input folder and select the logs CSV file or logs.txt file. Just select the logs input folder and click on choose. You'll be able to see a path like this. You can click on an empty area and this error would be gone. Make sure your path looks like this. In between, you'll be able to see your bucket name and the logs input folder after that. Okay. Okay, let's click on this, add an S3 data source. So if you simply click on that, this S3 data source will be added over here like this. Okay, then let's click on the next button. Okay, click on the next button. Oh, sorry, not don't click on the next button. If you are on the step 3, please come back. please come back to step 2. You can simply click on step 2 to come back here. Yes, yes. You have to click on this custom classifier. Please expand this. And from the drop down, please select the classifier which you have created. Okay, it is a checklist, so you can go for multiple classifiers, but we have defined it all in single one. So please check this one. So you should be able to see it like this. It is added like tags, sort of this. You will be able to see, and then click on next. Okay, make sure you do this. Please click on the next button now, and you have to choose IAM role over here, the most difficult step in the entire process. Okay, just click on the drop down and select the role which you have created. That's it. And please click on the next again. Now you'll be on step number 4, where you have to select the target database. Select the target database as logsdb or whichever database you have created for logs. You'll be able to see it in the drop down. Just select the database, do nothing, scroll down and click on next. And you'll be able to see this page called review and create. You can scroll down and create it. But before that, you can review what name you have set, what is the path you have set. Did you set any classifier? So you should be able to see classifier like this, the type and everything. Then configure settings like the IAM role. Cross check everything which you have set. Okay. What does a crawler schedule do? Okay. So I guess you're able to see it in here, crawler schedule. So you can also automate this if you want to run this crawler automatically, hourly or daily or weekly or monthly or custom, any cron expression which we normally use in Linux. But for now, we are going with on demand, which means as long as we don't manually run it, it won't run. Okay, so it would keep on, running and capturing the metadata and keeping a refreshed copy of metadata, so that you'll be able to access the data which is latest. Okay. Okay, so in review and create, make sure everything is set perfectly and click on create crawler. So if you click on that, the crawler will be created. Okay. So please click on the run crawler button. Click on run crawler, and in the crawler runs, you'll be able to see an entry. Okay, if I refresh this, I should be able to see an entry over here. And once the crawler status is changed from running to successful or completed, for the candidates for whom the crawler has successfully got executed, please visit the database and see if there is any entry called logs input, and are there any columns or the schema, are you able to see it? Okay, please go out and see. Please validate it. It will give us a clear idea on how things are able to see. Okay, Lijo says there are 7 columns. Okay, it has got completed at my end. Okay, all you have to do is get into the databases section. You'll be able to see the database which we have just created. So click on the database, then under the database, you will be able to see logs input table. If you are unable to see it, please click this refresh button over here and you will be able to see it. Okay. Then click on the logs input. You will be able to see schema over here, 7 columns, timestamp, input method, URI, as they have been extracted from the file. Now this table has got created. Okay, it's not as if the data is here. The data for this table resides onto this S3 location. So we are not moving the data anywhere. The data is still present on the source where we wanted it to be present. Okay. Now we have the metadata in right place. We have the metadata in right place. We have the metadata in Glue catalog and the actual data present onto S3. Now, we have to query this data and make the output available onto S3. Simple thing. Okay. Query this data. We can go with the lightweight transformations. Query this particular data and make the output available onto S3. But what exactly are we trying to achieve here? Okay. So I would like to see the requests from Chrome browser only. I'm just giving you a basic idea. So we are going with basic filtering. So whatever are the results for Chrome browser, I will say, okay, I want only these results in the output. Okay. But we have to run ETL job for it because the data is in source. I want to work with it, transform it, and whatever are the results of the transformation, I want to put it onto S3. Few important things. If I'm putting data on S3, then in which location I have to put it? Logs output, which we have already created. If I'm writing the results, then in which format they should be written? CSV file, JSON file, XML file, that also we have to choose. So these are the two major things which we have to choose: the location and the destination, and what should happen in the transformation, and where are the sources. Okay, let's start from the very first. What are the sources? But before that, if you are done with this one, you will be able to see the ETL jobs section over here in AWS Glue, just below getting started. So you can simply click on ETL jobs. It would open up a page like this. And in the in here, you'll be able to see visual ETL. Okay, you'll be able to see visual ETL. So there are some formalities of the creating ETL jobs. Okay, so for now, I'm not expecting that you're aware of any programming language. Okay, so otherwise, we can also go for this interactive notebook or simply a script. These are the complicated options, but our use case will be taken care by the visual ETL. Okay, so let's click on the visual ETL and it should open up a canvas like this. Okay, if you click on the empty area on canvas, say I'm talking about the absolute basics of it. If you click on the empty area, this will get collapsed. So you might say, okay, from where I start now? Here is a plus button again, which says add nodes. Okay, so what are nodes? Every extract, transform, and load operation is a node. Okay, so I'm extracting from a location or a transforming data transformation. I'm going on with multiple transformation, or I'm writing the data to destination. All these things are represented in the form of nodes. So you just click on the plus. If it's already expanded, you will be able to see it like this. Okay, if it's not expanded, you might see an interface like this. So just click on plus and you're here again. From the sources section, where our data resides. In the Glue catalog, I have all the definitions of logs data file. Everyone agrees with it. In the Glue data catalog, we have all the definitions, right? But let us just explore the options, what else it can connect to. Catalog, S3, Kinesis, Kafka, any relational database if configured, Redshift, MySQL, PostgreSQL. So it can extract data from these many options. These many options. There are lots of options, as you can see, lots of commonly used sources. And if the source which you would like to extract is not here, you can create a connection to that particular source. Okay, but for now, we are fortunate that our data is present in the AWS Glue data catalog. Okay, because we have an entry in this particular in Glue catalog for logs input table. Okay, so just click on AWS Glue data catalog and it will add a node over here like this. Okay, and then click on the empty area again. You'll be able to see a node like this. Okay, let me know once you're able to see this node. Just type in yes or Y if you're able to see this node. Okay, okay, okay. Everyone is able to see it. Great, great. I've just added the node, but did I explain or did I mention which table I'm talking about? Because in Glue catalog, there might be hundreds and thousands of tables if you're working on a production level. But which table I'm talking about, which table I would like to get. So I have to configure this node. I have to configure this thing. Okay. So just go for a single click on this one. It would open up the configuration of this node. Okay. It will first ask what should be the name. So I can change the name if I wish. I can say logs input table. Okay. I'm just changing the name. I can put whatever name I want. Okay, just it will be will be able to see it here. Okay, or you can keep it the simple default, whichever you have. Don't need to change that one. You have to pick the database, which is logsdb, and you have to pick the table which you'd like to query. So it is logs input. This is the I would say these are the configurations. So only two things you have to mention here: the database as logsdb and table as logs input, whichever names you have given. And after that, you should be able to see a green tick in front of this node, which says that this node has been configured. Now that we have configured the source, okay, all you have to do is click on an empty area so that everything will be vanished. You might try, compressing this or expanding it. It might be a hassle. So just click on an empty area and everything would be gone. It would clear the canvas. Step number two is I have to go with the transformation. Now that we already have table defined, we are aware of the columns. We are aware of the columns. So I can go with a SQL query and I can simply say that the browser should be Chrome only. Yes, in the transformation section, I am saying this is possible. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to click on this plus, which is add nodes. And it has one more section called transforms. Let's click on that. So if I talk about transform section, I have multiple options. Okay. I can change schema if I wish. I can go for inner, outer, left, right, join. So instead of going for a SQL query, if you would like to go for join directly, so you can just set it graphically. Detect sensitive data, evaluate quality, aggregate. See, there are many options over here. There are many options. Extract JSON, record matching. Can you see this? Flatten. So many things. So many things. Regex extractor. It can extract the regex patterns from the strings you are mentioning. So many things you are able to do here, right? So many things. But for now, our job will be taken care by SQL query. So let's click on SQL query and you will be able to see another node which will get added and it would look like this. So click on empty canvas again and you should be able to see this. Okay. Now, the transforms should come after the source. Everyone knows that, right? But I don't see any hierarchy. So you can have two options. Option number one is you navigate to this particular thing and you'll be able to see this plus icon. It is used to connect the nodes, one node to another. So just click, keep it clicked, drag it and attach it to the transforms. So this one will become the parent and transform will become the child. Okay. Another thing is you have to configure this thing, right? Because I said, all right, I have to go with SQL query, but what SQL query? What exactly we are trying to achieve here? You should be aware of it, right? Okay, so just go for a single click on this transform section. Single click on this. Okay, it already knows that its parent is AWS data catalog. Okay, by mistake, I clicked on to how to delete. Okay, on to, I'm not able to understand where you have clicked. Okay, did it went like this? The reverse? SQL query. Okay, okay. If you want to delete it, right? Just select the node which you want to delete, and here you should be able to see the delete button in the UI itself. Okay, it will get deleted if you do it. Okay, maybe I ended up doing some silly stuff. Okay, done. Perfect. Let me just repeat the process one more time. We'll click on that. From sources, we selected AWS Glue data catalog. Then we configured it. How? Single click, selected the database, selected the table. and then clicked on the empty canvas again, went for plus icon, went into transform section, selected SQL query, made it the child of this AWS Glue data catalog so that it looks like this. Now go for single click. You have to configure this. You have to tell exactly which SQL query you want to run. Okay. So for now, if you look at the input sources, so my table is being uh, provided with an alias, which is my data source. Okay, you can also call it logs table if you wish. And the SQL query section, I can simply say select star from logs underscore table where with the column I would like to cross check once so that I can share the SQL query directly, where the browser equals to, let me see how Chrome is spelled in the actual data file. Okay, C is capital, where the browser is equals to Chrome. Okay, this is the SQL query I would like to run. Okay, this is the SQL query I would like to run. Then I'm going to share the SQL query in the chat window so that you don't have to type it, because you're already clear with this one. Okay, and then simply click on the empty canvas again. You should be able to see a green tick in front of SQL query. What you have to do here, nothing much. Just go with the SQL areas as logs table and mention the SQL query which I have provided in the chat window. These are the two steps. Okay, then please click on the empty canvas again. And now these two nodes are configured. What is step number 3? Okay, we can see save option on top. Yes, of course. But before saving it, you have to configure it. Okay. It might say there is an unsaved job or something like that. But before that, we have to get into job details and configure this one. Okay. So make sure you don't leave this window or close it. You might have to start over again. Okay. Now the third part is we have to write the results to the destination. And the destination is again S3 location, the logs output folder which we created in step 1. I hope everyone remembers it. So let's click on the plus icon again. And if you visit the sources, here also you are able to see S3. But please don't go for this one. Get into targets and then select S3. Get into targets and then select S3. These are responsible for writing data to S3, and the source is responsible for reading data from S3. So make sure you go with the targets and select Amazon S3. Okay, and it would look like this. You need to make it the child of SQL query node. So now everyone knows the drill, how to do it. Done. Okay, we just talked about it that we want to write the data to S3, but did we mention the location and format of the data which we want? Not as of now. So just go for a single click onto this node, and in here, you can choose the file format. So Parquet is the most commonly used file format and it is very optimized, but it will not be readable. Okay, even if you download the Parquet file, you will not be able to read it and see what's exactly happening. So make sure you go with the format which you can read. So you can either go with JSON or CSV. So for now, I'm going with just JSON file. And compression, do I want compressed files in the output? For now, I am going to set it to none. I would like to see raw JSON files directly. Then the S3 location. So please click on browse S3 and choose the location. Choose the location, which is the logs output folder, which we have just created in the first step, and choose it. Okay, these are the things you have to do to configure the S3. Okay. You're going to set format to JSON, compression type to none, so that you don't need to extract the files before seeing what's the output, and the target location where the data should actually be written. these three things. That's it. Then just click on the empty canvas and you should be able to see all three green ticks in front of each and every node. Okay, green tick is mandatory. Green tick has to be there before each and every node. Okay, great, great. Now, this is how we have defined an ETL job. Okay, you can't run it. As you can see, you can't run it. The run button is disabled. You have to say save this job. But if you want to save this job, you should configure it properly. So you get into the job details section. In the job details section, there are some basic properties. 2 to 3 things only we have to set. The name of the job. For now, I am simply going to say logs ETL job. I'm keeping it simple. You can give whatever name you want. For now, I'm giving this name logs ETL job. Then this job is also interacting with the Glue data catalog, which is again the component of Glue itself, but it also needs to interact with S3. So I have to provide an IAM role, and everyone knows what IAM role you have created. Okay, so select the IAM role which you have created. Now I'm going to talk about some advanced stuff, okay, related to this job. Cost management. If you're, let's say, having 1 to 2 years or 3 years of experience, you might not have to worry about it. But as a, let's say, senior data engineer or senior ETL developer, whenever you'll be in that position, you have to think about the resources as well. So if you scroll down, you'll be able to see the Glue version, the Python language, and the worker type. This is interesting thing. You see, you have 4 worker types here. G1X 4 processing cores and 16 GB RAM. 2X 8 processing cores, 32 GB RAM, and it keeps on multiplying. Can you see these? Not 4, I guess there are many others as well. I normally go with G1X or 2X. That's why I never navigate to these ones. Okay. But you have so many options available here for the worker type. Okay. And if you see requested number of workers, you are able to see 10. So 10 workers of G1X, which means I'm asking for 40 processing cores and 160 GB RAM. For what? For processing this 1 KB file. Looks like an injustice, right? Should not waste these many resources on processing just 1 KB data. Yes, everyone agrees with it. Okay, Om, Vidit. Okay, so I have to go with the resource estimation. Normally, there is a mathematical calculation related to the amount of data and amount of resources, but that's not the scope of our today's session. So, what we have to do is I select the most, I would say, cheapest worker type. And instead of going for 10 workers, I have to go for 2 workers. You will say, why not 1? Because 2 is minimum. You can't go below 2 workers. That is compulsory. Okay. For now, if you want to run with 10 workers, that's fine, but it would, it will just create more bills. It will just, incur more bills. So just go with 2. It will be really good. You can save on to the charges. Okay. Of course, that's the lab setup you're currently working with, but it's a good practice. Make sure you always choose the number of workers whichever you want. The exact number you need, not want, whatever you need. Okay. Then you have this save option over here. So you have to click on save. Okay. 4 things I have done here. Name, IAM role, then worker type, G1X, and requested number of workers set to 2. Okay, that's it. And then you can click on save then. If you click on save, this job will be saved now. Okay, you'll get this message, successfully updated the job. Now get back to the visual area. You can switch it from here, job details here and visual area here. So just get into the visual area. You'll be able to see it. Okay. Parallelly, I would ask you to open the S3 location where we are supposed to write the results. Okay, so just search for S3 and keep the control button on your keyboard pressed and just click on S3. So it would open up S3 in another tab. Okay, so you have job running in one tab and S3 in another tab. And navigate to your bucket and navigate to the location, the folder, logs output folder. Here, I should be able to see the results. Currently, I don't see anything here. It's currently empty. Okay, make sure your job is running in one tab and you're able to see output in another. All you have to do is click on the run button now. Okay, this is the final step. Okay, job details, sure. If I get into job details, then first thing you have to provide is the name, then the IM role, then the worker type is by default selected to G1X and requested number of workers, just reduce it down to 2 because 2 is minimum. Okay, minimum limit on the workers. Okay, in the logs, I got OP, I got 20 objects. That's fine. That's fine, Om. I'll tell you this behavior, why it happens, why you get to see many files. Okay. Once you set all the job details, make sure you save this job. As long as you don't save this job, this run button won't get activated. Nishank, sure, sure. Once you save the job, you will be able to see this run button. As long as you don't save it, a run won't work. Let's click on the run button now. If I click on the run, it will take care of running the ETL job. Okay, so we say started job, great. If I click on run, it will start the job. And if you want to monitor this job, in here, you will be able to see this runs section. So you click on the runs section and this job will, you'll be able to see that this job is currently running. Okay. No files in the output. Okay, okay, we'll see, we'll see. Okay, make sure that the run status is either completed or succeeded. Then we have to validate the output. Okay, it should take around 1 or 2 minutes anyways. Okay, it is showing me succeeded. Okay, click on the location of S3 and let's refresh it. So you'll be able to see these many files. You might ask, okay, out of these many files, most of the files are 0 bits and one of the file will have the content, 252 bytes as you can see. You click on the file. If you want, you can go for a SQL query on this or you can simply download this file. Okay, so this file got downloaded. Then I just open it up in the local file system. I'll say open with Notepad for now. We'll be able to see JSON object for the records of Chrome. Okay. Browser is set to Chrome. So this was the one row where the browser was set to Chrome. That's what it's saying. So I guess this job worked and I hope that's it for today. So you would have gone for the second pipeline, but not an issue. In the upcoming session, we'll go for that one. So I think till now everything is clear. Again, the most important thing is deleting the labs. So make sure you terminate the lab properly. Because if you don't terminate, it would continue to live on for 6 hours and it would keep consuming your credits. Okay, so make sure you delete the labs properly. You'll be able to see the option on the same page. So we are talking about the ETL, extract, transform, and load. And in the previous session, we talked about the different ways of extracting the data. And we talked about incremental data import, where we talked about the CDC logic, different ways using which you can incrementally, extract the data from the source systems. In our today's session, we have to get into the concept of data transformation. So in this case, we have, let's say, a breakdown of our today's session if I just talk about. So we are going to have some conceptual points. So first half of our today's session is going to be completely conceptual. And I have also prepared notes which you can refer so that all these concepts will be clear to you. Most of these points are like, if you just read those points, you're going to get an idea around it. And the second part is the hands-on activity. And for our today's session, I am planning to have more focus on the hands-on activity rather than just the conceptual ideas about those concepts. Okay, so let me just talk about some of the terminologies, and we'll start with that. All right, so we have all these terminologies based on how the flow of the presentation goes. I have made them available in extensive format where we talk about the examples as well. So you have the session slides. Apart from that, we also have the notes. So if you combine these both, then all the terminologies associated with our today's session will be clear to you guys. Now, let's get into the transformation part, and let's try to understand how it actually works. So let's get into the data transformation. In the previous session, we talked about extraction in detail, and now we talk about transformation. You might remember the very first session which we had for ETL. And in that particular session, I talked about this kind of flow, that my data is, getting generated onto multiple sources. What I'm doing is I'm extracting that data with the help of different tools, and that might be a full data extraction or incremental data extraction based on what logic demands. And then we transform the data and we write the data into the destination systems. That's fine. Writing the data is not a big deal. See, this is not a very big deal. It is manageable. See, what we should worry about is the transformation part. What exactly happens with the data? What are the transformed results? Those results we are going to write in the destination systems. So what exactly the transformations are? What kind of operations are being performed? Let's understand them. Okay, so key aspects of data transformation. First is data cleansing and validation. So if there are any inconsistencies in data, we'll eliminate them. And if there are any constraints, we have to validate them. Like email ID should be unique. Now this is just one constraint. So you have to go with the validations part as well. Then normalization technique. So this is more like creating a referenced data model. Normalization simply means that you're eliminating the redundancy and you're eliminating the anomalies from the data. That's what normalization is all about. You do it by creating different entity types, or in the SQL language, I would say you will create different tables. Okay, that's what we mean by normalization. And we make relationships between those tables. Okay, integration of external data sources. Of course, you get data from external data sources. You have to integrate it in your existing data which you are getting. Data enrichment and aggregation. I guess in our today's session, we'll walk through this particular part as well. Enrichment and aggregation. So many times for business intelligence, we need the aggregated results so that we can directly visualize them. We can create charts with the help of such data. Okay, and what do you mean by data enrichment? Data enrichment means we are enhancing the quality of data. We are adding something to data which is actually going to, make it better. Okay, data cleaning and validation. See, I'm trying to cover these things quickly so that we can get into the hands-on exercises. Okay. So data cleaning, it's not as if we are talking about it for the first time. In the previous sessions as well, we have talked about the concept of data cleaning. It is a process of fixing errors in raw data before it is transformed or and loaded. Okay, it helps to improve data quality and integrity, which are essential. And what are different data cleaning techniques? Data standardization, deduplication, outlier detection and handling, validation tools. If you visit the notes, in here, we talked about all these terminologies. Okay, if I talk about data cleaning, it's like removing duplicates, nulls, and errors. The formatting means change date format, number formats, etc. Standardization means we are going to have uniform values for a certain attributes in the data, like IN for India. So we will make sure that all the values of India have IN as their country code. So this is one standard rule. It's not as if this is going to be the only rule. So you can define some rules using which there is going to be some sort of standard which will be applied on the values which we are processing. Data mapping, mapping the source values to the target values. This is one thing. Okay, aggregations we normally need so that you have ready-made aggregations, and we can directly use them to compute the results, or we can directly visualize them. Like if I am working on an e-commerce platform and I would like to see aggregated results like date-wise total sales or date-wise average sales, date-wise number of orders. So that's what we mean by aggregation. Data splitting and merging, this is one thing, and enrichment is another part. Okay, so all these terminologies are here, as you can see, data standardization. So there is going to be an extensive notes around this particular point. Okay, what is it? Date format, as you can see, it gets converted to this, text casing. So these are some examples of standardization. Okay, and the ways using which it can be done. It can be done with the help of Python, SQL, or ETL tools. In our case, we are going to go with the ETL tools like NiFi or Glue or PySpark. So what we are trying to achieve is we are trying to give a structure to the data. Then deduplication means we are going to eliminate the exact duplicate records. Okay, if you look at this record called, let's say, John Doe is duplicate. And we don't need duplicate values for analysis or for data science purposes. So we are going to eliminate this thing. And what are the types of duplicates? Exact duplicates is a part, and that there is this partial duplicate, slight variation. Okay, then how it can be done? If we are talking about, let's say, Python or pandas, so you can create a data frame and drop it like this. But if the amount of data is high, we have to go with an ETL tool like AWS Glue. So in AWS Glue also, there is one transformation which we can apply. So in Glue also, you are going to get the dynamic frames, and you can have this NA drop, or I can say df dot drop NA. Okay, I forgot to mention it here, or you can have it like this, NA dot drop, and it will take care of eliminating the duplicate records automatically. Okay, it's more like applying a distinct clause to the particular data. Okay. Then outlier detection. What do you mean by outlier? Identifying and dealing with unusual or extreme values. Okay. Distorted averages and trends lead to inaccurate model decisions, as you can see. When I say outlier, what I am actually talking about, if I am talking about an e-commerce domain, and let's say I have a certain customer on a monthly basis, he goes for a purchase of around, let's say, $100. And for a certain day or for a certain month, that person is, let's say, going for a purchase of $10,000 suddenly. So that is something which is unexpected behavior. That is an extreme value for a customer who's spending $100 monthly. And suddenly that person is spending $10,000 in a single day. So these are some spikes, and these spikes or these unusual kind of data are called as outliers. Okay, so this is also one of the technique, outlier detection and handling. Okay, and yeah, as you can see, there are some methods which can be actually used to detect the outlier. The Z-score is the method. There is another method called IQR, and it can be visualized, and you'll be able to grasp it. Then there is there's some machine learning algorithms which we can use for the detection of outliers. Okay, how can we handle it? You can either remove it, or you can either set minimum maximum values on the attributes which actually have some minimum maximum values. right? Like if I talk about temperature, so the temperature on this particular planet, if I talk about a certain city, so it might be maximum till, let's say, 45 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees Celsius, and minimum it would be like what, 1 to 2 degrees Celsius. So we can provide minimum maximum cap, and if any value violates that cap, it can be considered as an outlier, something which is extreme, something which does not fits in the range. So if we can either eliminate those records which doesn't fit the range, or we can either have them in a separate, I would say, file where we can process them and cross check if they are genuinely correct records. Okay. Another thing is you can eliminate them and replace them with median, mean, but this thing depends on, I would say, this thing depends on the data set and the kind of attributes you are dealing with. Okay. You can flag them as a separate category for further review. This is something which we have already talked. The tools which can be used, again, Python, SQL, and ETL platforms. These tools can be used, and this is the goal. Talk about data cleansing. What do you mean by data cleansing? Process of checking if data meets predefined rules or constraints. Okay, so data validation rules we are talking about. See, we are checking if the data meets the rules or constraints. Okay, so we have to ensure that the data is accurate, consistent, complete, and reliable. So what kind of validations we go for? Format check is one, where let's say for a date column, you have a certain format. Then range check is one, like the age should be between 0 to 120. It should not be below 0 and not more than 120. Null check, let's imagine if I talk about some sort of national ID proof, so that must be provided. That should not be null. So mandatory fields should not be empty. Uniqueness check, no duplicate record should be there. Data type check, referential integrity, reference check. Okay, so these are some basic validations which we have to cross check. Okay, these are some rules which we have to apply on our data and see if it's proper or not. It's not as if these are the only rules, but these are the areas where the rules will be defined. Okay, how it's implemented in SQL, you can have the constraints. I guess you guys have already studied about SQL. So these constraints are there for a certain attribute or column. You can say not null, check, unique, foreign key. Okay, in Python, you can build custom validation script or assertion checks. Mostly, you'll be using pandas for this thing. In ETL tool, if I talk about NiFi or AWS Glue or PySpark, they have their own ways of dealing with it. Okay, so if we are talking about AWS Glue, so AWS Glue has something called dynamic frame. Okay, this dynamic frame can be converted to PySpark data frame, and you can perform whatever operation you want on this particular data frame, like select, where, window function, whatever operation you want to perform. Okay, then these are some examples. You can walk through them. Okay. After this, I guess there are some more rules associated with data validation. These are some rules, and you should be aware of what do they mean. Okay, so as you can see, the content, the conceptual content is too much for us to cover. That's why I am just trying to give you as short and comprehensive explanation around these points. So that's what I'm trying to do. But let's say for some particular rule, if you feel like you want to get into the depth of it and you'd like to understand it, so please let me know. So data validation rules, in that you have data profiling and analysis. So what do you mean by data profiling? The process of examining, analyzing, and summarizing raw data to understand its structure, quality, and content before applying validation rules. Okay, so let's break this thing down. When this particular thing is needed to understand the nature and what we normally do in data profiling. So we calculate the column statistics, data types, null counts, distinct value, minimum, maximum, averages, the distribution, then uniqueness check, missing value detection, pattern recognition. Okay, these are common things which we normally do in the data profiling and analysis. Okay, I guess the second data validation rule is this data integrity check. Okay, what do you mean by data integrity? We have to ensure that the data is accurate, consistent, and reliable. Okay, why it is important? It maintains trustworthiness of data, it prevents data from corruption, duplication, and logical error, and make sure that the data is meaningful and usable. Okay, the types of integrity checks which we normally go through are these. Entity integrity, every record must have a unique identifier. Referential integrity, so if I talk about multiple table, let's say if there is a product ID in the products table, there is a product in an orders table, it should have an associated product ID in the products table. In the orders table, there must not be any product which does not have any product ID. Okay, or if in orders table there is a product ID, okay, that product ID should exist in the products table as well. That's what we mean by referential integrity. Then domain integrity, say it defines on how what are the business rules. Yeah, it's defined based on that. Let's say in here we are able to see it should be between 0 to 120. Email must follow a certain format. Okay, so we are going to define these rules based on our domain, based on our requirement. Okay, user defined integrity. Okay, if there are any custom business rules like a customer status can't be inactive if they have placed an order today. Okay, and these rules are going to be different for different people, right? Different for different projects as well. How they can be implemented, this is one area which you can walk through, and some of the example rules and what is the goal of it. Okay, cross-referencing is much more simple. It's much more, I would say, it's quite similar to the referential integrity. Okay, validating data in one data set by comparing it with another related data set to ensure consistency and accuracy. Okay, the data should exist in both the tables, both the data sets, as we have seen it before in the referential integrity as well, and matching value. Okay, if the product name in orders file must match one product in the catalog. Okay, these are some things. This is mostly similar to the referential integrity. Okay, we have to ensure the referential integrity. Okay, then data governance, data quality dashboards. This is one thing. A visual interface which will display all real-time metrics and insights about the quality of data so that you don't need to manually go out and check what is the status of your data. Okay, why it is useful? You can quickly identify the issues related with data if you are able to see that, okay, these many data quality rules have not been followed, and the records which are not following these data quality rules, if you can be given over that particular data, you'll be able to understand it easily. What it typically shows on dashboard, if you can simply show the null values, duplicates, percentage and count of these things. Okay. So if you can do it, then you'll be able to build a robust solution where you don't need to worry about data quality, because now these things are visible easily. So we have to make these things as easy as possible. Which tools can be used to build them? So BI tools like Power BI, Tableau, and if I talk about, let's say, Python dashboard, if you want, you can use it as well. And these are the specialized tool if you'd like to, build certain dashboards like that. Okay. The normalization, of course, you can walk through this. This is a topic where I guess this is a topic from RDBMS, normalization. Unnormalized data, which means the complete record lies in the single table, like student information, the course information, and the instructor information. Can you see these three types of information? Or from my point of view, I'll say these three types of entities are there in this single table. Okay, so first normal form says you can't have, multi-valued attribute, which means an attribute which has more than one value. So in one NF, you can simply say, you can break this record down. Like initially you had this record like this, Rahul maths, comma physics. Now you have two records. This is more like having a duplicate values. So Rahul math and Rahul physics. So you broke it down so that it should, prevent some insert related anomalies. Second normal form says that, see, there is a concept of dependency, but in short, the second normal form says that we don't need to, go with these many duplicate values, because let's say if I try to say that this particular Rahul wants to, let's say, change his, or this particular, I would like to change the some of the information of this Rahul. Okay, so I say, for student ID 101, update something. Okay, so there are two records with student ID 101. We have to go with multiple updates. Okay, so here is a redundancy. So to eliminate this redundancy, second normal form says, okay, you take it out like this. Okay, so you have a student table, a course table, and enrollments table, and all these are going to have something in common. Like this student table has 101 and 102, and the enrollments table holds the information related to the enrollments. Okay, so student ID and course, and the course table is over here. So these three tables can be joined together to get whatever information you want, but the insert, update, delete related challenges are gone if you have multiple tables like this. Okay. Third normal form is also there, but for that you need to be aware of the transitive dependencies. Okay. So this is an interesting topic. I would ask you to explore around this particular topic. It is a topic from RDBMS, or I would say data modeling in SQL. So that is, I would say it should take around 30 minutes to an hour to cover this concept properly. Okay. So for a knowledge, or if you are already aware of it, that's really great. But just for an extra knowledge, I would ask you to walk through this concept of normalization. Okay, if you want me to provide notes around normalization, so I have step-by-step notes on normalization as well. I'll share it with you guys. Okay. All right. So these were some techniques associated with the validation. Okay, data enrichment and aggregation. So here are different areas for data enrichment and aggregation. So what do you mean by enrichment? Enhancing existing data by adding more context, attributes, or missing values. Okay, and what do you mean by that? Key terminologies are these: data imputation. Let's imagine there is some missing value in certain, I would say, column. So you don't want to have null values, but you can replace that value with some sort of, let's say, logic. Like you can put in some average value. Okay, or based on the previous records, you can come up with some value for that particular missing or null value instead of leaving it blank or null. Okay, these are the examples: replacing missing age with average age. This won't hamper our overall analysis. Okay, filling missing location using some sort of zip code. These are just two examples. Okay, ensures completeness of data and avoids null related processing errors. So many times because of null values, we might encounter an error. Okay, that's why data imputation is one technique which will, for which we are going to compute the null values for some, we are going to compute values for some missing or null data. Okay, then deriving new attribute, it is really essential for data analysis, and it also saves on to some resources. Like in the table, we have these two columns, first name and last name, and we derive full name out of it. And we add it as an attribute, we add it as a column, and we put in the values in the full name column. That is one thing. Let's imagine you want to go with the, age. This is an attribute, so you can compute it like this: current date minus date of birth, and you're going to get the values for age. So you can define the columns accordingly. Okay. Or is high valued customer. So if the customer has spent more than $10,000, so you can have that customer as the high valued customer. So you can add these attributes. These attributes really help in analysis because it saves on to your efforts on performing the operations while going for analysis. All you have to do is you have to utilize these columns in the analysis and come up with some interesting insights. Okay, merging data sets. Okay, combining data from multiple internal sources like customer data from CRM plus support team. Okay, merging the purchase history with customer complaints. So if you merge the purchase history with customer complaints, then you are going to get an interesting insights, right? Product sales with inventory data. It will give you a clear idea on how many products do we have and how much, we should sell on which particular product you can offer discounts. Okay, so that is possible when you are combining data from multiple data sets. Okay, because in this case, the products data set is going to be different, the inventory data set is going to be different. Okay, so this is one interesting thing. Then adding external data. Okay, so let's say weather info, currency rates, geolocation, demographic data. These might not get generated at your own source, but you can use someone else's data. There are many, I would say, organizations who are freely providing this data, or they might be charging some amount for this particular data. So instead of creating your own source and generating this data, first of all, you can't go with this, right? Currency rates, geolocation, or weather info. See, for this you need infrastructure or some sort of authority. So you can add an external data and make your analysis even more interesting. Okay, so it helps enrich analysis with real world external signals. Let's say if I've built an application for, let's say, stock market, and I would like to give my customer some cues around which stock to buy and which stock you should get rid of. Okay. So I might have one section which says, okay, AI powered this and that. So you'll be able to see these things nowadays commonly, right? So I'm going to generate some AI powered leads. That's what I'm doing. But at the core, I'm going with ETL operation and a machine learning algorithm. Okay. So that was possible, or I would say that is really possible with AI, or you can simply say machine learning and ETL. For that, you need data, and that data you can get from the external sources. Okay, because of course, I'd like to analyze complete market. So most of the data which I am going to get is going to be from the external sources. Okay, tools and technologies, of course. In our case, whatever you're able to see can be done using AWS Glue. And these are some data enrichment related, I would say, terminologies. Okay. Then we have this data aggregation. Okay. This is going to be simple if you know the group by time-based aggregation, sales per day, per week, per month. You can compute these things. Then grouping and segmentation. Okay. Grouping by region, department. This is what we mean by grouping. Segmentation means you can create segments like by age or by membership level. Okay. You can create segments. Okay. It helps in comparison, targeting, and personalization. So this thing really helps. Okay, grouping and segmentation, you get some interesting statistics. Summarization, you don't need to see the complete values, but you can compute some aggregates like total revenue, total quantity. It gives you overall volume. Okay. Then averages, this is also an interesting thing. So you can achieve all these things, and it's also possible through AWS Glue. And as we move forward, we are able to see this enrichment and aggregation synergy. So we'll talk about this now. See, a combined approach where data is first enriched and then aggregated, or vice versa. Okay, you can either you can either enrich the data, improve the quality of it, and then you can go with the aggregations. Okay. The synergy enhances the insights, decision making, and personalization. Of course, you have to enhance your you either go with aggregation and then enhance your data, or enhance then aggregate. You're going to reach at the same point. Okay, we are combining it because aggregation only is going to miss the context, and enrichment can also create data overload because we are adding something to data. But if you do both of these things together, aggregation is like cutting down the size of data, right? Because we will be able to see the aggregated results. And enrichment is quality. So you have to combine these two so that you get rid of these two problems. If you go for aggregation without knowing the data or without enriching the data or vice versa, then we are going to get into trouble. Okay, what should happen is enriched aggregations, as you can see. Aggregations performed after enrichment allows you to group summarize based on newly added or derived fields. It will give you a better idea because after enrichment, if you're doing it, then it is going to be better. What is the continuous cycle? Aggregated insights can guide further enrichment. Like if you aggregate something, then you get to know about the data, right? You get to know about some interesting statistics or interesting values, which can guide you for the further enrichment. Okay. And of course, that's what we are meaning. And targeted enrichment, as you can see, you can also perform aggregations, on selectively enrich some key segments or outliers. So this is one thing. The whole point here is you must understand that enrichment and aggregations are going hand in hand. Okay, they are not enemies of each other. Together, if they are used, they can provide you with valuable insights. Okay, then let's move forward. Handling data quality issues and anomalies. Okay, let's get into this. As you can see, this is in a proper sequence as it is expected. Okay, to identify common problems in dataset that can compromise accuracy, reliability, and usefulness. We have talked about it previously as well. Missing values, inconsistent values, then outliers. We talked about outliers as well. Okay, these are some data quality related issues which can be tackled. Okay, detection and diagnosis. See, we also talked about it, right? How are you going to detect if something is not, you know, in its proper format? Cross referencing. You can simply go with some sort of query which can figure out if there are some matching records or not. And here is an example for that. Okay, data profiling. We talked about it already. We talked about this data profiling already, like minimum, maximum, nulls, uniques, right? We compute that. Okay. I guess we have got a question. Okay. Okay. Great. Great. Then statistical outlier detection. It's like just having some methods like what do you mean by Z score? So you can just, explore this part more and you'll be able to get an idea around it. There is one more method to detect, statistical outlier detection. So IQR, this is also one method. Okay, and building a culture of data quality, which means you will make everyone aware of what is the importance of data quality, and you will say, don't take it easy. Don't take the, let's say, inconsistent data or the data which is not, following a certain format. So don't let it pass by. Deal with it, and you have to establish this thing in your company or in your project. So data governance is one thing, like you can establish rules, roles, and responsibilities for managing it. Okay, implement access controls. We have talked about IAM rules, right? Ownership per data set and maintain metadata. So we also talked about it, right? Glue data catalog. Then quality monitoring. This is one thing. Then education and training. You have to upskill your team members on data quality concepts and the tools which they can use. Okay. Now, till this point, I would say we are, walking through these things and trying to understand it, how it can actually help you in designing some ETL jobs. Okay. After this, I guess, after let's say a few slides, we are going to get into the hands-on. So I'll just quickly cover these points so that everyone is having a, an idea around these concepts. Okay. Data Windsorization. See, what do you mean by Windsorization? You might hear about it a lot. It's like defining some limit to the attributes or columns. If Because you guys are aware about SQL, right? So Windsorization simply means you're defining the limits. Okay. There might be some example like using 5%, okay, value, fifth percentile replace fifth percentile value. Okay, this thing. It's more like it reduces the impact of outliers. Okay. and replace them with a specific percentile value so that it should not hamper the overall analysis. Okay. How it works, you have to identify a cutoff percentile, and any value below the lower percentile will be replaced with this lower percentile value, whichever is the minimum. Let's say I say minimum is 5 and maximum is 15. So any value which is below 5 will be replaced with 5. Any value which is above 15 will be replaced with 15. So this is the range in which you will get all the values. Okay. So I hope everyone is able to understand it. Okay. And the details of this vinsorization part. Okay. Then how you conquer anomalies? First, you have to be aware of them. So you have to investigate the anomalies. Then you can go with data vinsorization. You can define the ranges. Then robust statistical method to detect outliers and or I would say to identify some missing values. So this robust statistical method is also useful in, let's say, not just detecting the outliers, but also in the data imputation part. Like if you'd like to statistically come up with the value for a missing data. Okay, then you have a separate thing called model-based outlier detection. Okay, these are some things. These are few things, and I hope we have walked through these things. Okay, managing data transformation complexity. Okay, there are few challenges while performing the data transformation, because the data which used to be generated might not get generated every time. Data is getting generated from multiple sources. We might have the limited resources and tool and complex transformations and pipelines. If I take an example of, let's say, Instagram, so in let's say in 2000, let's say 15 or 16, or let's say 17, 18, till 2017 and 18, there was no section of reels on Instagram. So that kind of data was not getting generated. There was no concept of stories on Instagram, which got introduced later on. It was a simple photo sharing app. It evolved till this point. So the kind of data which used to be generated on Instagram and the kind of data which is getting generated right now, it's completely different. So your sources are going to get evolved. It's not as if they are going to stay as they were. Even if you take an example of Amazon, they have integrated Amazon Prime. Then they came up with the wallet, right? So they are constantly adding new features. They are integrating things which is going to change the way in which data is getting represented, right? So data is getting evolved, or the schema is getting evolved. The data is also coming from multiple sources, like heterogeneous data sources. We talked about it initially. Then limited resources. If the amount of data is too much, but you don't have resources, or if you have resources but you don't have appropriate tools, like let me talk about one use case. We were dealing with some terabytes of data, and we were doing that operation on our DBMS server, which was, let's say, SQL server. And we are facing we are facing issues like the report used to take around 2 hours or 3 hours to actually get displayed, because the query was getting pushed onto the server, then it used to fetch the data, and then we are able to show that data onto the dashboard. So if we had proper tools, then it would have been really easy, right? Proper tools, like if we are ready to invest into resources, but if we would have used tools like, let's say, PySpark or Elasticsearch, then it would have been a better option, right? Complex transformation pipelines. Many times the data is getting generated on multiple sources. It's getting evolved. So the transformations can also become complex. These are some factors which contribute. Okay, and this is how you can manage the complexity. Okay, and these are some techniques. You can simply read about these techniques for now. Okay, and I guess in the notes also, I have provided quite a comprehensive, idea around these things. Okay, embrace the agile approach. What we need to do, then define the standards and perform modularization. Okay, and monitor and test quality. Okay. Why to integrate external data? I guess we talked about it. It's quite, we already discussed about it. Why to integrate the external data? So we talked about this thing to get an interesting insights, as we said, to, show the real world information with the help of stock market information. We talked about it, right? It enhances context and granularity, discovers hidden patterns and correlations, then improves forecasting and predictive models. All these things, yes, of course. Okay, there are a few challenges of data integration as well. Okay, and I guess that is going to be our final part for our today's discussion. Okay, we have seen this challenges of data integration and how can we do it. Okay, these are some examples using which you can go for it. Okay, in case of data transformations with AWS Glue, now this is the process which I am going to take time. Okay, it's not as if we haven't done it. We have done it previously. Crawl the data first, then you will have entries in the metadata, and then we can create ETL jobs and perform SQL queries on that data. And of course, you define the source and targets, everything. This is step number two. Then create ETL jobs. In the ETL job, you apply transformation, you run it, you can monitor that job, and you can optimize the performance if you like to. Okay, today we are going to walk through these things in hands-on. Okay, in AWS Glue, there is one more feature called workflows, where you can go for orchestration, like what you want to run and when you want to run. Like if I want to schedule that, okay, I would like to run this crawler, and after that, I would like to run this ETL job. And after this ETL job, I would like to run another ETL job. So that kind of automation you can perform in AWS Glue. I'll show you how you can do it. Okay. So these are the things I guess we are able to see it in the hands-on exercise itself. That would be really great if we can see it in hands-on exercise. Okay, so it's around 8 and we are going to get into the hands-on exercise like this one, retail data pipeline on AWS. So we are going to see how this pipeline works. Okay, I hope everyone is interested to see this. But till now, the concepts which we have walked through. See, have you got an idea around what data transformation is? Ultimately, you should be clear about the concept of data transformation. Okay, the T, the transformation part. If you have understood what kind of transformations are there, I know there are so many transformations. I know it's not easy to, keep them in mind all the time. What we can do is whatever transformations are required for us, but whatever transformations are required to us, we'll be able to get into the depth of it. But you should be aware of the overall transformations. And today's session was quite comprehensive when it comes to listing the kind of transformations which we need to perform on the data. Okay, what we are going to do in our today's session is like the very first pipeline which we are going to run goes like this. Okay. So we are going to have data in the S3 bucket. Everyone knows how to set up S3 bucket. And then we are going to create a table in Glue catalog using crawler. Okay, once the table is available, we are going to run an ETL job, which will perform some aggregations and write the results to S3. A straightforward pipeline. Everyone understood this one? Okay, let's get into it. It should look like this. So I'm going to get into AWS. Okay, so I'm logging into my personal account as of now because my access, my credentials, or I'll say my credits are over. Okay, I have to connect with them to let them know about it. Okay. Okay, we'll be able to see an interface similar to this one. Okay, it should look like this. Okay, the very first thing which you have to do, as we have talked about it previously, must check the region should be set to North Virginia. Okay, this is step number one. Step number two, we have to create an S3 bucket. So get into S3. Okay, in S3 management console, it might open up like this, or you might be able to see an interface like this. Okay, you have to click on this hamburger icon, general purpose bucket. You should be able to see the list of existing buckets. Everyone knows now how to create a bucket, right? It's like creating a folder in the Google Drive. Just make sure that you're going to give a unique name to it. Okay, I already have bucket, so I'm not going to create new one. For now, I'm going to use this my ETL data 1177. So create a bucket, and inside the bucket, okay, I have something, so I'll just delete it for now. Okay, as you are going to create a new bucket, you don't have to worry about this thing. Okay, you'll get a fresh bucket. So yeah, you'll have an empty bucket like this once you create it. You have to create a new folder and name it retail data. Okay, name it retail data. Scroll down and say create folder. This is one thing. And another thing is you have to create a new folder again and you have to say retail underscore OP, retail out or retail hyphen OP like this. Create these two folders. Okay, so create a bucket and create these two folders. You will not be able to create bucket with the same name. So you'll have to create it with another name and create these two folders. Okay, with each says done with roles. Great, great. Okay, get into this retail data folder. So if I click on the retail data folder, I'll be able to see a structure like this, that the name of my bucket should be visible like this, and then the retail data folder. Okay, and inside this retail data folder, what I'm trying to do, I'm going to upload the retail.csv file. So I have a button to upload that file. So click on the upload button. It would open up a form. So we have to first add the file using this add file button. I'll click on add file and navigate to the location, and I'll navigate to the location where the data resides in the datasets, in my case, demos, lesson 5 and retail.csv. So whatever is your location of retail.csv, you can navigate to that and simply click on open. So it will take care of adding that file over here. But keep in mind, this has not got uploaded yet. You have to scroll down and click on the upload button, and then this file will be uploaded. Okay, then you will be able to see a close button over here. You close this and you will be able to see the retail.csv file in the retail data folder. Okay, if you are done with it, then we are done with the setup which we had to do for S3. Okay, step number 1 is done now. This was step number 1. All right, the step number 2 is you have to create an IAM role. This is step number 2. You have to create an IAM role. Let's see how it can be created. Okay, you have to look for IAM service. So in the search box, just search for IAM and you'll be able to see this IAM, manage access to AWS resources. You have to click on that. So I just opened it in the another tab. Then you'll be able to see IAM dashboard either like this or like this. Make sure you click on the hamburger icon so that you'll be able to see the options. Then click on roles. If you click on roles, you have this button which will say create role. Okay, if I click on create role, will be navigated to this particular 3-step form. On the first form, all you have to do is you have to choose this trusted entity type as AWS service. The use case should be Glue. So just search for Glue once you click on the drop down. It will say allows Glue to call AWS services on your behalf. This is what you have to do in step 1. Make sure the trusted entity type is selected as AWS service, and make sure in the use case, the service or use drop down, you choose Glue. And you'll be able to see a radio button which will say allows Glue to call AWS services on your behalf. It should be selected. Then click on the next button in the lower right corner. If you click on that, it would open up a new page which will say add permissions. So which permission we want to give to our Glue job? The very first permission you will be able to see administrator access. So select that checkbox only. Make sure don't select the checkbox besides the policy name. Make sure you uncheck this and select the administrator access policy only. Okay, then scroll down and in the lower right corner, you will be able to see the next button. So click on that. On the next page, all you have to do is provide a name to your Glue job, your IAM role. So I'm going to just name it Glue admin role. Make sure there are no spaces in the name. However, I already have an IAM role with this name, so I'll not be creating the same role again. Okay. So in here, all you have to do is provide the name of role and scroll down and just click on create role. Once you click on this, you should be redirected to the list of roles and you will be able to see your created role over here. Okay. Let's get into the next step. We have to get into Glue catalog and create a new database called retail DB. Okay, that's what we are trying to achieve. This is next step. It's not difficult one. All you have to do is get into the search box and look for Glue. And you'll be able to see Glue over here. You can open it up. So I opened it up in another tab. Okay, you'll be able to see a page like this, but here is going to be the hamburger icon. Click on that. And in the data catalog section, you will be able to see the databases. So click on the databases. And in here, I should be able to see the database which I created earlier. But you might see 0 databases over here. That's fine. All we have to do here is we have to click on add databases, add database, select the name of database like this retail DB. Then in the lower right corner, we'll be able to see create database button. So click on create database and database will be created over here. Okay, step number 1 is you have to get into AWS Glue. Okay, in the search box, search for Glue and you'll be able to get into this AWS Glue. Please make sure you don't get into Databrew, get into AWS Glue. In AWS Glue, you'll be able to see an interface like this. Okay, you'll be able to see an interface like this. Make sure you click on this icon and get into data catalog. In data catalog, you have to click on the databases. And in the upper right corner, you'll be able to see add database button. So click on the add database. Name of the database, make sure you give the name as retail DB. Scroll down and in the lower right corner, you should be able to see create database button. So click on that and the database will be created. Great, Surbi. Great. Okay, I'll repeat the process of creation of this database. So you already have the AWS, interface open. So in the upper right corner, there is going to be a search box. Search for Glue and the very first name, which you'll be able to see AWS Glue. Okay, click on this particular name. Okay, so if you click on it, you'll be able to see AWS Glue console like this. Okay. And in here, in the upper left corner, make sure you click on the hamburger icon. Then get into the data catalog section. In data catalog, if it is collapsed, please expand it. You'll be able to see databases section. In the databases, you'll have this add database button. So make sure you click on the add database and provide the name to database like this retail DB. And then here is going to be a button to create the database. So just click on create database and it will be created. Okay. And the database is created. So whichever database you have created, let's say a retail DB, just click on the retail DB. It says required field. Okay, we don't need to create classifier itself. So classifier is optional for the crawler. Okay. So whatever has been done, you can skip that part and just arrive at the database. I'll let you know how we can do it. Okay. Okay, so in the databases, the database which you have just created, retail DB, just click on that and it would open up a page which will look like this. And in here, you have the option to add tables using crawler. Okay, so what crawler does, we have already seen in the previous sessions. It just goes out, scans the file and comes up with the metadata, but it is not some sort of magic. It has some predefined formats. By default, it is CSV. And if you look at this file, it's already structured in a CSV format. Okay, it's structured in the CSV format. So all we have to do is we just have to run a simple crawler, and it would do the job. Okay, let's understand how we can do it. Just get into this, add tables using crawler. Click on this, and it would open up a 5-step form. Actually, these are not actually 5 steps. In the one step, we are just giving the name to crawler. So I'll say retail data crawler over here. Okay, just give the name to crawler. Give it name like this, retail data crawler, and then click on next. Okay, then you'll be able to see this data source configuration where we choose the data sources and classifiers. Okay, on this particular page, you have to click on this add a data source button. So click on add a data source. Okay, there are a few things which we have to perform over here. The data source is already selected as S3. That's completely fine. The location of S3 bucket is in your own account. So that's why in this account selected, that's fine. Then you have to click on the browse S3 and navigate to the logs data folder, which contains the logs.csv file. So click on browse S3 and navigate to the folder. So in this particular bucket, I have my folder which says the retails data. Now, make sure you don't select the file. Let's say if you accidentally click on the folder, you will be able to see a file over here. So you can navigate back to your bucket and you will be able to see the folder. So make sure you select the retail data folder and then click on choose. And then you can click on any empty area and this error would be gone. These are the things which you have to do. Okay, make sure that the data source is selected as S3. The location of S3 data should be in this account and give the exact path to the retails data folder. And yes, these are the only 3 things which you have to do. Once you have done this thing, the step number 4 is you have to click on the add S3 data source button. This is final step. So this is 1 and 2, 3 and 4-step process. Okay, I'll just simply click on add an S3 data source and I'll be able to see S3 in the list of data sources I have. Okay, you don't need to create any classifier. Okay, this is optional because the file is CSV file. There is no need to go for this one because it's a straightforward S3 file. So you can simply straightforward CSV file, not S3 file, sorry. There are no efforts for the crawler to make. Okay, crawler would simply go out and scan that file without worrying about the structure of it because it's already defined as CSV. Then you can simply click on the next. And in here, you have to choose IAM role. That's pretty simple. Click on the drop down and select the role which you have created. In my case, it's Glue admin role. The role which you have created, select it over here and click on next. Okay, let me know once you are here on this particular page where you're able to see output and scheduling. Okay, once you are here, make sure you select the target database as the retail DB, which we have just created. Okay, rest everything, you have to keep it as it is. Don't need to change anything. Then scroll down and you don't even need to change the crawler schedule. It's going to be on demand. Then you have to click on next. So click on next and you will be able to see all the properties which you have set, like the name of the crawler, then the data source S3 and which particular folder you are actually crawling, the IAM role and the output database. You'll be able to see everything. And then just click on create crawler button. So the moment you click on create crawler button, you will be able to see a page like this where you will be able to see the crawler. You should be able to run this crawler. Okay, I should be able to run this crawler. So please click on run crawler and it will say starting crawler and like this. And in the crawler runs, once the crawler has actually started, in the crawler runs, you should be able to see the details of it. Okay, in my case, the crawler has launched successfully, and in the crawler runs, I'm able to see that okay, it has been launched on this particular time and how long it is running. Now that this one's completed, it has bought the metadata into the retail database folder, the retail database which we have just created. So in the data catalog, please visit the databases section once you are able to see the completed status. Just get into the data catalog again and click on the databases and then get into retail DB. In here, you should be able to see one table with name retail data or whatever name you have given to your S3 folder. So by default, name of your S3 folder, it will take as the name of table. Now, let's move on to the next task. Now we are done with this setup that, okay, we have settled S3, then Glue catalog, and we have the retail data folder in here, which was step number 3. The step number 4 is to create an ETL job, and we are going to perform some aggregations and write the results to S3. Okay, like we might be going with some group by kind of operation. Okay, that is step number 5. In the ETL job, let's say you might also go for a complex transformation, but for now, we are going with the group by operation. And whatever are going to be the results, we are going to write it on one S3 destination. Okay, which is the retail OP folder. We have created it in advance. Everyone remembers it, right? Retail OP folder on S3. Whatever is the result, we'll write into that. Whatever is the result of aggregations, we'll make sure we write into retail OP folder. Okay. Logically, I hope everything is clear. Let's perform it hands-on. In the AWS Glue, you should be able to see an interface where you should be able to see this ETL jobs section. So make sure you click on the ETL jobs. And on the ETL jobs section, this page would take some time to load. Okay, you'll be able to see something like this, Glue Studio, and 3 ways to create a Glue job. You have to select Visual ETL. Great. Please click on Visual ETL once you are here. Visual ETL. Okay, click on this one, and it should open up a canvas, which will look like this. Okay, the next step here is you have to select the source. Because we want to perform the SQL operation, the SQL query, I'll select AWS Glue data catalog as the first node, and you should be able to see a box like this. If you click on empty canvas, you should be able to see a box like this, AWS Glue data catalog. Okay, please add this node and make sure you add it from the sources. Okay, make sure you add it from the sources, AWS Glue data catalog, and select it, click on it once, and then you should be able to see something like this. Okay, just a single box. And then we have to configure this box. So I'll just show this process again. So you might see an empty canvas like this, and this one might be open. So you should be able to see an interface like this. All I'm saying is from sources section, just go for a single click on AWS Glue data catalog, and this will be added over here on canvas. You click on empty area, you get to see a box like this. Okay, the next step is to configure this thing, because we said, okay, we want to have from AWS Glue data catalog, but there might be multiple databases, multiple tables. So we have to let this Glue job know exactly what we want to query. Okay, so select this, just go for a single click on this box, and you should be able to see the properties of it. Okay, in the databases section, make sure you select the retail DB, and in the table, make sure you select the retail data. Okay, that's it. These are the only 2 operations you need to perform. Okay, these are the 2 things you have to select: database and the table. That's it. And after that, you should be able to see a green tick in front of the Glue data catalog. Okay, then you want to collapse this these things. Then click on the empty canvas, and everything would be gone. Okay, we have this node which has been configured now. Okay, what is the step number 2? we want to perform some aggregations. Like I would like to see, total sales or the count of salesperson, something like that. I like to go with such logic. So you'll be able to see a plus icon over here. Okay, all you have to do is simply click on it and add the node. Okay, transformations. Yes, perfect, perfect. So click on the plus, and from the transforms section, we have to look for the aggregate. From the transforms, we have to look for the aggregate. Just go with a single click on this one, and this box should be added over here. And after that, you have to make it the child of catalog, right? Because after the catalog, you want to aggregate. So you'll be able to see a plus icon once you visit on this particular pointer. So just click, drag, and connect it to the aggregate, and you'll be able to see a graph like this. How to link it? Just click on the pointer. Okay. Just you have two options. Either you can just single click on the aggregate and node parents. From the node parents, you can select the AWS Glue data catalog. That is possible. Otherwise, just go to this particular black pointer and just when you will be able to see the plus sign, click, drag, and connect it with aggregate. Then go with the single click on the transforms. Just a single click on the transforms. And in aggregations, what we exactly want to do. So they have also provided with some notes on how you can aggregate. Okay, so you can select one or multiple fields to perform group by operations on. Okay, because because we have made the Glue catalog as the parent. Okay, for this aggregate, we'll be able to choose a proper column. Then make sure you click on this fields to group by and select the, let's select the region for now. You can have multiple columns. It's like applying group by on multiple columns. Okay, then you can aggregate with, okay, let's close this. You can go for aggregations on this particular column. Which field you want to aggregate? It says, okay, I would like to aggregate the product ID, and I would like to see the count of product ID for now. Then I can aggregate another column as well if I want. I can keep on aggregating. I would like to see the count of salesmen. So you can see all these functions are here. I can also go for another aggregation, and I can say, is there anything related to, sum or something like that? Okay, net sales. I'd like to have total. So I'll go with sum over here. Okay, sum like this. So we have many aggregate functions. Okay. All you have to do is just choose one or multiple columns for group by if you wish, and just mention the column and the function which you want to apply on it. Okay. You can go with 2 to 3 combinations like this one. Okay. So I'll even if you go with these, then that's enough. Okay. And I'll just show you what has to be done. Just select the column for group by and then go with multiple aggregations. Okay, but make sure you don't perform it on a string column because these are all numeric functions like count or sum. So make sure you choose the appropriate function as well, appropriate aggregate function. So for now, you can also go with this product ID and count, salesman count, and net sales, the sum of net sales. 2 to 3 columns you can perform. And after that, you should also be able to see a green tick in front of your aggregate node. Okay, then again click on the empty canvas. You should be able to see these two nodes and the green ticks in front of them. Then you have to click on the plus again. So if you click on the plus again, now in the case of targets, okay, after transform, if you talk about targets, so from the targets, you have to choose the location where you want to write the results. And in our case, we would like to write the results to Amazon S3. As you can see, you'll be able to see it in the targets. So make sure you don't select it from the sources tab. Okay, get into targets tab and select Amazon S3. Just go with the single click and it will take care of adding this node to your canvas. and everyone knows now how to connect it to the aggregate. So make sure on the aggregate, when you arrive at this pointer, you will be able to see a plus sign. Just click, drag, and connect it with the Amazon S3. That's it. And you should be able to see a flow like this. Okay, then all we have to do is we have to just go for a single click on this target, and we have to tell that exactly what should be the format and what should be the location. Okay, so for the sake of simplicity, I'm saying that the format should be, let us say, for the sake of my simplicity. Okay, most of the times when you are going to write the output, you will be having Parquet and Snappy. Even in the project, when you will be writing the output, you will having format as Parquet and compression type as Snappy. And I'll also show you how you can see the contents of this file on S3. But for now, for the sake of simplicity, I would like to select, let's say, JSON, and compression, I'll set it to none. And the third thing is S3 target location. So I have a button to browse S3 over here. So I'll select browse S3. I will visit the bucket, which is my ETL data. I'll select this one and I'll select the retail OP folder and then click on choose. Okay, three things you have to do here. The format you have to choose as JSON for now. In projects, you have to choose it as Parquet. The compression is going to be set to none, and the S3 target location should be the retail OP folder. Okay, these are the only three things which you have to do. After that, you should be able to see a green tick in front of the target. Okay, we'll click on the empty canvas here, and then we should be able to see a flow like this one. Okay. However, we will not be able to run this job because before running, we need to save this job. Okay. And we need to make sure we set some properties to this particular job. So the third tab over here is the job details. So please click on job details. It would ask for the name. So the name of this job, you can simply say retail ETL job like this. Okay. And you have to choose the IAM role because this glue job is interacting with S3 as well. So please select the IAM role, which we have created, which is glue admin role. And just reduce the number of workers to 2. These are the three things which we have to do. Name, then IAM role, and reduce the number of workers to 2. And then you can simply click on the save button, which is over here at the upper right corner. Okay, so I'll click on save and it will take care of updating the job. And I should be able to see this message. Okay, now get back to the visual tab where we are able to see the job. Okay, and let's simply run this job. You'll be able to see this button called run. So just click on the run button. Okay, it has said, okay, successfully started the job. Would you like to see the run details? So here is going to be a section to see the run details, runs section. So click on the runs section and you can just, either zoom out a bit to see all these things and you'll have this pointer using which you can reduce it and you'll be able to see that this job is running. Okay, so my job status is also succeeded. Now, how would you validate if things have gone right or not? Okay, so let's get into S3 for that. You can either get into the search box and look for S3 and then just click on S3. You'll be navigated to it and just visit the bucket in which you have the retail data folder. So I already had it opened up in another tab. So you have to just visit the retail OP folder which you have created on S3. So if I get into it, now I should be able to see the contents like this. Okay, if you are able to see the contents like this, which means your ETL job got executed successfully and it has written the output onto the destination. Okay, these files can be downloaded and viewed we can't directly view it on console. Yes, there is one more way. I'll show it to you. We can go for a SQL query if it was a Parquet file. It would have been really easy. Okay, all you have to do is just select the file which has the content. Okay, because our amount of data was really low, so it has just put in everything in one file. You might not see it in one single file, but just try to open a file which has some content. So select that file which is showing you some content. You have multiple options. Okay, you can either open this file. Okay, which will simply download the file and then you can open it with Notepad and see the contents of it. This is one option. Okay, all four file had some content. Okay, you can select any one of them. You can select any one of them, but it should have something, some size, so that you should be able to see what exactly it is. Okay. Okay, then there is another option. Here in the upper right corner, you should be able to see object actions. So select it and query with S3 select. This is one thing. Okay, so you can say what is the format. I'll say, okay, the format is JSON. Okay, so it is in the form of lines. The compression is none. What should be the output? And you are able to see the SQL query. If you say run SQL query, it should come up with the query results. But in my case, it is failing. In my case, it is failing. In your case, it might work. Okay, or let's say the file is Parquet, then all you need to do is you simply select Apache Parquet. And the output, you should be able to see CSV and choose the delimiter so that this is how you will be able to see the output. Okay, in the project, you have to choose Parquet because we are going to write Parquet files in the output. And then compression, I guess it will automatically be taken care of. And you can simply go with run SQL query, and whatever is the query results, you might have to take screenshot from that. Okay, because Parquet is a binary file. Even if you download it, you will not be able to see the content of it. Okay, but for now, this particular file which we are talking about, this thing is a JSON file, which is text-based file format. So if you click on download or open, it would open up. So for now, I'm just going to download this thing. So if I download it, I'll be able to see it. Okay, then in my case, I had to download it anyways. So I'll just show you the content of my results. As you can see, the region and whatever aggregations I was asking for. Okay, this is the sort of result. Okay, north, west, middle. Great, great. I guess we all have same file, so we'll be able to see same results. Yes, this is the result. Gaurav, Saptarshi. Great, great. Okay, is everyone able to see similar kind of results? Yes, perfect, perfect. Monica, great, great. Om, perfect. Okay, so this was one ETL pipeline. I was planning for two exercises, but it seems you have understood this one. So I'll not skip on to the second exercise. Okay, for the second exercise, what we are going to do is, what we are going to do is I'll be showing this exercise quickly, and you just have to observe. Just sit back, relax, and observe what is going on. Now that you have performed things, you'll be able to understand it. Okay, so this pipeline is going to be get interesting. So for now, just sit back, relax, and I'll be demonstrating one one more pipeline. With each SQL query is not working, but the downloaded file shows the correct answer. Yeah, perfect, perfect. Okay, count of product ID, count of salesman. Okay, okay. I guess something is off with the function which we have applied. Okay, I guess you applied count function on each and every attribute. Okay, that's fine. I guess we also went for the sum function. So for the count, I guess this is the correct result if you have applied just the count function. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. These are the correct results, not an issue. Okay, for some candidates, Okay, net sales is missing. Okay, for that you had to choose it in the aggregate. Okay, you had to choose it in the aggregate while we created uh, the visual ETL job. Okay, if you want to make changes to it, you can simply single click on aggregate, scroll down, and just add the net sales and some column or some function over here. Now, what we are trying to achieve is going to be quite interesting, and using recordings, you should be able to perform it easily. On S3, I'm going to have two files now, orders as well as products. I'm going to have a database called retail DB, and I'm going to have a crawler which will go out and scan both files, come up with the metadata, and for that we are going to have these products and orders table registered under Glue data catalog. So I'll change the names of columns. I'll go with inner joins, and whatever are the results, I'll just write it in the output location. Okay, this is an ETL job which we are trying to run. Okay, so let's start with the setup on S3. Okay, for now, I'll just delete everything in the retail output folder. So I'll delete all these things. Whatever the results I got, I'll simply delete it. Then I'll set up the S3. Okay, in the retail data now, I don't need to worry about the retail.csv file for now. So I can delete it. If you wish, you can also create new folders and have these things over there. But and I'm just going to use the old folders or the previous folders so that we can demonstrate this quickly. Okay, so in my bucket, I'll be able to see retail data folder. In retail data folder, you have to get into this and create two more folders. One with name products, scroll down, create folder, and another folder with name orders. I guess orders is the one which is the name. What is the name? Orders. Yeah, perfect. Another one with name orders. So on S3 in the retail data folder, we have to create the orders folder. So I'll click on create folder and orders. Okay, that's what we have to do. And scroll down and click on create folder. So the structure should look like this. Okay, you have a retail data folder and two more folders inside it, one with name orders and another one with name products. So I'll simply click on the orders table and I will simply upload the orders file over here. So here is the upload button. I'll click on that, add file. I'll navigate to the location where this particular thing is. So where am I actually doing it? Uploading things in which particular folder? Okay, in the orders folder, make sure in the orders folder you have the orders file. Okay, so orders.csv, I'll just have that file over here. Okay, I'll just scroll down and click on upload. So the structure should look like this, that in the orders folder, you have the orders.csv file and then get into retail data back again. In the products, you should have the products.csv file. So click on the products folder, upload button, then click on add files and just select the orders.csv and select open. Scroll down, click on upload and the file will get uploaded. I'll simply close it. The structure should look like this. Okay, so the retail data folder should be like this, that we have orders as well as products folders and orders.csv in the orders and products.csv in the products folder. Okay, as we are already done with the creation of IAM role, so I'll not be getting into this because we have already created an IAM role. Okay, so let's directly get into the Glue. In AWS Glue, the very first thing was we had to create a database, but I guess we already have it and everyone knows how to create a database. So I'll not spend more time in here. So we already have a retail DB, I would say database. Okay. All I have to do is I have to add tables using crawlers. So you might think we might have to go with two crawlers. That's not necessary. Just select it. I'll say retail 02 crawler. I'm just giving random name for now. Just click on next. Add S3 data source. I'll select in this account. And for this also, I am just going to pick the retail data folder. Okay, keep this thing in mind. The retail data folder has products and orders folders. And in these products and orders folders, we have the respective files. However, I am still selecting the retails data folder, which has two folders and then the files. Okay, I'll simply click on choose, click on the empty area, but it has this selected crawl all subfolders. So it will go out, get into the retail data folder, scan the products as well as orders folders and come up with two table entries. Okay, I'll simply say add S3 data source, click on next. We are going to select an IAM role which we have created. Then click on next again. Output configuration, the output should be retail DB which we have created. Scroll down, click on next. And then review all the properties and click on create crawler. Without wasting time, I'm going to run this crawler. So this crawler will run, and upon the successful execution of this crawler, we should be able to see entries for two tables in our retail database, which is the products and orders. Okay, so this crawler should take around a minute to run. Okay, it is still running. It's been 47 seconds still since the crawler is running. It's been 58 seconds, and I'm just keeping on refreshing it so that we get to know what's happening. Because the moment it is completed or succeeded, I'll get to know if I'm constantly checking its status. If you want to see detailed logs, you can just select it and get into CloudWatch logs. Okay, it's been 1 minute 25 seconds, 27 seconds, and it's still running. Okay, it says completed. So the moment it says completed, I can navigate to the data catalog, and the target database which I selected in the crawler was retail DB. If I click on that, I should be able to, refresh this thing. And now I should be able to see three tables in here, which is the orders products. Okay, and this one which we added previously, but we have the orders table and the products table as well. Okay, now we can go out and create an ETL job. So till this point, I guess we are done with this particular stuff. Now we are going to get into ETL job, change schema, go with inner join, and see the results in the retail OP folder. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get into the ETL jobs, and in the ETL jobs, I'll be selecting visual ETL. Okay, after selecting visual ETL, step number one is I'll have one entry for Glue data catalog from sources. Select this one. Okay, then click and configure this. For this, I'm going to also change the name. I'll say orders meta. The database should be retail DB and the table should be orders table. Okay, now that it is configured, you should be able to see a right tick in front of it. Then I'll again click on plus. I'll again select the Glue data catalog. Again go with a single click on this one. And in here, I'll just select the name. I guess it was products, right? So I'll say products meta. I'm just giving them identification. Okay, then database is the retail DB and the table should be products. Okay, I should be able to see these two like this. Okay, then I have to change the column names of these. The reason I would like to change the column names is the column names are having some spaces. So I would like to change the column names. So I'll click on plus, and in the transform section, you should be able to see this change schema. I'll make it the child of orders meta. Okay, and I'll again go with the change schema, and I'll just make it the child of products meta. You can follow the same process and you should be able to see something like this. Okay, single click on the on this, and I'll say change schema. I'll rename it to orders change schema. Okay, and I guess we are going to join using the product ID. Okay, so the current name of product ID is like this, product space ID, which would hamper our query. So I'll just make it PID like this. The data type should be string, that should be fine, but we are just renaming the column to PID, and that's it. Click on the empty canvas again, and then in the this particular transforms block, just go with the single click, and here I'll say products change schema, and then here also the source key was product ID, so here also I'll simply go with PID. That's it. It will get configured. Click on that. I should be able to see green ticks in front of each and every node which we have created. Next step is add node. And from the transforms, I can either select join. Okay, am I audible clearly? Yes, everyone? Just please let me know in the chat window because I just got a message regarding the internet connection. Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, from the node section, you have two options now. You can either choose join or you can either choose SQL query. So for now, I'm just going to choose SQL query because most of you are familiar with it. Okay, and you have to make it child of both orders as well as products change schema. So just connect it here and just make a connection like this here. Okay, but we have not yet configured this. So just go with the single click on it. And what are you supposed to call the orders change schema? So I'll simply say orders and products change schema. So I can call it products. Okay, to make it more convenient, I can also say T1 is orders and T2 is products. And then I can build a SQL query. Okay, this is just a message. We'll get rid of it. Okay, I can say select star from T1 join T2 on T1.pid equals to T2.pid. You see that if we had spaces over here, then we might have got in trouble, right? Okay, so we have configured the SQL query as well. Now you can click on the empty canvas again. Whatever the results we are going to get from this transformation, we have to write it on S3. So click on this plus in the targets, make sure you select Amazon S3, which will be added like this. All you have to do is just make it the child of SQL query. Just select it like this and connect it like this. Okay, and it should be visible to you like this. This is the complete ETL flow. Then select the target. Where would you like to write the results in which format? So for now, I'm going with the usual JSON format. For the projects, you have to go with Parquet and Snappy compression. Okay, and the target, I'm just going to browse. And let's visit this my ETL data where we have the retail OP folder. Just select choose. It will be done. Now I'll be able to see all green ticks on my each and every node. Then I have to get into job details section. To get into job details, I'll name it as retail join job like this. Scroll down, I'll choose the appropriate IAM role. Then scroll down, reduce the number of workers to 2. It will save your bills. All right, then you should be able to see a save button over here. So just click on the save button. This job will get saved and then you should be, let's run it. And after running, if I get to see the data in the retails OP folder, which simply would mean that our job has got executed successfully. Right now, there is nothing in this. Even if I refresh it, there is nothing in it. Let's get into job and let's get into the runs section. It will show us the progress of the job. And even if you would like to see some logs associated with it, okay, you can just select this job run and I guess in view details, you should be able to see the logs. Okay, just I'll keep on refreshing this thing. This job should take around a minute or two to get executed. And after that, you should be able to see the results in the retails OP folder. Okay, now that the job is running, we can discuss about it. Have you understood the logic behind this job, or what's exactly happening over here and how it is different from the previous one? So if you look into the project course and project documents, the exercises which we have done in the sessions are enough. Okay, all these operations are going to get repeated in the projects as well. You might have to, step up a bit, but you'll be able to perform the projects if you have done all the exercises which we have demonstrated in these sessions. Okay, now it says it is succeeded. If I just visit the bucket and refresh it, I am able to see the content which has been distributed in different files. So I can either select a file from object actions. I can go for query with S3 select, which you have to do to submit your project assignment, or you can simply go to download. Okay, I'll just simply download this particular thing and just see how it actually looks like. Okay, this is just one file. This is just one file. It's still, I guess, getting downloaded. Now it has got downloaded. So you'll see it with, let's say, Notepad, because it's a JSON file. And we are able to see the join results. Okay, we are able to see the join results like this. Okay, this is just a single file, but as we talked about it, that it's a distributed data processing engine. It breaks down results into multiple chunks, not just results, but whatever it reads from the source, it breaks down in multiple chunks. So we are able to see a result like this. Okay, I often get asked, candidates often ask this question, can we just get a single file for this? Yes, but for that you need to change the script. Okay, so this is the actual code which is running behind your application. Okay, all you have to do is whatever is going to be the last node, which is this, I guess if I get into it, this Amazon S3 node, then glue context.write data frame, dynamic frame. So before that, you have to actually convert the dynamic frame into data frame for this particular SQL node. You have to convert it to Spark data frame. You have to say repartition 1, and then you have to convert it back to the dynamic frame if you want to write it to the output. Okay, but if you try to go with the script, you will lose on to the visual features. Okay. As a working professional, do you use visual ETL or scripts? Okay. If the flow is simple and straightforward to represent, you go with visual. And if there are multiple customizations and complex transformations which you have to perform, we go with script. Because if you go with script, you get everything. Okay, you can define nodes. That's a different thing. See what we can do. We build a skeleton like this in Visual, and then we jump into the script. But if I click on edit script, I will lose on to the visual job. You'll not be able to perform anything visually. You have to perform everything on the code level. Okay. So while building the jobs, we first build the visual flow of it. And once the basic skeleton is ready, we get into the script and make whatever customization we want. Okay. Great. Great. Okay. So I guess that's it from my end.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.